Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Sometime later, Hades scratched his head as the shrill screams of children echoed through the air. Oh, there was no danger. He was simply standing inside the first fully boarding school built in the Barbarous Star Ring. Standing at the school gate, he took in the building's aesthetic, primarily bright bone white, accented with elegant moss green, adorned with simple barbarous proverbs forming patterns around a central skull motif. That was the overall architectural style of the school. If a Blood Angel, Ultramarine, or Emperor's Children Astartes were to visit, they'd probably say the place felt too oppressive, stagnant, or lacked any sense of sacredness. But in truth, Hades, who had no sense of artistic design, had simply slapped the Death Guard's standard architectural plan onto the project. If he had been left to come up with a school design himself, all he could recall were the prison-like schools from his past life. Hades still remembered the bizarre moment when the tech priest overseeing construction had asked him what kind of school he wanted, and the two of them had just stared at each other in awkward silence. Whatever. As long as it was built and functional, it was a success. Currently, the school housed 4,000 children of various ages, with 800 barbarous adults employed to manage their daily lives. Each teacher was also assigned 4 servitors for assistance. In terms of academic education, Hades had selected 100 so-called highly educated individuals from a group of fallen nobles to serve as instructors. He had carefully screened them, intending to test their performance before making any further decisions. For physical training, he had hired 800 mortal auxiliaries from the Death Guard's ranks. Some of these veterans were already quite old, while others suffered from injuries that prevented them from continuing frontline service, so Hades simply reassigned them to the school. This also gave him an idea. These veterans could keep an eye on the aristocratic cast-offs as well. Conveniently, both groups spoke different dialects of Gothic. The nobles primarily spoke High Gothic, which most barbarous locals couldn't understand. Generally, mortal auxiliaries attached to an Astartes legion displayed an exceptionally high level of loyalty to their pre-March and legion. And today, as part of his routine inspection, let's be honest, his excuse to slack off, Hades decided to take a walk around the school. It had been over a month since the school began operating. But, standing at the gates, listening to the chaotic chorus of children's screams and laughter, Hades had a bad feeling. For context, due to Barbarous' unusual age demographics, all the students here were under 12 years old. Anyone over 12 was already considered an adult. These kids had suddenly been thrown into an environment 1,000 times better than what they were used to, where they were provided with plenty of food and drinking water, and more importantly, where they didn't have to work. RNVs. Previously, barbarous children might have gathered in small groups in their villages, but the planet's toxic mists made it impossible for them to yell, run, or engage in too much oxygen-consuming physical activity. Anyone who had ever interacted with a barbarous native would describe them as silent and inert, like withered trees. What they didn't know was that this was simply a survival habit formed from living in a poisoned atmosphere for generations. With toxic air all around, speaking too much or moving excessively was obviously a terrible idea. But now? No more toxic fog. Plenty of food. No labor required. A whole bunch of kids. 1 month. That was all it took for them to unleash their true nature. Hades suddenly realized something was very wrong. Listening to the chaotic screams beyond the gate, he took a deep breath and motioned for the servitors to open the doors. The first thing that entered his vision was a massive playground, filled with a horde of wild, jumping barbarous brats. Children were screaming, laughing, or staying silent as they clambered up and down the various physical training structures. Hades stood there, dumbfounded, as he watched one kid jump directly off a 5-meter-high climbing pole. Elsewhere, a group of children was wielding those wooden lug-firing training guns, aiming at their peers who were scrambling over obstacle courses. What the hell? Several kids got shot and went tumbling down. Hades watched, frozen, as the fallen children hit the ground, only to immediately scramble back up and chase down the ones who had just shot them. Nearby, mortal veterans, acting as instructors, were shouting in rough, heavily accented, barbarous dialects. Run! Don't be a coward! Shoot him! Shoot him! Hold your stock steady, brat! Further away, in an area designated as a poison gas training zone, a cluster of children was actively wrestling inside. Holy! Hades had only told the teachers to provide physical training, teach literacy, instill loyalty to the Imperium and the Legion, and most importantly, prevent fatalities or permanent injuries. Beyond that, he had left them to freely develop their own teaching methods. But now, this was just a little different from what Hades had imagined a school to be. How should he put it? It had a certain wild aesthetic. In his limited stereotypes, schools in the Warhammer universe were supposed to be like those noble academies, right? But clearly, the Death Guard had pioneered a far more primal educational approach. Standing at the entrance, Hades felt completely lost. Then, one sharp-eyed child spotted him. A young boy, perched at the highest point of an obstacle, turned in his direction and let out a high-pitched scream. Aha! It's a Death Guard lord. His piercing cry immediately drew the attention of every single child on the playground. Some kids froze in place, others clumsily snapped into a stiff, formal Aquila salute. But most of them, came charging at him all at once. Aha! Hades stood there, watching in horror as a swarm of tiny humans, most of them barely reaching his knees, came flooding toward him. For the first time in his life, Hades felt genuine fear. Did he still have time to escape? From afar, the mortal veterans bellowed. Salute! Give the Lord a salute! Instantly, the children surrounded Hades, their bright, curious eyes fixed on him. Because they were still young, and because the Death Guard's presence on Barbarous had been relatively benevolent, none of them were afraid of the towering Astartes. In fact, some of their own relatives were Death Guard themselves. But they were curious. Some of the children even tried to climb onto Hades. He had no choice but to scoop up one in each hand, while others clung to his shoulder pauldrons. A whole bunch had even settled onto his finely crafted backpack. Lord, why are you so much bigger than the other grown-ups? I eat a lot. A whole lot. As he reassured the swarm of children clinging to him, Hades slowly shuffled his feet, trying to move forward. Seeing that he was struggling, the veteran instructors stepped in. After catching Hades' pleading look, they began to herd the children away. Reluctantly, the kids backed off, standing at a distance while still watching him longingly. After exchanging a few words with the physical education instructors, who were really just the mortal veterans, Hades continued toward the academic section of the school. This time, he was primarily here to check if those so-called talents sent by Malkador were actually doing their jobs. But as soon as he stepped into the teaching area, the noise level did not drop in the slightest. Hades entered the central control room and started checking the surveillance feeds. In the largest classroom, Fuller was currently teaching High Gothic. This word means tax evasion. Once cheerful and confident, Fuller now looked utterly exhausted. He stood at the front of the classroom, shouting at the top of his lungs to control the unruly mob of children before him. And these were the motivated ones. The kids who weren't interested in learning had already run off to the playground. Tax evasion. The children still sitting in the classroom yelled back in unison. Hades nearly lost it right then and there. He blinked a few times, barely holding himself together, before switching to another feed. This next classroom was filled with adult barbarous natives. Most of them were nobles who had holed up here as if they were taking refuge, now tasked with teaching literacy to their own people. Teaching the adults first did seem like a reasonable approach. Once class was over, Hades called Fuller outside. Looking at the man, who was clearly on the brink of a breakdown, Hades found himself unable to even scold him. How are the lessons going? They're fine, my lord. Everything is under control. Fuller answered weakly, but still forced out a greasy smile in an attempt to maintain professionalism. We're focusing on teaching the adults first, so they can, in turn, teach their own people. In reality, only adult barbarous natives had any hope of managing barbarous children. Compared to the veteran instructors, who would simply smack the kids whenever they got too rowdy, the nobles had met their true nemesis. Completely illogical behavior. A complete lack of comprehension of their words. Fuller felt as if he had coughed up a mouthful of blood internally. Hades paused for a moment. Can you actually keep these kids under control? Fuller forced out a bitter smile. My lord, if possible, please hire more barbarous natives. Greya 106, currently a mining world under the jurisdiction of the Greya Forge world. As a frontier planet, its vast, dust-covered land was dry, cold, and plagued by constant sandstorms. Yet, contrary to its barren appearance, this world was actually rich in resources. Greya 106 provided Greya with a rare metal of exceptional ductility, making it one of the Forge world's most valuable mining planets. Heavy excavation machines roared without pause, warning lights flashed, dust storms rose, and piles of ore tumbled down. But before all this, Greya 106 was not its name. Winmars. That was the name given to it by the Isekai'd dynasty. The exiled heir lay sleeping here. /+. Welcome, esteemed Death Guard. A tech priest in deep crimson robes bowed low, paying his respects to the towering Astartes before him. Greetings, Morarg replied simply. Behind Morarg stood 4 of the Death Guard's most promising recruits. Antaeus, Bast, Lerna, and Fleming. This was supposed to be a simple escort mission, just a matter of making an appearance. As per the long-standing understanding between the Death Guard and Greya, they had to oversee the loading and transportation of this shipment of Blackstone to certify that everything was in order. Apologies, warriors of the Death Guard. The mining of Blackstone is still estimated to take another standard Terran week. You may proceed to the designated mining zone to observe the excavation process. On the bright side, the blast points for the Blackstone excavation in Zone 03 have already been set. If you go now, you'll arrive just in time for the first detonation sequence. RS. Since their mission here revolved around the Blackstone, Morarg saw no reason to linger in other parts of the Mechanicum's mining operations. He gave a simple nod and agreed. And so, here they were. Standing at the edge of Mining Zone 03, they stood atop a towering observation platform. Its framework, built of exposed, rust-colored metal, loomed high above the dust-choked landscape. Morarg and his recruits watched in silence as 2 tech priests busied themselves nearby. 10-second countdown. A nearby servitor's rasping voice crackled through the comms. In the distance, tiny crimson figures, tech priests, and labor servitors moved in slow, deliberate patterns. 9. Lerna shifted forward slightly, trying to get a better view. This was a massive detonation sequence. An entire mining zone would be blasted apart at once. Back on Barbarous, he had never seen anything like this before. He double-checked his helmet's recording system, deciding to capture this moment on video. He'd bring it back for Io to see. Io had been selected for apothecary training and was currently undergoing rigorous instruction. That was why Io wasn't here. 8. Antaeus stared at the scene before him. Standing on an alien world, everything around him felt strangely unreal. 7. Bast was zoning out. 6. Fleming straightened his posture, trying to stand with greater solemnity. 5. Morarg ignored the small, fidgety movements of the recruits behind him, choosing instead to gaze toward the distant wasteland. 4. Tech Priest 78, in charge of the excavation, was making one final calculation before the detonation. Based on prior seismic readings, this explosion would coincide perfectly with a natural tectonic shift, amplifying the resulting quake. The ground trembled, a clear prelude to an impending earthquake. 3. Winmars, an unremarkable, insignificant frontier world of the Isekai'd dynasty. A convenient dumping ground for exiled nobles. 2. Perhaps his master was too bound by formality. As the crown prince of a dynasty, he had grown distant from his younger brother, watching as Oltix was cast out, exiled by the greedy King Unas. As the tectonic plates shifted, the distant mountains tilted precariously. 1. In the end, even his king Josiras was exiled here, banished by Una's insatiable greed. And he Nas, a mere soldier who had risen from the ranks through loyalty, was entombed alongside his king as his regent. Deep within the buried explosives, heat rapidly built up. 0. From the unshakable peak of the dynasty's Great Pyramid, he had descended to its lowest depths. A colossal detonation erupted. A tidal wave of yellow dust exploded skyward, cascading thousands of meters into the air. The endless chain of blasts rumbled across the wasteland like rolling thunder, sending the ground into violent convulsions. The sky itself seemed to waver under the force. A vast, jagged fissure split the barren land in two. The shifting tectonic plates forced the chasm wider and wider, its edges crumbling away into the abyss. Severe environmental disturbance detected. The tomb's automated systems, bound by their ancient directives, responded accordingly. A ghostly green glow flickered to life. He awakened. Nas attempted to blink, but his systems quickly reminded him that he hadn't possessed eyelids in a long, long time. +/+. Hey, something's crawling out of that fissure. Lurna's voice crackled urgently over the private comms channel. What is that? Some kind of glowing green insect? At first, they thought this was merely some undiscovered native species. A dense swarm of insects emerged from the fissure, aimlessly flooding the wasteland. The first machine servitor to encounter them didn't even manage to send a brief warning. It simply disintegrated, reduced to a pile of iron and carbon-rich metallic sludge. It seems we've encountered some local fauna, Tech Priest 78 remarked. This was a common occurrence, probably just some subterranean creatures disturbed by the excavation. From a nearby makeshift base, the Skitarii Rangers of the Mechanicus Holy Guard marched out in formation, their rifles crackling with arcs of energy. Iron forms our bodies, iron forms our will. The warriors of Graea shouted their battle cry as they opened fire. A hailstorm of bullets rained down, cutting through the insect swarm. The creatures scattered, their numbers visibly dwindling. Something felt wrong. Morag frowned. His voice was low but firm. Prepare to retreat, he ordered the Death Guard recruits behind him. The observation platform they stood on was hastily assembled, flimsy and uncomfortably close to the front lines. Tech Priest, something isn't right, Morag stepped forward, pointing toward the battlefield. They're underneath us. Before he could finish speaking, metallic Canoptech scarab burst from beneath the Skitarii ranks, swarming the nearest rangers with a furious hum. A brutal melee broke out as the Skitarii fought against the tide of mechanical scarabs, but the swarm was overwhelming. One by one, the rangers were being consumed. Tech Priest 78's signal array flickered. Fire erupted. A relentless barrage of artillery roared from the distance, screaming through the sky before striking the battlefield with pinpoint accuracy. Boom, boom, boom. The smoke cleared, revealing utter devastation. Another squad of Skitarii stormed out of the base. Marching over the fallen bodies of their predecessors, they echoed the same war cry. Iron forms our bodies, iron forms our will. With clinical efficiency, they resumed the purge of any remaining scarabs. It's over, Tech Priest 78 muttered without looking up, already moving on to prepare the next mining machines. Morag's battle-hardened instincts told him otherwise. And a bolt of green lightning proved him right. A savage emerald beam lanced out from the fissure, striking a Skitarii deaden. Bright green arcs flickered across the soldier's crimson armor as his body convulsed and disintegrated. A with tilde B epsilon. Tech Priest 78 snapped his head up, eyes locked on the battlefield. This was not something a natural species could evolve. Then, the reports flooded into his neural interface. The scarabs were all made of metal. Then came the sound. Clink, clink, clink. Metallic footsteps echoed from the depths. A skeletal figure, gunmetal gray, emerged from the fissure's shadow. Its body was adorned with symmetrical patterns of glowing green circuits, forming rings and straight lines along its limbs. Rust and dirt clung to its frame, but beneath the filth, it was pristine. A gaunt, expressionless face, hollow and devoid of life. In its hands, it clutched a sleek, cylindrical firearm, its core writhing with barely contained emerald energy. Among those present, perhaps only Tech Priest 78 could truly comprehend what this metallic being represented. The barbarians of Barbarous would never understand. Tech Priest 78's mouth opened slightly, then shut. Alpha level alert, Sector 03. Repeating, Alpha level alert, Sector 03. Contact the Forge World. Call the Muggos. From the shadows, more metallic skeletons stepped forward. Identical, except for the rust and the dirt. The undead emerged from their crypts, mechanically seizing their weapons to defend their overlord. Another barrage of artillery streaked across the sky as Tech Priest 78 called for another round of fire support. Despite his fascination with their metallic bodies, Tech Priest 78 quickly realized that the enemy's combat capabilities were not particularly formidable. It seemed unnecessary to request reinforcements. He hesitated. Should he rescind the alarm? In the end, he did not. That decision saved their lives. Beneath the surface, at the heart of the great necropolis, a slow-burning fire was igniting. Through the reanimation protocols, the fallen Necron warriors were rising again. They were the very same warriors who had just perished in combat against the Skitarii. But thanks to the reanimation protocols, their remaining consciousness was retrieved and transmitted back into their bodies. They rose once more. However, not all of them could return after falling. Over the eons of their slumber, small deviations had accumulated. The system was flawed, minor errors had crept in. It wasn't catastrophic, but it was no longer perfectly precise. Deep within the tomb world, the necropolis intelligence pondered. It calculated. Recognizing that the currently active forces were insufficient to repel the invaders, it authorized an escalation. More units were awakened from their slumber. Elsewhere, Hades sat at his desk, calculating Barbarous' latest contribution to the Death Guard's supply reserves. His work was abruptly interrupted by an emergency transmission from Morarch. What now? Hades grumbled. He had been so close to finishing his calculations. Getting interrupted at such a crucial moment was frustrating. Most likely, it was some dispute with the local cowboys over supply allocations. Bureaucratic bickering, no doubt. Then, he read the short message. Gunmetal Grey skeleton spotted. Holy fuck. It's the Necrons. Hades nearly jumped out of his chair. They were just supposed to mine some blackstone, and somehow, they had dug up Necrons instead. The Necrons, one of the undisputed overlords of the galaxy. Their history stretched back to the most ancient of times, an era when the Milky Way was still a peaceful place. Back then, the Necrons were known by a different name, the Necronter. They did not have metal bodies. They were creatures of flesh and blood. The Necronter developed an advanced and highly materialistic civilization, spreading across the stars with terrifying efficiency. But their existence was marred by a tragic flaw: their short, fragile lifespans. Each individual's fleeting existence stood in stark contrast to the grandeur of their civilization. And their society did not advance as rapidly as their technology. The Necronter had a rigid caste system, with an aristocratic elite at the top. The noble dynasties waged endless political feuds, constantly vying for supremacy. To deflect internal tensions, and driven by jealousy, the Necronter turned their hatred outward, declaring war on the undisputed rulers of the galaxy at the time. The Old Ones. The war in heaven erupted. The cosmos burned. The very stars trembled. Entire galactic empires were reduced to ashes, mere collateral in this war of unimaginable scale. An incalculable amount of resources was thrown into the conflict. And for the Necronter, the war ended in catastrophe. They were utterly outmatched. Desperate and on the brink of annihilation, their leader, the Silent King, listened to the whispers of the Deceiver, a cunning and treacherous Tan, star god. The Necronter were offered a solution: immortality. A chance to shed their frail, decaying flesh and be reborn as something stronger. They accepted. Through the horrific process known as biotransference, the Necronter were converted into Necrons, soulless, undying warriors of metal. But in forsaking death, they had also forsaken life itself. Their bodies were eternal, but their souls had been devoured by the Tan. When the Necrons realized they had been deceived, they turned their unparalleled technology against their false gods. They shattered the Tan, imprisoning the broken fragments of these cosmic beings and bending them to their will. With their newfound power, they waged war against the Old Ones once more. As the trembling of the galaxy gradually subsided and the smoke of war faded into darkness, both sides of the battle that had torn through reality and shaken the warp had vanished. The Old Ones were gone. The Necronter had become the Necrons. The Necrons, now fully aware that their race could no longer truly continue, fell into despair. Thus, they built slumbering tomb worlds across countless planets, entering hibernation as an entire species. They sought to sleep through the ages, waiting for a time when all other alien species had vanished, so they could reclaim the rule of the galaxy. In summary, a ridiculously powerful race had been in hibernation. And now, the tech priests that Hades had planned to cooperate with had bombed them awake. Ordinarily, dormant Necrons are not disturbed by human activity. If they awaken prematurely, it is usually due to planetary geological shifts, massive tectonic activity, or cosmic anomalies. So exactly how many explosives did these Mechanicus priests bury? Hades felt utterly defeated. During the Great Crusade, 30K era, the Imperium had encountered a few minor Necron dynasties. Back then, the legions treated them like just another Xenos species, easily purged, barely worth reporting. As a result, most branches of the Imperium had no real memory of the Necrons. But Hades did. His lips twitched. He could only hope that this was a small dynasty. Even better, one that hadn't fully awakened. Or, best case scenario, a dynasty that had slept so long it had turned senile. After all, these beings functioned like coded programs. The vast stretches of time had introduced countless system errors, corruption, glitches, malfunctions. If they encountered a bugged-out Necron dynasty, things would be manageable. In that case, the Death Guard and a single Forge World's Mechanicus forces would be sufficient. But if this was a major dynasty, then there was only one option: retreat. Or call the Emperor himself. Realistically, the best way to deal with the Necrons was an exterminatus. But there was a problem. That planet belonged to the Graea Forge World. Hades wasn't sure if the Mechanicus Magos would be willing to give up an entire mining world. He hesitated for a moment. Technically speaking, the only request he had received was from Morargh's personal transmission. The Forge World itself hadn't sent out an official distress call to the Death Guard. But the Mechanicus garrison in that region, if this was even a small Necron dynasty, might not be enough. Hades figured that Graea would inevitably call for help soon. After all, the only available Astartes forces in this sector were his Death Guard troops stationed on Barbarous. His instincts told him not to wait. He opened the map of the sector, highlighting warp travel routes. Then, he started writing deployment orders. He instructed the bulk of the Gallapar fleet to leave behind only necessary forces and immediately redeploy the rest. As for the official reason in the paperwork, he simply wrote, "Supply fleet operations." Mortarion would approve. At the same time, Hades revised Morargh's mission orders. Their primary objective was no longer the mining operations. Instead, they were to observe and assess the full scale of the Necron forces emerging from Graea 106. Better to be prepared than be caught off guard. And sure enough, before the Gallapar fleet had even completed half of its redeployment procedures, the Death Guard received an official distress call from Graea Forge World. The war had begun. The Death Guard were not the first to arrive at Graea 106. As the Graea Mechanicus distress signal echoed through the warp, another fleet received the call, the 4th Legion, the Iron Warriors. Without hesitation, they responded. The Iron Blood, leading its vast fleet, emerged silently at the Mandeville point of the star system. Its plasma engines roared, casting a brilliant blue glow across the void. The Lord of Iron gazed upon the embattled planet below. The war had already begun. Plus. On the surface, the Earth had split apart. Black and green necrodermis structures emerged from beneath the sands. Swarms of Canoptek scarabs dragged the broken remnants of fallen Necron warriors back into the glowing green energies of reanimation, only for new warriors to rise again from the depths of their tombs. Mining sectors 02 and 03 had completely fallen. The 15 scattered mining outposts had been overrun, their facilities now occupied by Necron legions. Using the transport links between these outposts, the Necron forces had begun a full-scale assault on Mining Sector 01, the primary mining hub. Before reinforcements could arrive, the Tech Priests and their Skitarii legions stood firm at Sector 01, desperately holding the line. At the boundary between Sectors 01 and 03, they dug in, buying time by pinning down the Necron infantry. The shallow open-pit mines, once carved out for surveying and excavation, now served as makeshift trenches. Using their intimate knowledge of the terrain, the Skitarii defenders leveraged these pits as natural defensive positions, allowing them to barely contain the Necron advance. Old excavation machines, previously abandoned in the mine shafts, were dragged out by the Skitarii. These mighty mining behemoths, originally designed to bore through stone, were now being repurposed, turned into mobile cover against the Necron assault. No Thailand bot, yes. Meanwhile, pre-planned demolition charges, once meant for controlled mining detonations, were now being used as improvised explosives. Skitarii Rangers systematically deployed them to eliminate swarms of Canoptek scarabs, whose relentless tunneling threatened to flank and overrun the defensive lines. Beneath the surface, the thundering explosions swallowed the burrowing scarabs, entombing them in the very sands they had sought to carve through. Above ground, the battle raged on. Artillery roared, their relentless barrages hammering the advancing Necron formations. Whenever the undead legions began to muster in large numbers, hidden Skitarii units would call in orbital fire support, reducing them to molten slag. The ground trembled. Flames consumed the battlefield. Across the ashen-yellow wastelands, the defenders stood their ground. Yet, even through the relentless bombardments, the Necrons persisted. Through the thick smoke and fire, serpentine metallic figures slithered forward. With inhuman agility, they darted between the craters and rubble, slipping into the mine shafts below. Fluorescent energy flickered along their warscythes, and in the next moment, Skitarii blood, oil, and machine parts were torn asunder. Encountering these warriors for the first time, the Grey Magos had no choice but to abandon portions of their pre-prepared trench networks. Instead, they redirected artillery fire, bombarding their own abandoned positions to deny the Necron infiltrators any advantage. From that point forward, whenever the Skitarii's aerial drone patrols detected the serpentine constructs, the closest defenders would charge into battle, despite their own incoming fire support. Iron forms our bodies, iron forms our will. The warriors of Graia were fanatical in battle. For them, mere statistical improbabilities held no meaning. Even if logical calculations predicted a near-zero survival rate, they would not retreat. There was only one thing that could force them to fall back: the binary-coded retreat commands issued directly from their Mechanicus overlords. But now, their Magos have ordered them to attack. Countless Skitarii Rangers surged forward, wielding arc hammers as they attempted to engage the serpentine Necron destroyers in melee combat. Yet, the moment they closed the distance, they were ripped to shreds. But behind them, another wave of mechanized warriors precisely replaced their fallen brethren, calculated by their logic engines to maintain an unbroken assault. The Skitarii Rangers stood no chance against the destroyers. The power gap was simply too vast. And it wasn't just the destroyers. Swarms of Canoptek scarabs tore through the outer plating of the advancing Skitarii squads, dismantling them piece by piece. Yet, despite their inevitable demise, they had succeeded. The serpentine Necron destroyers, once highly mobile, were now entangled in combat with squads of 30-man Skitarii units. And that was all that mattered. The electronic pulses from their dying bodies faithfully transmitted the exact coordinates of the enemy to the fire support teams in the rear. Shells tore through the icy winds of Graia 106, raining down precise devastation upon both the Necron destroyers and the Skitarii defenders alike. A split second later, hellfire erupted. As the smoke cleared, only scattered scarabs twitched at the crater's edge, their metallic remains mixing with shattered bodies and scorched earth. Through this brutal strategy, Graia's defenders had held the line at Mining Sector 01, buying precious time for reinforcements to arrive. But the cost was high. The Skitarii forces had been severely depleted. Ammunition stockpiles were running dangerously low. And the Necrons, relentless and tireless, continued to pour forward in wave after wave. Then it happened. A small Skitarii squad, having suffered too many casualties, failed to intercept a Necron destroyer. The Necron unit slipped past their broken formation and into the mining tunnels. Within minutes, the tech priest overseer of the defensive operations was executed. The command structure collapsed, and the defensive line began to crumble. But just as the Necron forces prepared for the final push, a thunderous roar tore through the sky. Drop pods from the Iron Warriors pierced the heavens, their descent so fast that the friction ignited the very air. Swarms of Canoptek scarabs caught in their path were incinerated mid-flight. And then they landed. Steel met soil. From the crimson hot drop pods, giant warriors stormed forth. Their armor gleamed with metallic luster, marked by the yellow and black hazard stripes of Perturabo's sons. At that moment, the tide of battle shifted. Where the battle lines had once begun to collapse, they now stabilized. And soon, they advanced. Veteran Iron Warriors quickly took control of the abandoned trenches, repurposing them into reinforced defenses. The Necrons, for the first time since the battle began, faced a true challenge. Far from the surface, atop a pyramid-like necrodermis construct, a single figure stood motionless. His name was Nas. He stood upon the second tier of the tomb's grand stairway. For the first tier belonged to the king. Nas was a Farron's viceroy, a warden of the tomb. It was his duty to repel the invaders and expel those who disturbed the sacred necropolis. That was his purpose. That was why, when the shallow tomb layers were disturbed, he had awakened. Nas's memory threads immediately processed the invasion parameters. His conclusion? Purge the vermin. Currently, only 1/5 of the shallow tomb's forces had been awakened. But that, Nas calculated, was already enough to eradicate the Xenos' infestation on this world. If necessary, he held the authority to awaken the full might of the shallow tomb complex. However, Nas saw no need for such an excess. The enemy's artillery fire had indeed destroyed some of his legions. But that was irrelevant. For the Necron warriors always stood back up. With the resurrection protocols in place, true death was rare. Not all warriors' consciousness returned perfectly intact, of course. Over time, some data was lost, and the system wasn't always flawless. But Nas had already accounted for these margins of error. His conclusion remained unchanged. The enemy would be eradicated. Unlike other Necron overlords, Nas did not believe in rushing to the front lines to prove his loyalty. He knew that his king trusted him. There was no need for such displays. His king had slept for eons. And during Nas's 3 prior awakenings, his king had never stirred. And so Nas watched. And he prepared. Because soon, the full power of the tomb world would awaken. Nas understood his king's sorrow. As the eldest son of a great dynasty, his king had been exiled to this remote, barbaric world, stripped of his former glory and relegated to the mere title of overlord. Even the nobles of this planet, once nothing more than lowly subordinates, were now his equals in status. His king's authority was shackled to this one world. And so, Nas knew his king did not wish to awaken. Thus, he would act as his king's most loyal sentinel, ensuring that no intruder disturbed his dreamless slumber. Plus. Perturabo stared impassively at the representative of the Greya Forge world before him. The Lord of Iron sat upon his throne of steel, thick and rugged cables hanging from the ceiling, connecting to his seat of power. Beside him, a dark, flickering screen displayed rapidly scrolling battlefield data, feeding him a constant stream of cold, merciless statistics. Perturabo's voice, low and grinding, reverberated across the Spartan chamber. "You're telling me you called for additional reinforcements?" The tech priest in front of him shrank as much as his augmented frame allowed, but he forced himself to maintain a calm, measured tone. "Yes, my lord." After the initial attack on Greya 106, the Greya Enclave had immediately sent out distress signals to the surrounding star systems. And so, the 4th Legion had answered the call. However, their previous requests for aid had not been rescinded. After assessing the situation on Greya 106, and for other political reasons, the ruling Magos of Greya had summoned the 14th Legion, the Death Guard, as additional reinforcements. To their surprise, the Death Guard, despite being preoccupied with fortifying their home world, had responded with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Perhaps they desired the mineral wealth of Greya 106? Whatever the case, the Death Lord himself was now en route with his fleet from Barbaros. And the main Death Guard armada from Galapar was mobilizing as well. This meant that Perturabo was about to receive reinforcements from another of his brothers. There are no reinforcements needed. The Lord of Iron's voice was like grinding steel, his cold, machine-like gaze boring into the tech priest. "Do you believe the 4th Legion requires aid? We have fought more wars of death than you have components in your body. And you think I need reinforcements? That I need a legion that has fought but a single war to assist me?" Slowly, Perturabo rose. His towering armor groaned and clanked, plates of unyielding metal shifting over his powerful frame. The flames of a forge's fury burned in his expression. Striding forward, anger fueling his every step, Perturabo reached the tech priest and gripped his shoulder. A shrill screech of twisting metal rang through the chamber as electric sparks crackled from the Mugos frame. "This is why I despise your kind." Perturabo had little patience for most of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Their obsession with technology was like parasitic filth, an attitude that made the Lord of Iron sick to his core. Though some Forge worlds and select tech priests earned his respect, his contempt for the Mechanicum as a whole remained unshaken. And now his voice rumbled like thunder over iron. "Begone. Once I have secured this world for you, leave." With a forceful shove, Perturabo cast the tech priest aside, sending him stumbling and sprawling across the floor. The Lord of Iron watched him for a moment, then lost interest. Turning away, he strode back to his throne of steel, his mind already returning to the calculations of war. The data stream from Greya 106 continued to flow, but Perturabo believed everything was already firmly within his grasp. The 4th Legion's heavy artillery and storm birds were being transported to Greya 106 in an orderly and precise manner. Perturabo was curious about his enemies, these Xenos with metal bodies. Perhaps they were the only good news he had encountered in a long time. But the bad news had already drowned him. He was here, leading his legion, in a meaningless sector, defending an insignificant Forge world, guarding an unimportant planet. And even these short-sighted tech priests dared to look down on him. How dare they call in another legion to reinforce him, a legion still wet behind the ears? The 14th Legion, after all, had yet to earn a single glorious victory. Meanwhile, across the galaxy, the Emperor led his favored legions in grand campaigns where multiple legions fought side by side. Yet he and the 4th were ignored once again. Perturabo stared silently at the strategic data screen before him. To the onlookers, he appeared to be analyzing the battlefield. But his mind was elsewhere. The Rangdan Zenocides was raging. The 1st, 2nd, and 6th Legions had all been deployed. The Lion's arrogant face seemed to echo in his mind. Among the Primarchs, discussions about the War Master had long since begun. And Perturabo knew he could have been War Master. His capabilities far exceeded those of his brothers. Unlike them, who clung to tradition and personal honor, Perturabo understood that only precision, calculation, and iron will were what the Imperium, what the Emperor, truly needed. Yet those vain, self-absorbed fools had stolen his rightful recognition with their dramatic displays. And so, he was neglected, isolated, abandoned in the filth-ridden trenches of war, while his brothers basked in the cheers of the Imperium's adoration. A raging fire burned in Perturabo's chest, its fury crackling like molten iron in a forge. A briefing shattered his train of thought. "My lord, the Primarch of the 14th Legion, Mordorion, requests an audience." Perturabo scoffed. Pitiful creature. He had never met this brother before, but news among the Primarchs always traveled fast. During a past conversation with Magnus, the Crimson King had mentioned Mordorion. And Perturabo did not mind Magnus. Magnus was among the few who recognized Perturabo's intellect. The Red Giant had spoken with mild regret, noting that he had heard their new brother despised Psykers. It's not his fault, Magnus had mused within his grand library. The world he came from likely did not allow him to grasp the wonders of the warp and the beauty of the psychic arts. I hope that one day, when I meet him, I can help Mordorion truly understand. Perturabo had sipped his tea and dismissed the thought. Whatever. He was not as charitable as Magnus. A brother from an agricultural world. It was highly unlikely that he would understand or appreciate him. Later rumors had only reinforced Perturabo's assumptions. The 14th Legion's first campaign had not been widely publicized. On the contrary, Ferrus, Manus, and Vulcan, who had been sent to evaluate it, had left without a word. Not that Perturabo considered those two capable of objective judgment. Ferrus was too rigid. Vulcan was too sentimental. But even so, Perturabo mentally crossed out this new brother. Now, the Death Guard's emblem flashed across his communications panel. Perturabo glanced at it. Fine. He would greet his brother and teach this farm world-bred pre-march the true art of war. +/+. Author's notes. Total failure of this volume structure. I've decided to merge everything into one volume instead. Though there's still a small loose end from the previous arc. As for Necrons, I've been digging through lore, but when it comes to their combat strength, especially their whole electronic insect fighting style, I might have to lean on creative interpretation. Look at how Krieg fights Necrons, or how Tau battles them. Right now, I'm using the Orc vs. Necron book as my main reference. Necrons are definitely the ultimate endgame faction, but their opponents in lore. If I try scaling their combat strength to 30 Kara battles, it feels a bit off. So, how should I compare Necron Doomsides to Imperial Stormbirds? What's the kill rate between Necron warriors and Astartes? Currently, it seems that a Necron Overlord is equivalent to a Space Marine Chapter Master, which would be around the level of a 30 Kara Legion Captain. Previously, Necrons versus the Imperium in 40K had a mix of mortal regiments, chapters, and a lot of Imperial Navy involvement. But if we scale the Imperial forces back to 30K, it doesn't seem like they'd need 4 or 5 full Space Marine legions just to fight them, right? There are still so many combat scaling issues. So, if anyone out there is familiar with Necron lore, please share your insights. This is just for fun, so don't take it too seriously. This was a jungle of steel and iron. Black, gray, and silver stretched out beneath their footsteps, glimmers of light sliding across the metal surfaces, cold, rigid, unyielding. The only disruption to this oppressive uniformity was the banners hanging from the corridor walls, steel warriors' insignias, their harsh blackened yellow stripes interwoven in a warning to all who entered. The faint clinking of sensors against armor whispered through the halls, yet the sound was drowned beneath the heavy footfalls of those who walked here. Servitors moved to open the massive doors. Mordorion did not hesitate. He strode forward, his death shroud following him in silent formation, their presence like shadows behind their pre-march. The chamber was vast, and everywhere the eye could see only steel. No ornate carvings, no needless embellishments. Everything was formed of harsh, cold lines, straight and precise. The walls were embedded with countless dark screens, filled with dense streams of cascading data, updating at relentless speed. At the very heart of the room, beneath a colossal banner, stood the Lord of Iron. Perturabo. Mordorion silently uttered the name, his gaze studying the figure before him. The Lord of Iron was encased in thick silver-gray armor, the metal seeming like an extension of his own being, its surface gleaming faintly under the sterile white light of the room. Numerous cables extended from his skull, plugging into his armor, fanning out chaotically. At first glance, this brother reminded Mordorion of Ferrus Manus. Both possessed that same metallic quality, both seemed logical and cold. But given his previous unpleasant encounters with Ferrus, Mordorion lowered his expectations accordingly. He had heard of Perturabo before. Malcador had once mentioned him, but that cunning psyker had offered little elaboration. He cares deeply about how the world perceives him. He cares deeply about himself. That was all Malcador had said. Mordorion felt that the statement was meaningless. Malcador always spoke in vague riddles, allowing people to interpret his words however they pleased, only for them to later convince themselves that the Sigillite had always been right. Arnuius. As for Perturabo and his legion, Mordorion had learned a few things from Hades. Hades, who had spent time on Mars, had once interacted with these warriors who likened themselves to steel. Mordorion recalled Hades' hesitant expression. From what I know, the Iron Warriors, they revere their father. But whenever they speak of him, their reverence is always laced with exhaustion and weariness. Mordorion blinked. A legion's sons should revere their pre-march. But weariness? Mordorion had never made his sons weary. They feared him. Or, at the very least, they respected him with dread. But they were never weary. The Death Guard was not a place that drained its warriors. And neither was he. At least, so he believed. Which could only mean that this brother of his did not care enough for his sons. A flicker of disapproval stirred in Mortarion's mind, but the emotion was swiftly discarded. He did not concern himself with the affairs of other legions. So long as they did not interfere with the Death Guard, Mordorion had no reason to lift his gaze from his own world. Greetings. Mortarion's hoarse voice cut through the air. He raised his hand first, a rare gesture of goodwill. All he wanted was to vent his frustration on some Xenos, to escape the endless piles of bureaucratic reports. Which legion he fought alongside mattered little. As long as it wasn't Ferrus Manus or Vulcan, Mordorion could tolerate minor and unintentional hostility. Perturabo watched as Mordorion entered. He had specifically chosen one of his preferred war rooms to host his brother, a chamber designed for maximum efficiency, capable of displaying an entire sector's worth of battlefield data at once. Every stream of information was meticulously arranged by his own algorithms, ensuring the most optimal presentation. Few of his other brothers shared his obsession with precision. Perturabo hoped Mordorion would appreciate it. But as he studied his brother, he quickly realized he couldn't see him clearly at all. Mordorion concealed everything about himself. The assumptions Perturabo had mentally formed dissolved upon seeing him up close. Unlike the other Primarchs, Mordorion was different. He was tall, towering in a way only Vulcan or Magnus could match. But it wasn't his height that caught Perturabo's attention. It was the way he obscured himself. A respirator mask hid his lower face. A deep hood cast heavy shadows over the rest. Countless sensors dangled from his armor, emitting acrid, choking fumes. The swirling white smoke only further blurred his already hidden features. Perturabo realized he couldn't even see Mortarion's expression. For a brief moment, Perturabo felt mild confusion. Then, a flicker of irritation surfaced. The stench of the toxins was unbearable. But before he could dwell on it, Mortarion's greeting interrupted his thoughts. Naturally, Perturabo extended his hand in response. Their hands met. A firm, short handshake, both seemed equally disinterested in formalities. Lord of the 4 Legion, Master of Olympia, Perturabo. Lord of the 14 Legion, Master of Barbarous, Mordorion. They let go immediately, the exchange brief and purely obligatory. The 14 Legion received a distress signal from Greya Forge World and came to respond. Mordorion spoke as his gaze drifted toward the strategic map. But it seems, you have already begun. His voice was soft, like a breeze drifting across farmland, completely devoid of emotion. Perturabo, however, was pleased with Mortarion's choice of words. Yes, Forge World. Not Iron Warriors. Perturabo acknowledged it with a hint of approval. Yes, the Iron Warriors have already begun this campaign. He made an effort to sound indifferent though, in truth, he was indifferent. Had it not been for Mortarion's request for a meeting, Perturabo wouldn't have bothered to remain here at all. He stepped aside, motioning for Mordorion to approach the strategy table. There, the battle for Greya 106 was meticulously reconstructed with tactical markers, a real-time miniature of the battlefield. The Iron Warriors' heavy artillery battalions had already advanced to mining sectors 02, providing overwhelming fire support for the frontline warriors engaged in sectors 03. Thunderhawks swooped in at low altitude, dodging enemy anti-air defenses, unleashing precision bombardments upon their heaviest war machines. On the main front, locked in combat against the Necron infantry, Predator tanks advanced in perfect sync with the Iron Warriors' infantry, weaving a relentless formation of destruction. With artillery fire roaring from the rear, the frontline advance moved with the fluidity of a round sliding into a chamber, seamless, unstoppable, inevitable. Perturabo regretted that the enemy had yet to deploy any high-value aerial units. Their airborne forces consisted only of scarab swarms, leaving the airspace on the three-dimensional battlefield map disappointingly empty. It also meant he had fewer opportunities to showcase his mastery over battlefield control. Perturabo stared at the strategy table, though his mind was elsewhere. The pungent, acrid fumes beside him irritated him, but he remained patient, standing there in silence. Look at this brilliant battle. A battlefield of fluid, multidimensional maneuvering, something a mere ground war specialist from an agricultural world could never replicate. Yet, Mordorion stood there like a withered tree, utterly unmoved. Unlike Perturabo, Mortarion's gaze remained fixed on the map. He regrettably realized that this war did not seem to require the Death Guard's involvement at all. As Mordorion stayed silent, Perturabo crossed his arms. Mordorion was still searching for an area where the Death Guard could contribute. Perturabo took a few steps along the strategy table. Mordorion remained deep in thought. Perturabo stopped. Mordorion still did not move. In the room, Hades, clad in his death shroud robes, felt his hair stand on end. This is bad. Very bad. Perturabo was not like Ferrus Manus or Vulcan. He would not tolerate a lower-ranking person meddling in his higher-level conversation. Hades had subtly insulted Perturabo multiple times beforehand, trying to lower Mortarion's expectations of him so that he would be mentally prepared. If you expect little, reality won't be too disappointing. But clearly, Mordorion had not been paying attention. He was too focused on finally escaping bureaucratic work. Meanwhile, the Trident officers, Perturabo's military advisors, were also uncomfortable. They had been at their Primarch's side long enough to sense the growing tension. For a moment, the only sounds in the room were Perturabo's footsteps and the hissing breaths from Mortarian's respirator mask. Everyone, except Mordorion, felt a crushing sense of pressure. Mordorion blinked. Perhaps the Death Guard could land behind mining sectors 03, forming a pincer attack with the Iron Warriors, tearing apart the enemy's front lines from both sides. The only condition was that the Iron Warriors needed to secure temporary air superiority, suppressing the enemy's rear-line firepower. Otherwise, Death Guard landings would become difficult. Mordorion quickly analyzed the Iron Warriors' forces and was pleased to find that they were more than capable of providing the necessary air cover. Of course, having another legion secure air superiority for him was not something Mordorion enjoyed. But he knew that if the Death Guard had arrived first, they would have easily achieved air superiority themselves, and in less time. His brother had wasted time fortifying trenches, a completely unnecessary effort. Can the Iron Warriors secure air superiority in this area? Mordorion pointed at a location on the strategy table. Perturabo paused, then immediately raised his voice, his tone sharpening. Mordorion was questioning his ability. A Primarch who had only led a single campaign was questioning him? Can you not see the Iron Warriors' achievements here? Air superiority is already in the bag. Or do you simply not understand what air superiority means? As Perturabo's voice escalated into a roar, Mordorion frowned. He did not understand why his brother was suddenly angry. He had even deliberately avoided directly suggesting that the Death Guard deploy, knowing that offering help was not widely accepted between legions. But as Perturabo finished his sentence, Mortarian's confusion instantly turned to rage. What do you mean by that? Mortarian's words hissed like a serpent's tongue as he tightened his grip on his scythe. Silence. Perhaps a three-dimensional battlefield is still a little too complex for you to grasp, Perturabo said coldly, staring at Mordorion with disdain. He shouldn't have expected someone from an agricultural world to understand his brilliance. Hearing Perturabo's mockery, Mordorion let out a dry chuckle, but to others, it sounded more like the cough of a leper. Mordorion didn't understand why Perturabo was suddenly attacking him, but he accepted it quickly. In fact, Mordorion had always assumed that everyone was capable of attacking him. It seems my wise brother is eager to flaunt his intricate knowledge, but forgive me, I do not comprehend your sophisticated vocabulary, Mordorion said. He deliberately thickened his barbarous accent, making his words coarser, faster, and cruder. But if your understanding of war is so profound, then why are you here? Why are you standing beside a brother who does not understand three-dimensional warfare instead of at his side? They both knew exactly who that he referred to. Mordorion hoped his attack struck deep. During his time with Malcador, he had frequently heard the Sigillite criticizing how the Primarchs placed too much importance on the Emperor's opinion. Mordorion didn't care what that fraud had to say. But he also knew his brothers were not the same. Perturabo roared in fury. What do you, a newly inducted son of the Imperium, even understand? The Emperor doesn't randomly choose the legions for his campaigns. The Iron Warriors are entrusted with far more difficult, far more glorious tasks than you could ever comprehend. Mordorion realized his attack had landed. Another child too obsessed with his father's approval. So he decided to press further, digging into the scraps of knowledge he had about the other Primarchs and their legions. Oh? Is that so? Then tell me, does it just so happen that Horus Lupercal's legion is always near the Emperor's forces? Every time. Before Mordorion could even finish speaking, Perturabo's expression hardened. He became as cold and unyielding as iron. Get out. His voice was flat and absolute. Peasant. Mordorion froze for a moment. He glanced at his scythe. Watching this unfold, Hades was on the verge of losing his mind. He desperately wished for something, anything, to put an end to this absurd confrontation. Could he say something? The alarm sounded. On the holographic map, from the far side of Graia 106, a fleet of ships flashed into existence, glowing with eerie green light. Scythe-shaped, black vessels were heading straight for the Iron Warriors' fleet, which was docked near asteroid belt 106. On the planet's surface, the two networks had detected the combined presence of the Iron Warriors and the Death Guard. In response, they began awakening even more Necron forces. Perturabo cast a glance at the enemy fleet. The number of ships was far smaller than the Iron Warriors' forces. They were insignificant. Mortarian. Seizing the brief moment of silence, Hades quickly opened a private communication channel. Pull back. Have the Death Guard ships retreat behind the Iron Warriors fleet. Let the Iron Warriors take the brunt of the firepower first. It seemed Perturabo had yet to realize the true danger of the Necron fleet. The sudden alarm, combined with Hades' urgent tone, cut through Mortarian's anger. He fell silent for a moment. The Death Guard's fleet had only recently been replenished. They had already suffered losses at Gallifar. Mortarion wasn't eager to lose more ships. Especially not here. Not in front of Perturabo. Withdraw. Mortarion cast one last look at Perturabo, then turned and walked away. There was nothing more to discuss. A faint, pale yellow glow filtered through the glass, casting a dim light onto the floor of the fourth horseman. Hades stared at a section of the window, his scalp tingling with unease. Beyond the glass, tiny as grains of rice, the Necron ships were closing in on the Iron Warriors' fleet. At most, they were a little over one standard Terran hour away from entering firing range. He swallowed slowly. After their tense and unpleasant exchange, Mortarion and his Death Shroud had immediately returned to the Death Guard fleet. At the same time, Mortarion had commanded his dark green ships to hide within a field of debris near one of Graia 106's moons. Since Gallispar's main fleet had yet to return, the Death Guard's current forces were not at full strength. Moreover, the Imperial-supplied vessels had not yet fully integrated with the remnants of the original Death Guard fleet. This meant that, at this stage, the Death Guard could not serve as the main frontline force in a space battle. Thus, they had no choice but to retreat and avoid combat for now. Of course, Hades had his own reasons for supporting this decision. The Death Guard had already suffered heavy losses at Gallipar. In this battle, they couldn't afford to take too many more. Hades kept his gaze locked on the small group of Necron ships. Their vessels were compact, shaped like scythes. Based on his prior encounters with Necrons, Hades hesitantly identified them as Jackal-class and Dirge-class raiders. Against them stood a fully operational Iron Warriors fleet. Hades pondered this for a moment. These smaller ships, they felt more like a probing force, testing the Imperial fleet's strength. But even Necron raiders would be a serious problem for the Iron Warriors. Necron ships possessed inertialess drives, allowing them to accelerate to absurd speeds in an instant. For most organic beings, such acceleration would result in catastrophic disintegration, their bodies violently tearing apart under the sheer force. But Necrons had no flesh to worry about, only unrelenting, merciless efficiency. And their technological superiority meant that current Imperial naval weaponry was frustratingly ineffective against Necron fleets. That being said, the Necron ships before the Iron Warriors weren't moving particularly fast. They were advancing deliberately, exploiting the Imperium's arrogance and ignorance of their capabilities. Hades focused intently on the approaching ships. Then, suddenly, a realization struck him. The Iron Warriors' fleet formation was highly concentrated. At its absolute center was the Iron Warriors' flagship, the Iron Blood. Nestled among her offspring, the Iron Blood drifted in quiet vigilance. Its plasma shield shimmered faintly, a soft glow rippling across its colossal hull. But on the far side of the fleet, away from Graia 106, the Iron Warriors' defenses were visibly weaker. That was not good. He had to find a way to warn them. But Hades knew that even if he did, it probably wouldn't make a difference. From their brief interaction earlier, it was clear that Perturabo was already furious with Mortarion. He wasn't going to listen to the advice of a Death Guard commander. Still, he had to try. Hades first sent a request to the signal transmission station aboard the Fourth Horseman, asking for a private communication channel with the Iron Warriors. Normally, this kind of request would require pre-march approval. But at that moment, Mortarion was busy addressing his legion. For now, he had temporarily handed command of the fleet to Hades. Since they were hiding within the moon's debris field, it seemed highly unlikely that the Death Guard would be engaged in any direct battle. So, unwilling to watch the Iron Warriors' fleet swatting at a few flies in space, Mortarion promptly decided to pursue more meaningful matters instead. Mortarion considered watching the Iron Warriors waste their time fighting a handful of small ships to be a pointless endeavor, though he never actually said it aloud. Still irritated by Perturabo's behavior, he knew he needed something to distract himself, something to push his infuriating brother's image out of his mind. And what better way to calm himself than to spend time with his own sons? After all, a true leader knew how to delegate authority. Mordorion did not consider himself a tyrant, of course. He had to provide his subordinates with opportunities to gain experience. And so, Hades found himself standing here, in the command chamber of the Fourth Horseman. He wanted to say something sarcastic about it, but at this point, he just felt numb. Now he understood how Kala Typhon had managed to run the Death Guard into the ground back in the day. Forget it. Whatever. A distinctive electrical hum signaled that Hades' transmission request had gone through, instantly. He had requested a direct communication line with one of the Iron Warriors' Trident, Dantiok. Back when he was aboard the Iron Blood, Hades had secured Dantiaka's private communication frequency. At the time, it might have looked like they were just standing against the wall for punishment, but in reality, Hades had sent communication requests to the Trident members. Most of them rejected his request, but at least one of them accepted. The channel connected. Silence. Hades quickly spoke first. "Hello, I am Deathshroud Hades, also the Tech Marine of the Death Guard. I am currently responsible for enemy observation and response on behalf of the Death Guard." He paused for a moment. "Speaking in my personal capacity. The enemy's ship engines are highly unusual. They appear to be designed for short-range acceleration." Hades hesitated. Would the Iron Warriors accept it if he directly pointed out their fleet's weaknesses? Still silence. Hades' mind raced. He needed to salvage this. He quickly added, "I would like to share intelligence on the enemy with the Iron Warriors. I believe your observations and understanding of the battlefield far exceed what the Death Guard has gathered. There is much we can learn from you." Still no response. Shit. Did he dial the wrong number? Then a deep, measured voice broke the silence, like metal gears slowly grinding into place. "Understood. Thank you for your insights, Deathshroud Hades. In my personal capacity as Dantiok, I will share Iron Warrior's intelligence with you in return." Within the Iron Jungle, behind his helmet, Dantiaka's gaze remained fixed on the figure before him. Perturabo stood in silence, staring at the strategic map on the war table. There, within the atmosphere of Graia 106, enemy forces had begun to deploy a small number of aircraft. Any incoming transmission requests from another fleet would, of course, require the Primarch's approval. Even direct messages to private channels would be intercepted by Perturabo. After all, he prided himself on maintaining precise control over every battlefield. Dantiok realized that his Primarch had overheard the conversation. Yet, Perturabo showed no reaction. Dantiok remained silent. He knew Perturabo would not appreciate the Trident members speaking at this moment. Perturabo stared in silence at the approaching Necron ships. Sleek hulls, compact engines protruding from their undersides. Faster. Countless pieces of data converged in Perturabo's mind. Then, it struck him. In previous intelligence reports, these silent, rusted, machine-like Xenos were noted for their extraordinary ability to withstand extreme acceleration. No matter how fast they were, their numbers were still too few. It's just a mere handful of ships, nothing more than eggs smashing against a rock. Perturabo began his calculations. If the Iron Warriors' first wave of torpedoes landed at least 30% of their hits, they would eliminate the enemy ships before they even entered effective range. Did the Death Guard seriously believe they could teach him how to conduct warfare? Was his brother watching him from the shadows, just waiting for him to falter? Watching him weakly disperse his fleet out of fear? Perturabo remained motionless. The order to attack was given. A squadron of Iron Warriors cruisers broke formation and rushed toward the Necron vessels. Meanwhile, an early assault? That works too, Hades thought. This would test the enemy's speed while breaking their formation. The cruisers would likely be lost, but their sacrifice would give the rest of the Iron Warriors fleet time to adjust their positioning and response. At least they understood what I was trying to say. Hades felt relieved. Though, he did wonder, how had Dantiok managed to convince Perturabo? He considered it for a moment, but quickly dismissed the thought. That was Iron Warrior's business. Why should he, a Death Guard, care? The vast and deep void stretched out endlessly, bathed in the pale yellow glow reflected from Graia 106. Closer. Even closer. The Necron scythe-shaped ships continued along their preordained trajectory, neither slowing nor accelerating, gliding smoothly toward the Iron Warrior's main fleet. Their steady pace was like a ticking time bomb beside Perturabo, its countdown unwavering. Meanwhile, the Iron Warriors' cruisers surged forward, their plasma engines pushed to maximum, trailing brilliant blue flames in their wake. Soon, the Necron vessels entered the attack range of the Iron Warriors' cruisers. But no shots were fired. Instead, the Iron Warriors adjusted their formation, shifting subtly into a faintly encircling stance. Yet, the Necron ships did not retreat. Had they been given an absolute order to advance? According to previous battlefield assessments, these Xenos, appearing almost robotic, truly seemed like mindless machines in combat. They never retreated, never tired, never ceased their advance. And those who commanded them wielded absolute authority. Once an order was given, no subordinate disobeyed, even if it meant charging directly into the next wave of the Iron Warriors' firepower. A shadow flickered deep in Perturabo's eyes. These aliens, their unyielding nature. Perturabo sharply cut off his own thoughts. It's dangerous thinking. He stood motionless on the deck of the Iron Blood, the data cables at his temple continuously feeding real-time reports from the leading cruisers, allowing him to issue commands with precision. Meanwhile, on the surface of Graia 106, Necron aircraft had been spotted near mining sectors 03. In response, Perturabo had ordered artillery support, followed by the deployment of storm birds and other aerial strike forces. Nothing to be concerned about. Let that provincial brute witness true warfare, the art of battle, instead of mindlessly piling soldiers onto the battlefield. Open fire. The command was issued, relayed with flawless precision to the Vanguard cruiser squadron. In an instant, a web of torpedoes was launched, ensnaring the Necron fleet in an inescapable net of fire, their brilliant contrails painting the void. It's over. Or perhaps, the Necron ship's defenses would at least prove impressive enough to catch his attention. Satisfied, Perturabo shifted his focus back to the surface battle, where storm bird losses were unexpectedly high. White tungsten requesting emergency communication. Red copper requesting emergency communication. Cinnabar requesting emergency communication. In a split second, dozens of emergency transmissions flooded in from the Vanguard cruisers. Perturabo immediately refocused on the data streams from the cruisers. Yet, after the desperate calls, silence. Dead silence. All around him, the officers and adepts on the bridge fell into a stunned, horrified hush. A terrible thought flickered through Perturabo's mind like a bolt round's muzzle flash. For 0.1 milliseconds, he forced himself into absolute calm. He was without emotion, his heart and body forged of steel. He accessed the main fleet's data stream. Due to Perturabo's deep trust in sensors and his disdain for human observation, the Iron Blood had no viewport windows for direct battlefield observation. Rango S. Which meant the Primarch could not see the battle with his own eyes. The signal from the avian servitor made Perturabo's expression change. On the star map where the two fleets clashed, the screen was flooded with red warning symbols and gray failure indicators. Not a single blue signal remained. Then, the real-time feed arrived. The Necron fleet still followed its dead-straight course, unwavering, unshaken, but now, their speed had surged to a level that would strike fear into any human mind. Shattered steel drifted through the void, mingling with vivid bursts of crimson and cobalt, yet this was not the familiar sight of torpedo detonations. Instead, the void was littered with countless cruiser fragments, echoing the dying screams of machines as they succumbed to catastrophic self-destruction. At the forefront of the formation, the Cinnabar, an Iron Warriors cruiser, had been torn apart by the Necron fleet's charge. And now, the Necron fleet was hurtling straight toward the Iron Blood and its battle group. Scatter. Scatter. Sigma formation. Gone was Perturabo's anger at the thought of embarrassing himself before the Death Guard. At this moment, with his intimate understanding of fleet dynamics, he finally realized what they were truly facing. And for the first time in centuries, a creeping sense of disbelief, no, fear, began to climb up his spine. Plus. Hades stood frozen at the viewport, his gaze locked onto the left front quadrant of the battlefield. Explosions bloomed continuously. Torpedoes ignited, lances fired, their piercing beams the only light cutting through the endless black of space. Yet, amidst those dazzling, blinding bursts of destruction, the Necron's eerie green glow surged forth like a storm of motorcycles at full throttle, slipping effortlessly beyond the Iron Warrior's kill zone. Too fast. Far, far too fast. The Necron fleet had shattered the limits of Hades' understanding. Despite maintaining a considerable distance from the primary engagement zone, the scythe-like Necron ships still blitzed across his field of view in seconds. From one end of the observation window to the other, they sliced through space at speeds unimaginable, and with them, the Iron Warrior's cruisers were being reduced to nothing but drifting wreckage. The once dense formation of the Iron Warrior's fleet had immediately broken apart like a startled flock of birds. But Hades remained silent. The moment the battle began, he had already sent word to Mordorion, requesting that he come witness the confrontation. Though, knowing the Death Lord, he would likely ignore the message, too preoccupied with training his Death Guard. So, to ensure Mordorion saw the truth, Hades recorded the moment the Necrons tore through the Iron Warrior's cruisers and forwarded it. Beyond that, he had already ordered the Death Guard fleet into a loose formation, prepared to engage or retreat at a moment's notice. But truthfully, after witnessing what the Necron fleet was capable of, Hades was no longer certain if even the Death Guard's barbarous fleet could handle this threat. Unconsciously, his lips pressed into a thin line. His cybernetic left eye flashed red, its camera capturing everything, processing battle trajectories, and feeding them directly into his left brain for real-time analysis. The Necron ships had scattered the Iron Warrior's fleet like cold water dropped into hot oil, sending their formation into chaotic disarray. Yet, Hades soon noticed something unusual. The Iron Warriors weren't breaking apart without reason. On the contrary, they were reforming. What appeared chaotic at first glance was, in fact, a calculated maneuver to minimize losses. Like a school of sardines in the ocean, dense, massive, but when sharks charge in, the school instantly scatters, hiding each individual fish within the massive movement. From Hades' understanding of both the Imperium and computational warfare, such nonlinear movement might be solvable by brute force calculations in a 2D plane. But in three-dimensional space, with an entire legion's fleet involved, the sheer computational complexity would explode geometrically. And yet, Perturabo calculated it all, in his head. Hades clenched his jaw, a sharp inhalation hissing through his teeth. The Iron Warrior's fleet never stopped moving. They constantly shifted formations, adapting mid-battle. And once it became clear that torpedoes were nearly useless against the Necron ships, Perturabo changed tactics. Now, he was coordinating the fleet to fire at the absolute maximum range of their lances, hoping to bring the Necrons down before they could close the gap. At the same time, Perturabo began predicting the enemy fleet's trajectories, preemptively positioning smaller ships at maximum firepower along their likely paths of advance. Under the covering fire and formation protection of the main fleet, these reinforced forward ships charged directly at the weaker sections of the Necron vessels. The Necrons had plunged deeper into the encirclement. Here, larger battleships had already begun unleashing their full firepower. The battlefield blurred into a chaotic maelstrom of light and fire, an overwhelming spectacle that Hades' organic right eye could no longer keep up with. Most of the ships bore the Iron Warrior's deep gray colors, but amidst the constant formation shifts and the reflections of fire and explosion on their metallic hulls, the scene took on an illusory, dreamlike quality. And then, within this haze of light and destruction, a single emerald glow winked out. Inside the Death Guard command chamber, it was as if even breathing had stopped. The hurried clatter of boots echoed down the corridors, far too loud, yet no one paid attention anymore. Through the open doors, Mordorion stepped forward, his gaze immediately drawn to the observation window ahead. The pre-march froze. Unlike the mortals who could not comprehend the battle, unlike Hades, who required his cybernetic brain to keep up, Mordorion saw Perturabo's command at a glance. This, silhouetted against the light, Hades stared in disbelief at the still flaring lance beams and fire bursts. But even the death of a single star could not dim the brilliance of an entire constellation. The Necron fleet was about to bring the Iron Blood, as well as the Iron Warrior's other ship, within their firing range. On the Necron ships, their Gauss weapons began to glow even brighter, the barrels aligning their aim, ready to unleash blasts containing the shattered remains of dead stars. The Iron Warrior's ships grew ever more frenzied, and another few green lights flickered out. The Iron Blood, dragging along its majestic frame, gathered up her skirts and began retreating, her shields shimmering like gemstones adorning her gown. But within the intricate folds of that billowing dress, an arsenal of death lay watching. Their gaze locked onto the Necron fleet, insignificant ants before her towering presence. Just as the two sides were about to plus. Necron Dirge-class Raider 0879. Aboard the Necron vessel, the Silent Warriors continued their work without pause. As low-tier constructs, the Necron soldiers aboard this raiding ship possessed no independent consciousness. When the Tomb World's intelligence detected that the fleet above Graia 106 belonged to the same enemy force attacking their ground troops, and when the size and strength of the fleet met the minimum extermination criteria required by protocol, which, in truth, was the Iron Warrior's main force, supplemented by a portion of the Death Guard fleet, the Necron ships were dispatched to purge the void of these intruders. The Necron nobles slumbered deep below. Their rest was not to be disturbed. These meddlesome Xenos had to be expelled. No one was permitted to interrupt the Necron's eternal slumber. Forcibly awakening the nobles prematurely could lead to unforeseeable damage to their higher consciousness, and their already time-worn minds could no longer withstand such strain. Now, with their primary target within range, the programmed Necron warriors initiated their pre-attack protocol, conducting a comprehensive data scan on the enemy flagship. #UN% and **** and %UN. A familiar yet terrifyingly distorted signal pulsed through the Necron network. Not long ago, this very ship had contained trace amounts of tan shard energy. An alpha-level alert erupted across the Necron Dirge-class Raider. These frantic, flickering data bursts shot directly into the Tomb World's core intelligence on Graia 106. The information was far beyond normal parameters, and combined with the existing wear and tear on the Tomb World's consciousness, it created a brief but catastrophic cognitive lapse. Protocol error. Warning. Stutter. 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 +/+. Mining Sector's 03 Combat Zone. The Iron Warriors, locked in battle, stared in disbelief. The once relentless tide of Necron warriors suddenly froze in place. For the first time, the Fallen did not resurrect. Above, in the sky, the Necron aircraft, which had once moved like phantoms through undefended airspace, began plummeting. On the ground, the Necron raiding ships, moments away from breaching the Iron Warrior's central stronghold, came to a dead halt. And Perturabo seized the opportunity. In the span of mere moments, the Iron Warrior's forces shredded the immobilized Necron ships into fragments. The one responsible for all of this, however, simply stared blankly out the observation window. The victory was undeniable yet. Even as Hades' cybernetic left brain ran countless simulations, none of them predicted this outcome. The Necron ships had simply stopped. What the hell just happened? Deep within the depths of Tomb Graia 106, it opened its eyes. For the first time, the Necrons intercepted a signal from Hades. Beyond, its gaze turned toward him with interest. Inside the Iron Blood, a deathly silence filled the air. The rhythmic ticking of instruments continued, but the usual murmurs and conversations had faded into nothing but quiet breathing. The data was ugly. Perturabo sat in absolute stillness, like a dormant volcano, his expression an unmoving mask, as if covered by layers of cooled, dark gray rock. But everyone knew that beneath that thick crust, magma was churning, ready to erupt at any moment. Under Perturabo's command, the Iron Warriors had significantly reduced their fleet losses. Apart from the initial departure of the cruiser fleet, the ships lost afterward were mostly older, lower-class vessels. Yet, that still did not change the fact that he had failed. With his Primarch's keen insight, Perturabo understood that in all his countless calculations, if the enemy fleet had not hesitated for just that brief moment at the end, then the Iron Blood's ammunition would not be able to rain down upon them in the final instant. The Primarch was confident that the ship's firepower could have torn those ships apart. But what if? Realizing that his thoughts were drifting dangerously close to the edge of that whirlpool, Perturabo felt his breathing grow heavier. He forced himself to control it. He couldn't afford to lose his composure, because if he did, others would be more than happy to witness his failure. So he could not let it show. A sudden communication request shattered the silence, pounding at his temples. A transmission from the Death Guard, appearing without warning. Of course! Perturabo let out a silent, bitter laugh in his heart. His brothers were always like this, climbing over each other's failures, stepping on the fallen to rise higher. They pretended to be amicable on the surface, yet ridiculed each other in the shadows. And this particular brother, hailing from an agricultural world, lacked even the most basic courtesy. Perturabo could already imagine Mortarian's thick, rural accent dripping with mockery. The mere thought of what was to come filled Perturabo with a storm of anger and humiliation, crashing through his soul like violent waves. He cursed under his breath. He wanted to smash something, tear something apart, to rip that detestable face from the other side of the screen, crush it, erase it from existence. Just as he had shattered that statue before. A pathetic attempt at craftsmanship. At the very last moment before the Death Guard's communication request expired, Perturabo finally accepted the call. The static of the transmission crackled through the room, followed by the flickering instability of a hollow projection. Perturabo loathed these electrical noises. They represented instability, uncertainty, change, fragility. Fragility. However, Mortarian's loathsome figure was not at the center of the projection. His foul, toxic fumes hovered lazily at the edges of the image instead. Standing in the middle of the transmission was a death-shroud Terminator. Unlike the others, one of his shoulder plates bore the insignia of the Adeptus Mechanicus, a silent declaration of his status as a tech marine. Perturabo frowned. He recognized this warrior. One of the Death Guard Mortarion had brought aboard the Iron Blood earlier. Outside of the Iron Hands and Iron Warriors, Astartes who followed the cult Mechanicus rarely held significant positions within their legions. In the Iron Hands, Ferrus Manus allowed his warriors to worship the machine god, fostering strong ties between his legion and the tech priests of Mars. A withering above New Omicron. Perturabo despised the tech priests of the Mechanicum, those hunchbacked, self-modified sages who hid behind their augmentations. Under his guidance, the Iron Warriors had always strived to develop their own technological capabilities, ensuring that the Legion would never be shackled by those petty manipulators. Of course, outwardly, he still maintained alliances with many within the Mechanicum. But rather than the orthodox tech priests, it was the outliers among them who more often earned Perturbo's interest. After giving a brief Aquila salute, the tech marine in the hollow projection spoke. "Greetings, Primarch of the Iron Warriors. I am Hades, first of the Death Shroud." The moment Hades spoke, Perturabo recognized his voice. It was the same one that had been in private communication with Dantioch earlier. Perturbo's eyes narrowed. Those familiar with the Primarch knew this was a dangerous signal. On the other end of the transmission, Hades stood stiffly, as if walking on a razor's edge. He forced his voice to remain as calm and mechanical as possible, like a machine, or, perhaps, like a Necron. After the recent Necron fleet attack, when the enemy did not immediately launch a second assault, Hades seized the brief window of opportunity to contact the Iron Warriors to discuss their next steps. Mortarion had offered no resistance to this. In fact, he was more than happy to let Hades handle it because he had no interest in seeing Perturabo, nor in speaking to him. After witnessing the precise formations of Perturbo's fleet, Hades got the impression that Mortarion seemed deflated. He wasn't entirely sure. After all, trying to read the expressions of a Primarch who hid his face like a recluse was almost impossible. Instead, Hades had to judge by Mortarion's actions. Since Mortarion hadn't immediately mocked or praised Perturabo, Hades assumed that the Death Guard Primarch was in a neutral mood. Still, it was best to avoid any further direct conversation between the two Primarchs. Hades was quite certain that during their last meeting, Mortarion had seriously considered whether or not to take a swing at Perturabo with his scythe. The Necron's movements remained unclear. The Death Guard forces stationed on the satellite of Graia 106 lacked the capability to scout the main planet's situation, leaving the overall command of the war firmly in the hands of the Iron Warriors. What Hades didn't know was that after the brief pause, no new Necron soldiers had emerged from Graia 106. The ones that had been standing on the battlefield were quickly eliminated by the Iron Warriors, who had recovered from the initial shock. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell into eerie silence. Aside from the occasional execution shot from the Iron Warriors and the metallic scrape of boots against Necron corpses, there was no other sound. Following the naval battle, Perturabo did not order an immediate advance. Instead, he focused on fortifications, deploying mid to high-altitude defenses and, of course, more trenches. Scout teams were dispatched to gather intelligence in the short window of calm. This occupied a portion of Perturabo's mental calculations. The rest of his focus, however, remained on the ongoing communication with the Death Guard. He stared at Hades on the other side of the projection, refusing to speak. Was this an insult? Mordorion had sent his subordinate to negotiate with him. It was an obvious slight. Of course, in certain cases, Primarchs did entrust negotiations to their most trusted sons. Yet Perturabo still suspected Mortarion's slow, festering malice, a sluggish, creeping resentment, like the stinking bubbles rising from a toxic swamp. And that disgusted him. Perturabo refused to speak first. He would not give the other side the satisfaction of insulting him. He loathed that they weren't present in person otherwise. He could have marched up to this bold Death Guard warrior, loomed over him menacingly, and listened as he spewed his self-important rhetoric. "I have been entrusted by Lord Mordorion to handle communications with your legion," Hades stated evenly. There was no detectable fluctuation in his voice. "The situation is urgent, so I will dispense with pleasantries." Of course, some flattery was still necessary. Hades understood that. The Iron Warriors' recent naval battle was truly admirable. Such intricate yet grand-scale command is nothing short of breathtaking. It is difficult to imagine such meticulous execution in an engagement of this scale. I believe most mortals would fail to grasp the brilliance of this maneuver. Perturabo folded his arms, staring at him. This was just another compliment from an ordinary Astartes. As a pre-march, he had heard far too many of these. It was nothing more than what he deserved. It was unnecessary. And as the supreme commander of this campaign, Hades continued, "You must have a far greater understanding of the enemy than the Death Guard. Thus, we hope to exchange information with the Iron Warriors and discuss our strategy moving forward." Hades could tell that Mordorion was less than pleased at that statement. But, in all fairness, setting aside the fact that Hades knew certain things in advance, the Death Guard truly lacked sufficient knowledge about these alien constructs. It was the truth. A neutral, factual statement. There was no mockery or malice in it, so Mordorion did not argue. Perturabo remained silent, arms still crossed. He shifted his thoughts away from the conversation, instead focusing on the trench network being built on Graia 106. Through his command interface, he watched his warriors marching across the dust-choked mining fields, their armor dulled by the swirling yellow sands. Then his gaze returned to the Death Guard's hollow projection. White and green armor like fragile, easily crushed plants. For the next operation, Perturabo stated coldly, "The Death Guard will follow my orders." With that, he abruptly cut the transmission. On the other end, Perturabo's holoimage flickered and vanished with a sharp crackle of static. Hades was fairly certain that Mordorion had just cursed in Barbarousian. And he was also fairly certain that Mordorion was now seriously reconsidering whether or not he should have swung his scythe at Perturabo the last time they met. For that matter, Hades himself wanted to swear. In reality, considering the Death Guard's limited participation in past campaigns due to their late arrival in the Great Crusade, and the fact that their main fleet was still in transit, they were always likely to take on a supporting role in this battle. But hearing Perturabo say it outright was infuriating. Yet, barely a second later, the Death Guard received a data stream from the Iron Warriors. A vast trove of detailed and neatly organized information. A complete breakdown of Necron intelligence. Lines of high Gothic and numerical calculations flooded the Death Guard screens, forming a coherent picture of this alien race. And not just that, maps of Graia 106, trench schematics, and structural blueprints were included as well. Hades blinked in surprise. This all but confirmed that the Death Guard would be engaging in ground combat. Their fleet was in no shape to fight the Necrons in space, but on land? There, the Death Guard held formidable strength. And the data stream from the Iron Warriors had not yet stopped. One specific red marker appeared on the far rear of the Greya 106 mining complex, a point manually flagged by Perturabo himself. Hades checked the identifier. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's Morarg and the others. A small detachment of Death Guard recruits had been stationed far behind the front lines, placed alongside the Greya Forge World's tech priests. Hades had completely forgotten about them. And judging by the awkward throat-clearing sound Mordorion just made, Hades was willing to bet he had forgotten, too. In a way, that realization took some of the sting out of their anger. Nas knelt in silence upon the steps of the pyramid. Jossaras was bowing his head, staring down at his regent. The body of the Necron King was taller than that of a typical Necron, made of flawless living metal that gleamed without blemish. The markings of the Necrons ran along his body, signifying his noble status. But Nas knew that it was all over. The long passage of time abruptly ended slumber. Together, they left Nas without hope. And yet, he remained loyally kneeling there. Regent. Jossaras' voice slowly drifted through the Blackstone crypt, a dark, arid place devoid of life. To Nas, that was a good sign. It meant the king's sanity might still remain. Jossaras blinked slowly. He was sitting in the observation seats above the military training grounds. Slaves poured him fine wine as he watched his younger brother, Oltix. He's still too timid. He's too concerned with life, all forms of life. Such concerns made his brother seem brutish, lacking in decorum. The Necronter were meant only to bring death. Their fleeting lives had meaning only in embracing that end. Jossaras would need to teach his brother a lesson. He watched the warriors training on the grounds. These elites would form the backbone of the Necron army. Stop, Jossaras said, the light of the star making his head spin a little. Nas looked up in confusion, his gaze settling on the king who stood at the top of the crypt. Form a line in descending order based on the number of victories in duels you've had. Nas took a moment to interpret the king's command, then passed the order to the royal guard behind him, instructing them to arrange themselves as directed. The king descended the steps unhurriedly. Jossaras calmly made his way to the front of the warrior line. He could see the stunned expression in his brother's eyes. His brother still lacked proper decorum. They were royalty, anything they did to those beneath them was their right. Oltix needed to realize this quickly if he was to become a proper heir to the throne. No, they have already been exiled. Oltix looked on in shock. Nas followed silently behind the king. He knew all too well what the king was about to do. Nas had survived countless such purges. Countless of his peers had died, but Nas lived, and so he rose from slave to regent, second only to the king. Jossaras solemnly nodded, and then, every other soldier in the line, he raised his weapon to their heads and pulled the trigger. The fallen Necrons would not rise again. But the fallen Necron warriors would soon be reawakened under the resurrection protocols. The Royal Guard enjoyed a higher level of revival rights than regular Necron troops. Arengoi, I need you to understand two things, Jossaras declared with solemnity. First, the Necronter do not fear death. Death is merely an inevitable truth. Every Necron would die. That was a curse buried deep within their very genes. Second, though you and I may be the second heirs of Unas, in the face of death, we are no different than these warriors. Jossaras deeply hoped his brother would become the ruler of their dynasty. After Unas's death, they would lead a vast Necron empire. It turned its head, intending to look its brother straight in the eyes, to seriously convey its intentions, even as the blood from the fallen Necron warriors began to seep toward its shoes. Its brother stared back with hollow eyes. We can't die anymore, brother. There is no death. The blood vanished. Jossaras turned his head in confusion and saw his regent, Nas. Why am I here? Why am I awake? Nas lowered his head, bowing deeply. Unas exiled you. Just now, your crypt sentries detected a suspected tan shard presence. The system awakened you ahead of schedule because of it. Unas. He could no longer die, so naturally, he no longer needed an heir. Jossaras had been exiled, and after his brother at that. He had once convinced himself that his brother had been exiled for being unworthy. But when he was cast down from the upper levels of the pyramid, he wasn't even accompanied by guards of equal rank as his brother had been. Unas feared him. The very slaves he had slaughtered had handed Unas enough blades to bring him down. Jossaras knew he would return. The throne belonged to him and his brother, not to Unas. That ancient wretch. He needed to build his strength and not alert Unas prematurely. The cunning and cruel ruler would never allow him to raise his own army. Unas would be watching them constantly. But this early awakening, it gave him an opportunity. Josara stared at Naz's bowed head, deep in thought. The Tan Shard. Give me the information on those who disturb my peace. Josara's commanded. Naz complied. The radiation source marked as the Tan Shard was quite vague. Josara's felt a growing dissatisfaction. It might very well have been a false identification. His brother smiled at him, as if hoping Josara's would lead them both into ruling a dynasty. He could not be careless. Prepare the ship. I'm going to see for myself. Naz's circuits trembled. His duty was to protect the king, and clearly, in the king's current state, it was inappropriate for him to go personally. Although nobles often preferred to lead from the front lines, standing at the vanguard and guiding their armies forward. Right now, Naz simply couldn't allow the king to do that. My king, please allow me to go in your stead. Naz bowed even lower, nearly kissing the ground. Those wretched flesh beings are not worth your concern. At those words, Josara's impatiently waved a hand. Though he had slain many Necron slaves, unlike his brother, he felt no emotion toward it. So he didn't execute Naz on the spot. Then you go, Josara said arrogantly. But do not alert them, don't let Unas notice. I want everything about that signal, that fleet, I want it intact. If it truly is a Tan Shard, do not startle it. They are cunning. Pretend to be another species. If it's not, I still want all the information. If it was possible to forge the appearance of a Tan signal, it could be a key tactic in a future war against Unas. Naz looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. He gave the king a complicated look, turned, and left to prepare his fleet. Tien. For reverence, his brother, Oltix, is the twice-dead king. He is a Necron lord originally of the Isekai'd dynasty. His dad is Farron Unas, the mad Farron of the Necron's Isekai'd dynasty, ruling from the crown world of Anticafe. Subtle tension filled the atmosphere in the strategy room. Although he was technically under Perturabo's command, Mordorion didn't feel nearly as bitter about it as he had imagined. Because right now, he was standing here at the strategic command table, and Perturabo was instructing the Death Guard to make landfall at a specific location in Mining Sector 03, to coordinate with the Iron Warriors and the Grey Escatarii for a targeted strike on a surface structure held by the Necrons. This was exactly the area Mordorion had pointed out earlier. Mordorion stared fixedly at Perturabo, waiting for the next line. The Iron Warriors will provide air superiority for the Death Guard in this sector. Yes, that was it. Mortarion's heavy breathing hissed from beneath his gas mask, and Hades was certain. The big guy was laughing. Big brother, for the love of anything that is holy, don't laugh out loud right now. Please. Hades had worked hard to get these two back into the same strategy room. He didn't want the personalities of these two primarchs to lead to a breakdown in communication between their legions, which could result in unnecessary casualties. To Hades' relief, compared to Mordorion, Perturabo was like he'd had an iron mask seared onto his face, expressionless, unbothered by Mortarion's reaction, and simply continuing with his briefing, or rather, issuing orders. For some reason, the enemy forces in this sector were significantly smaller than before. While Necron reinforcements continued to stream up from Mining Sector 03, the stiff, mechanical soldiers seemed solely focused on halting the Imperium's advance into the sector. But compared to the enemy on the ground, the real threat came from space. It was a noose tightening around their fleet's throat at every moment. The Iron Warriors' fleet had already assumed a scattered, defensive formation, ready at any moment to engage at maximum thrust and maneuvering power. Perturabo needed to focus more resources and attention on countering the spaceborne threats, so he assigned the task of ground clearing a portion of the Necron forces to the Death Guard. Mordorion, for his part, had arrived with relatively few ships, so there was little point involving him in any naval conflict. Vast quantities of data streamed through Perturabo's neural implants. Based on intel gathered by the Iron Warriors, it appeared likely that Necron fleets might reappear in Sector 53. Analysis of the wreckage from Necron ships had also been completed, and Perturabo was shocked to find that nothing aboard these vessels possessed autonomous function. From the warriors to the ship command systems, everything operated solely via ground-based command signals. This aligned perfectly with what the Iron Warriors had previously documented about the Xenos race. A highly centralized autocracy, with frontline troops having no capacity for independent thought or decision-making. In other words, they could try to sever the connection between the ground command and the Necron ships. Despite the shockingly advanced capabilities of the Necrons in space warfare, their ground tactics were rather conventional, nothing innovative, and posing no extraordinary threat. New empty set Epsilon. Perturabo needed to concentrate his forces in space, not on the surface. After decoding and analyzing the data stream, Perturabo was startled to discover that the origin of the signal was near the very location Mortarion had previously identified, in the rear lines of the enemy presence in Mining Sector 03. If they wanted to seize that region in a short period of time, additional troops would have to be thrown into the fray. The Iron Warriors stationed in Graia 106 simply didn't have the numbers to capture the area within a timeframe Perturabo would deem acceptable. So let the Death Guard handle it. Perturabo thought this expressionlessly. Sure, the Iron Warriors could deploy troops there, but he'd rather preserve his forces for future war. Let those Death Guard, who had just been standing by watching the Iron Warriors without lifting a finger, take this one. Meanwhile, beside the two Primarchs whose mere presence seemed to repel each other like clashing magnetic fields, Hades was deep in concentration, carefully analyzing Perturabo's strategy. Judging from the enemy's behavior thus far, it was likely that only a portion of the Necrons on this planet had been awakened. They had deployed only the smallest class of warships, and on the ground, the bulk of the enemy forces still consisted of the standard Necron warriors. This all pointed to the fact that this Necron branch was relatively minor. The enemy's response to Imperial action had so far only amounted to expulsion. And frankly speaking, compared to space, the surface might actually be safer, provided the Necrons didn't unleash orbital cleansing weaponry. But for now, air superiority over Graia 106 remained firmly in the hands of the Iron Warriors. Even the Necrons would need a significant amount of time to challenge for air dominance and deploy such weapons. Based on the intel Perturabo had provided, Hades suspected that the region might house a cryptech structure connected to shallow-level Necron networks. The Necron forces there might be more elite than expected. Still, the real threat wasn't on the ground. It was above. Deploying forces to that region was meant to support the larger space engagement. Hades pondered for a moment, then reassessed the Necron troop deployment in Sector 03 against the Iron Warriors' own formations. It's feasible, but only if the Iron Warriors stationed around Sector 03 actively coordinated with the Death Guard's offensive, holding back enemy reinforcements and providing fire support. Hades quietly opened a private comm channel to Mortarion. We need to have a detachment of Iron Warriors land alongside the Death Guard. The number isn't important, but those Iron Warriors must be elite. Mortarion was silent for a moment, displeased. Why bring Iron Warriors into a Death Guard operation? Was Hades questioning his legion? But in the next instant, the Primarch understood. Iron Warriors might not come to support the Death Guard, but they would come to support fellow Iron Warriors. Well, everyone except Perturabo. This part of Iron Warriors would ensure the rest of the Iron Warriors were motivated to act decisively. Mortarion blinked slowly. The Emperor had once told him that cooperation between legions was unshakable. That honor and discipline within each legion were eternal, unbreakable tenets. In the Emperor's words, his brothers and their sons were like the demigods sung of by Imperial remembrancers. But as Mortarion stared at Perturabo now, he realized that was all bullshit. The good news was, ever since Perturabo had acknowledged Mortarion's earlier plan, Mortarion's mood had improved enough that he could still stomach exchanging a few more words with him. Brother. Closing the channel with Hades, Mortarion spat out the word like he was coughing up phlegm, mumbled, reluctant, and dripping with disdain. I believe, for the assault on this region, the Death Guard might need a few Iron Warriors to lead the way. Help us get familiar with the terrain. Perturabo almost let a flicker of confusion slip across his stern, cold expression, but he caught himself in time. He turned his head and stared at Mortarion. He was still trying to read anything from this brother who seemed so eager to provoke him. But Mortarion's face was shrouded behind his ever-present haze of yellow-green toxic fumes. Even with a Primarch's keen eyesight, it was impossible to read his expression. The moment Perturabo focused on Mortarion, the familiar reek of his poisonous gas grew stronger in his senses. Perturabo suddenly realized Mordorion was doing this on purpose. He was deliberately using the gas to disgust his brothers. This filthy backwater brute took pleasure in fumigating the rest of them, normal people, and watching them squirm. A man like that would never say anything in good faith. Maybe Vulcan or Horus might have spoken such words sincerely, but not Mordorion. Did Mordorion want to see Iron Warriors underperform compared to the Death Guard on the same battlefield? Was this wretched brother hoping to get a good recording of the battle so he could publicly mock him? Did Mordorion think he'd hesitate to commit troops, too afraid to expose weakness? Perturabo's voice hardened with growing anger. He abruptly turned away, unwilling to keep looking at Mortarion's nauseating presence. Dantiok, step forward. You'll be in charge of coordinating with the Death Guard on their ground assault. And make sure the Iron Warriors show their steel. Shrouded in his cloud of noxious fumes, Mordorion allowed himself a smug glance at the top of Perturabo's head. He was the tallest one here, after all. He knew Perturabo would take his words as provocation. That man wasn't capable of assuming good intentions. Maybe next time, he should just skip the whole brother charade altogether. It almost made him gag saying it. Then, Mordorion reopened his private channel to Hades and said, smugly, "It's done." Now, he could go back to the day of joyfully butchering some Xenos. Howling drop pods tore through the dry air of the desolate mining world, flames wrapped in steel, glint flashing off scythe blades. Death descended with them. Inside the violently shaking, cramped drop pod, Hades sat silently, an obituary resting quietly in his hands. He was among the first wave of Death Guard to land, descending alongside the Iron Warriors' primary drop force into the rear of Sector 03. Due to the mutual disdain between Mordorion and Perturabo, the latter had adamantly insisted that the Iron Warriors would be the first ground troops to make landfall. The Lord of Iron believed the Pale King was trying to provoke him, so he sent his finest steel, the elite of the Iron Warriors, to lead the charge. Mordorion, on the other hand, had no clue about any of this posturing. He simply chose the first wave of drop pods that would get him to the surface fastest, just so he could start to butcher some Xenos. After some urging from the other Death Guard, Mordorion gave up his plan to drop with the first wave. Instead, he would wait until the initial wave of Death Guard had landed and secured the terrain before making his descent. Hades still remembered a few Death Guard had come to him beforehand, hoping he could talk Mordorion out of rushing in too fast. They still hadn't forgotten that one time in the Battle of Galaspar, how the pre-march had charged straight into enemy lines, leaving his troops in the dust. That image had left a deep impression. For a legion, a Primarch's symbolic presence often meant more than his individual combat prowess. That was why Mordorion had ultimately been talked down. And so, after the Iron Warriors' initial drop, command of the first wave of Death Guard naturally fell to Hades. Bang! A sharp, violent jolt, and then the hiss of air screamed into the pod. Blinding sunlight and grit tore through the opening, blades drawn, rounds chambered. Hades strode from the drop pod, issuing commands over the comms to the Death Guard landing with him. Death Guard first team has reached target zone. The harsh static of the public comm channel crackled as Hades addressed the Iron Warriors' commander, Dantiok. Realizing the first wave of reinforcements had arrived, Dantiok silently breathed a sigh of relief. As the one tasked with establishing the beachhead, the pressure on him had been immense. Perturabo had only assigned him barely enough troops to seize the landing zone. But with the arrival of the Death Guard, clearly outnumbering the Iron Warriors, the pressure on their line was immediately eased. Gunfire roared from Death Guard weapons. Dantiok was mildly surprised to notice that, unlike his own brothers who would bellow war cries, these pale green warriors entered the battlefield in utter silence. They took their place alongside the Iron Warriors in hastily constructed trenches. Apart from the sounds of gunfire and the heavy thud of boots, the Death Guard made no noise. The occasional crackle of static on the shared comms reminded the Iron Warriors that the Death Guard were, indeed, on the channel. But there was no chatter. Only when absolutely necessary would short, clipped transmissions be exchanged among the Death Guard, just enough to remind the Iron Warriors. They're listening. And they're watching. But the Death Guard commander, Hades, was not like most of his silent brethren. Clear High Gothic rang out across the comms, reporting the Death Guard's current status and relaying intelligence on enemy positions. Ano Thailand body yes. Well done, brothers. We will now take control of the battlefield. Hades' voice cut through the static. Understood. Dantioch responded crisply. Originally, this landing operation was supposed to be led by the Death Guard, but due to Perturabo's insistence, the Iron Warriors had become the first wave. Now, with the initial drop zone secured under Dantioch's command, the Iron Warriors had already proven themselves. There was no need to prolong their engagement. Unlike Perturabo, who seemed indifferent to casualties, Dantioch wanted every drop of blood spilled to have meaning. Besides, Dantioch recalled the brief communication he received right before boarding the drop pod. It came from a brother who had just returned from Mars. In that short message, the brother advised him to make a good impression on the death shroud known as Hades, and assured him that as long as they fight together, there is no need to worry about the run-engine problem because, surprisingly, this death shroud had a good temper. Dantioch was taken aback. Judging from the timing of that brother's return from Mars, this Hades must have climbed the Death Guard ranks very quickly after leaving the Red Planet. Such a meteoric rise usually implied ruthless brilliance, but outsiders described him as mild-mannered. Recalling Hades's earlier private message and the efficiency of his battlefield reports, Dantioch found himself growing curious about the burly Death Shroud. And Hades was proving himself a competent commander. He relayed up-to-date battlefield intel, smoothly transitioned the Death Guard into taking over frontline responsibilities, and favored cautious, calculated tactics. So far, Dantioch would rank this cooperative experience in his top 3 most preferred command partnerships. Hades's orders were devoid of ego, free of fluff, and densely packed with actionable information, exactly how Dantioch liked it. In his past collaborations with other legions, some commanders talked far too much. Dantioch disliked that. What Dantioch didn't know was that Hades would also go on to praise the Iron Warriors during his after-action reports. Had he known, he would have bumped Hades to the top of his preferred cooperation list. The Death Guard began pushing the front line forward slowly, but steadily. Meanwhile, the Iron Warriors who had withdrawn from the very front turned their efforts toward reinforcing trench works. Their current landing zone was behind a low ridge, part of the terrain surrounding a cluster of necrotect constructs. The Iron Warriors had only managed to secure it thanks to their use of terrain and a well-coordinated airstrike before landing. The troops stationed here were tasked with pushing into the towering Blackstone structures, locating and attempting to destroy the enemy shield systems, and then calling in a second wave of precision fire support. Before they entered the complex itself, Perturabo's calculations had allowed for one final airstrike by the Iron Warriors' aerial units to carve a hole through the dense ranks of Necron infantry for both the Death Guard and Iron Warriors to charge through. After this bombing run concluded, Mordorion would descend with the second wave of Death Guard, leading them to seize the objective. But for now, the Iron Warriors' storm birds remained entangled in dogfights with crescent-shaped Necron aircraft. Amidst the sweeping yellow sandstorms, glimpses of their clashing metallic forms occasionally flickered into view. Though the Iron Warriors had briefly gained air superiority, long enough to shield their drop pods during descent, that advantage had swiftly changed hands again. Both sides were fiercely contesting the skies. The side that could maintain control for even half a standard hour would gain the chance to unleash a wide-area bombardment on the ground forces. That was why the Imperial troops on the ground needed trenches to shield them from incoming fire. Dantioch directed a portion of the Iron Warriors to dig defensive fortifications, while the rest held the line. The good news: soon, the Iron Warriors would once again dominate the skies. On another front, the Iron Warriors were fighting alongside the Graea Scutarii, engaging the Necron main force and their armored divisions. Their objective was to hold the enemy at bay while the vanguard tried to link up with the drop forces and clear an evacuation route. Prepare for melee. Sides up. The current enemies faced by the drop forces were still primarily Necron infantry. And the best solution to Necron infantry was brutal close quarters combat. As the number of attacking Necrons began to dwindle, Hades decisively ordered a detachment of Death Guard to leave the trenches and engage the enemy in melee, under cover of supporting fire from their brothers. Hades did not waste words. Scythe in hand, he was the first to charge. Despite his towering build, his movements were surprisingly agile. His precision-engineered backpack unleashed a storm of bullets and plasma beams, intercepting enemy fire with practiced ease. His breath was long and steady. The scythe spun, cutting cleanly through metal. Sparks flew as obituary, his weapon clashed with Necron alloy. A chorus of harsh metallic screeches echoed across the battlefield. The black domain was useless here. Hades observed the Necrons he cleaved, those rigid, mechanical forms with their lifeless eyes. It was clear, these beings possessed no soul. Just as he suspected. Now certain of this, Hades wasted no more mental effort on them. As he surveyed the battlefield, he continued harvesting the enemy with practiced ease. However, at the very instant Hades first clashed with the Necrons, deep within a tomb, a figure muttering to himself suddenly looked up. It was Joceres. Nas, you were wrong. Just as I had said before, in the end, I'll be the one to defeat him. But Nas could no longer hear his king's voice. The ship he commanded, along with the Necron fleet under his control, now drifted silently through the void of space. The faint signal of the shard of Atan had vanished. Nas stared at the scanner, his thoughts silent. The last location of that signal? It had been aboard the Fourth Horseman, sheltered among a portion of the Iron Warriors and Death Guard's fleet, now preparing for the second wave of orbital descent. Above the skies, a fleet of Necron ships suddenly appeared in a completely unexpected location. There were no alarms, no advance warnings. This strange fleet plunged directly toward the combined Iron Warriors and Death Guard fleet. Compared to the fleet the Iron Warriors had previously encountered, this one was clearly far larger in scale. Amidst a swarm of Jackal-class raiders, a much larger capital ship loomed. But what puzzled observers was that this mothership looked like an oversized copy of the smaller raiders. Anyone with even basic knowledge of ship design would recognize immediately it could have been far more ornate. Indeed, this was intentional. To prevent the human ships from fleeing too early, the Necrons had deliberately disguised the capital ship. Delta Formation. The moment the Iron Warriors detected the Necron fleet, Perturabo issued his command without hesitation. This scenario had, of course, been accounted for in Perturabo's 256 battlefield simulations. From Perturabo's perspective, who didn't understand the internal logic of the Necrons, there was only one explanation for their sudden assault on the drop preparation fleet. They had chosen the right target. But this time, the Necron speed shattered all previous records. At that moment, air superiority over Sector 03 was still being contested. There was no time to launch the drop. In Perturabo's calculations, based on prior encounters, even if the Necron fleet reappeared, they should have had enough time to complete the drop operation. But once again, the enemy had accelerated. There was no more time. Perturabo realized this as he led the main Iron Warriors fleet to engage the Necrons. In his assessment, the Death Guard fleet alone wouldn't be able to hold off the Necrons, but he also couldn't allow a brother to die in front of him. As the overall battlefield commander, such a failure would be a disgrace that would haunt him for life. Perturabo could feel the irritation rising in his chest once more. Meanwhile, aboard the Fourth Horseman, Mordorion stood with a deep scowl. The Iron Warriors can't even provide air temporary cover? The Primarch was clearly displeased, but he also saw the Necron fleet barreling toward his position. Knowing full well how terrifying these ships were, he understood there was no time to hesitate. Mordorion stepped out of the drop pod and strode toward the command deck. He opened the comms channel. Hades. Receiving, loud and clear. A familiar voice cut through the static. The second drop is cancelled. Your top priority now is to link up with the Vanguard forces on the ground and ensure you're not encircled and wiped out. In section. Without the second wave of drop support, the units deployed behind enemy lines would be in a dire situation. With the Necron fleet now in play, Mordorion didn't believe the ground forces could destroy the objective in time to relieve the fleet. Therefore, the Death Guard on the surface must preserve their strength until the battle in orbit concludes. Hades froze for a moment, though his scythe still tore through the serpentine figure before him. Understood. Elsewhere, Dantioch also received a direct order from Perturabo. You must secure the objective, Dantioch. My warsmith, show the galaxy the strength of your steel. The casualties on the ground were irrelevant. Their mission was to support the fleet in orbit. That meant they had to destroy the Necroforge's broadcasting signals to the Necron ships above. I'm giving you 1 hour. Perturabo gave his command. Dantioch stopped supervising the trench digging. Understood. 1 hour. That meant Perturabo wasn't even allowing time for retreat or shelter from bombardment. Again. It was always like this. Perturabo only ever gave them the bare minimum, the most brutal of timetables, the most unforgiving of tasks. Just a little leniency would dramatically lower the difficulty of the mission and save a great deal of Iron Warrior's blood. But Perturabo would never do that. The hardest steel would not break under the hammer. They had to prove their strength on the harshest battlefields. Dantiok cursed under his breath, then resignedly opened the public Vox channel. All Iron Warriors, return to the front line immediately. By order of the pre-march, the objective must be taken at all costs. Hades blinked as a metaphorical question mark popped into his head. No way. A sense of dread began creeping up Hades' spine. He continued cutting down enemies as he opened a private comms channel with Dantiok. Brother, may I ask, what were the orders you received? Dantiok, just having climbed out of the trench, irritably blew a Necron warrior's head off with a single shot. He'd actually started to like Hades somewhat, but now, why was this Death Guard commander asking such a stupid question? Though frustrated, Dantiok maintained his discipline and answered gruffly. The pre-march ordered us to take the objective within an hour. Hades' mind was already screaming internally. Of course. He was momentarily speechless, but he had to respond. Brother Dantiok. The order I received from the Death Guard pre-march was to immediately regroup with the Vanguard forces and preserve the drop troops. Silence. Hades refocused on the battlefield, but he could feel the tension radiating from Dantiaka's side of the channel. After a long pause, Dantiaka's voice came through again, this time weary, as though aged a century in an instant. The orders don't match. The part he didn't say out loud was, who are we supposed to listen to? Officially, Perturabo held overall command of the campaign. But in this particular ground assault, it had been planned that Mordorion would personally lead the effort, and most of the deployed forces were Death Guard. So Mordorion was the operational commander of this battle. By protocol, they should follow Mortarion's orders. But no one had expected Perturabo, who had up till now been merely observing, to suddenly issue a direct command to Dantiok. Dantiok understood that since the Death Guard made up the bulk of the ground force, this wasn't really his call to make. The Death Guard would follow Hades. And Hades was most likely going to carry out Mortarion's orders without hesitation. Which meant Dantiok, though unwilling, would have no choice but to follow suit. But after this battle, once they returned, as Iron Warriors, they would have to face Perturabo directly. Dantiok was already cursing. Why was it always like this? Why every damn time? He looked at the white and green armored Death Guard and realized that, in some ways, they... Damn it. F***CK. Dantiok shut down his train of thought. Meanwhile, unlike Dantiok, who was on the verge of giving up thinking entirely, Hades was racking his brain for a solution. Just moments ago, a new report came in from the main front. All Necrons were retreating frantically, throwing away all defensive formation. After all, even if they were destroyed, the Necron warriors could simply resurrect from the rear necroforges, albeit with some loss. The Iron Warriors and the Grey Escatarii were in pursuit, trying to kill as many retreating enemies as they could. In the skies above and across the yellow sands, the fragmented reports from the air units confirmed. In 30 to 40 minutes, the Iron Warriors could launch another aerial strike. But even if Hades decided to regroup with the Vanguard now, he would likely run straight into the returning Necron main force. And it was now impossible to rely on orders from either pre-march aboard the ships. Mordorion and Perturabo were fully engaged in the space battle, unable to command the ground conflict anymore. Hades paused in thought. Which meant the command of the ground battle had fallen to him and Dantiok. Hades opened comms. Brother Dantiok, can you take charge of the main front operations? Dantiok blinked. As one of the Trident, he did possess command authority directly under the pre-march. But suddenly, he realized he might be able to use this to bargain with Hades, to push for the objective assault he wanted. Yes. Dantiok answered firmly and was just about to start negotiating, but Hades cut him off. Good. Have them stop chasing the retreating enemy. Focus all firepower on their armored units. The main front must hold back their heavy firepower. Also, have the air units hold this airspace for 15 more minutes. Then immediately redeploy them to support the main battlefront. His voice rang out in sharp, Fluent High Gothic, clear, commanding, no longer a suggestion, but an order. Dantiok looked at Hades, still fighting fiercely at the front line. What is he planning? Hades answered the question directly. Brother, we're attacking the objective. Now. Within 15 minutes. 15 minutes later, they would be inside the Necroforge complex, locked in close quarters urban combat. Even with air superiority, the enemy wouldn't dare bomb them. They'd risk destroying their own infrastructure. Within the enemy armored units, some light vehicles could still function inside these city-like ruins, so they needed to be tied up immediately. Hades understood what it meant for the Necron forces to be retreating and massing back here. This place was critical. It likely contained the signal transmitters and the reanimation protocols. Destroying them would inflict devastating losses on the enemy ground forces and would support the space battle above as well. Even if the attack failed, the urban terrain of the Necroforge cluster would give the drop troops a better chance at survival in the face of Necron numbers. Narrow alleys would neutralize the Necrons' horde tactics. This was the best plan Hades could come up with. But Dantiok probably misunderstood him. The Trident commander silently joined Hades at the very front lines. Thank you, brother. Dantiaka's voice was hoarse and heavy. It seemed he thought Hades was complying with Perturabo's orders. Hades blinked. He didn't bother correcting him. The crescent-shaped scythe tore through the void, its dim green glow heralding death. The Necron fleet marched through space, sovereigns of their own domain. Data hammered against Perturabo's veins and nerves in dense torrents. The Iron Warriors' fleet scattered and reformed like a swarm, every flicker of light signaling an attack. Countless light points ignited the deep, dark firmament. According to prior calculations, Perturabo had reserved ample firepower for this assault. By unleashing the Iron Warriors' main fleet's immense ammunition stores, the casualties and losses would remain within tolerable and expected bounds. The barrage of fire and lasers would ignite these dark, inert Necrons. Necron naval warfare had always been a brutal equation, built on immense computational power and staggering technological superiority. Yet, they now faced Perturabo, a master of calculation and data in his own right. Though the Iron Warrior standard warships were far less advanced than those of the Necrons, they made up for it with sheer numbers. With every 10 additional cruisers, Perturabo could increase the complexity of the ship formations by another magnitude. There was no mud or randomness, as found on planetary surfaces. This battle in the vastness of space was pure calculation. A deluge of data flooded Perturabo's mind. For once, fully engaged, he momentarily abandoned his command over the surface of Graia 106 and silenced his other senses, throwing himself wholly into the war. There was no blood spatter, no bestial howls, only flashes of light and steel etching faint traces in the cold, indifferent cosmos. Only logic and data. Only coldness and hardness. Millions of years of buildup had led these two races to this gladiatorial confrontation, where the blood and tears of billions could only afford one minor explosion. In the universe, only war remains. A rare smile crept onto Perturabo's lips. Wrestling with the furious flood of data and watching the icy projections fed back by his sensors made his brain burn with exhilaration. But it wouldn't be long before he realized something was wrong. Nas lifted its head, looking up at the space above the fleet it commanded. The enemy's main fleet was shifting formation in a way that made it dizzy, every single gap now filled with spears of light. Nas was certain that if it were still a flayed one, it would have already been pierced by those beams or melted away, screaming beneath the intense radiation. But it wasn't anymore. It had no flesh left. The overwhelming radiation now merely brought a hint of warmth to its metallic body. Perhaps it should be afraid, because the outermost defense line, the Jackal-class raider ships, were shedding layer after layer like the decaying skin of a flayed one. Arnu. But it didn't matter. Nas could resurrect. Even if its entire fleet was annihilated, they would open their eyes again in the shallow tombs of Necroconstruct. As for ships like these, they had plenty. They'd just make more. Naz's true goal was to locate information about that shard of the Tan. Beyond that, the king did not care. And neither did it. The enemy's target ships were attempting to flee. They needed speed, even more extreme speed. Naz wanted to shorten this space battle as much as possible. As a Praetorian, being far from the king it was sworn to protect made it uneasy. To ensure maximum speed, only the necessary Jackal-class raider ships, under Naza's direction, detached from the fleet to draw enemy fire. The rest of the main fleet remained locked tightly onto the fourth horseman. Almost there. Mordorion silently watched the augur display. On it, the pale green friendly fleet appeared as a chaotic, tangled mass, twisting and compressing in dizzying formations. But no matter how much Perturabo manipulated his fleet, that red enemy fleet still tore a straight line through them, and their target was the fourth horseman, the very ship Mordorion stood on. He silently watched that enemy fleet. From its ships, flecks of red occasionally broke off and turned gray. Mordorion knew those were the sacrificial raider ships, discarded to maintain the speed of the main fleet. It was as if he were back on the battlefield of Galathar. This moment, this feeling, it mirrored that time exactly. But the Death Guard's position had long since shifted. What puzzled Mordorion now was the goal of these Xenos. Why were they relentlessly pursuing the fleet he commanded, even after they had ceased all support for the ground forces? Perhaps this was simply how Xenos were. You couldn't think of them from a human perspective. His gaze drifted down, unfocused. In the comms channel shared with Perturabo, static buzzed incessantly. But Perturabo never spoke a word. Meanwhile, the Iron Warriors were going nearly mad trying to delay the Necron ships. They were throwing themselves into the fight with increasing desperation. No matter what, it was clear, the enemy's current target was the Death Guard under Mortarion's command, and it seemed Perturabo's plan had failed. The only silver lining was that Mordorion happened to be aboard the Fourth Horseman. And this ship's engines and structure had been modified to suit the Battle of Galathar, refitted to survive exactly such a situation. Mordorion began issuing commands: engine warm-up, activate all shields, Titan formation. He was well-versed in the art of struggling on the brink of annihilation. The Death Guard always were. The Necron ships were closing in. Finally, the persistent static stopped. And then came the voice Mordorion loathed: Perturabo. Push your engines to the maximum. Have the other ships intercept them. The Iron Warriors can hold them back. Perturabo was on the brink of madness. The calculations thrilled him, but he couldn't comprehend the Necrons' behavior. Even if their tactics followed optimal computational logic, the choice of objective was sheer lunacy. They showed no concern for losses, nor any interest in engaging the Iron Warriors. Their sole focus was the Death Guard. He had even deliberately exposed weaknesses in the Iron Warriors' formation, offering the enemy an easy opportunity to deal significant damage at minimal cost and interruption. But those crescent-shaped ships didn't take it. As if their only goal was to catch the Death Guard ships, they didn't even seem to care if they won the battle at all. Following the Necrons' current trajectory, all cold calculations pointed to one outcome. To one cruel, inevitable result. The one outcome Perturabo could not accept. Perturabo may have wished for Mortarion's death, but not within the jurisdiction of his Iron Warriors. If Mordorion were to die here, it would be a disgrace in the eyes of the other Primarchs. What would the father, the Emperor, think of him? What would his brothers say when they spoke of him? This filthy brother would become a stain on his name, one that could never be scrubbed clean. Hearing Perturabo's voice from the other end, Mordorion gripped his scythe, silence. The sensor hanging from his armor clinked faintly with emotion. Mordorion could never read emotions in people's voices well, not in day-to-day matters, but when it came to despair and fear, no one could sense it better than he could. Perturabo was in despair. He was afraid. Mordorion pressed his lips together. He was quite happy to witness this moment. Then he spoke, his voice hoarse. "Brother, let this hick teach you a lesson." With that, Mordorion closed the comm channel and began commanding his forces. The Necron fleet was rapidly closing in on the Death Guard. Their vanguard raider ships split apart, revealing the main vessels hidden behind. Mordorion blinked once, focusing all his attention. As expected, the Necrons began to slow slightly. A telltale sign. Boarding action was imminent. Mordorion had bet right. The Death Guard launched their lances and torpedoes, but, unsurprisingly, they were easily torn apart by the Necron main ships. The Necron ships tore through the Death Guard formation like wild beasts. Fourth Horseman, rotate the hull. A slow stream of toxic vapor drifted upward from Mortarion's sensor. The Fourth Horseman, which had been speeding forward, suddenly began to turn. This sudden break closed the distance between it and the pursuing Necron vessel almost instantly. The Necron ship was about to smash straight into the fourth horseman's vulnerable side. Now, reverse thrust. Left engine, full burn. The Grim Reaper gave his order. The fourth horseman burst forward with immense speed, the sudden acceleration making even its thrice-reinforced main beam tremble. It was a force strong enough to rip the spine out of a mortal crew member. In Mortarian's vision, the skin of those mortals stretched tight against their bones, then tore open, blood spraying in straight lines behind them. Inside their bodies, most of their organs had likely been liquefied from the impact. But Mortarion had no time to care. The Primarch was calculating angles. Right engine, full burn. Even before he finished speaking, a deafening crash echoed through the hull of the fourth horseman. Success. Under Mortarian's command, the fourth horseman had executed a full body pivot in an instant and crashed straight into the side of the Necron capital ship. Its prow, specially reinforced and once used to batter down the main hive of Galaspar, had sacrificed itself to tear open a breach in the Necron flagship. But the fourth horseman's front was now a ruined wreck. Alarm screamed from every console. Air was being violently sucked out from the front and midsection. Unlucky mortal crewmen were dragged by the swirling winds and flung into the cold void of space. Mortarion didn't hesitate. The moment he realized that the fourth horseman had collided with the enemy ship, he immediately began making his way to the front of the vessel. The Death Guard squads had already started moving toward their designated positions. His gray cloak rustled with his stride. Mortarion knew they could begin the real fight now. Compared to the hollow clash of void ships, this was where he truly excelled. Perturabo stared in disbelief at the Death Guard fleet. There, where both sides had once been charging at full speed, they had now come to a halt. Between the dueling cruisers and Jackal-class raiders, the two largest ships had collided. The fourth horseman had rammed itself deep into the inner crescent of the Necron ship. But the scene he expected, the fourth horseman being obliterated on impact, hadn't occurred. Perturabo realized that Mortarion had heavily modified the ship, reinforcing it enough to withstand such a devastating collision without disintegrating. They had survived. Maybe Perturabo wanted to freeze in disbelief for a moment. Logic told him that wasn't realistic, but he still immediately resumed his cold command, ordering the Iron Warriors to surround the now stalled enemy ships and pick off the Necron raiders piece by piece. At the center of this chaotic battle, a different kind of war had begun. A boarding action right atop the capital ships. Led by Mortarion himself, the Death Guard brought their sides down against these Xenos warriors, who, curiously, also wielded sides of their own. But in melee, the Necrons were clearly weaker than the Death Guard. As long as they avoided the Gauss blasts, the Death Guard could take the upper hand with ease. Mortarion hooked his scythe and tore through a metallic skeleton. Then he raised his pistol and fired, each bullet claiming another Xeno's life. To Mortarion, the enemy warriors were just metal skeletons with Gauss rifles slapped on. Maybe they looked a little different from each other, but it hardly mattered. Metal bones. More metal bones clambered up from the recesses of the ship like soulless corpses, only to be sent back into death by the Death Guard. Led by Mortarion, the Death Guard pressed forward, step by step. Soon they reached a clear platform within the Necron vessel. A larger skeleton stepped out, one hand held an axe, the other a coffin-shaped shield. Mortarion didn't care. To him, it was no different from the others. He raised his pistol and fired. Lantern shot scraped the shield and scorched the Necron's leg with a blackened mark. Nas, the Necron, faced the towering enemy and understood it couldn't win this fight. But it didn't need to win. If it truly wanted Mortarion dead, it could have destroyed the ship earlier with the fleet. What frustrated Nas was that the signal of the tan shard had vanished. Even at close range, it was clear the shard was no longer here. Maybe it could ask, even if it made it look stupid. At least then it could prove to the king that it had tried. Wretched flesh being. Nas spoke. I speak for the will of the king, I ask you. Seeing the metal skeleton actually speak surprised Mortarion for a split second, and then he sprinted forward. Mortarion had no interest in Xeno's speeches. He'd heard too many already. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. The Primarch's heavy scythe tore through the Necron's shield. Nas barely dodged the blow, stepping back at the last moment. Mortarion's attack irritated Nas. It now saw clearly how foolish it had been to attempt communication. Why bother reasoning with such base creatures? But a subroutine within Nas tried to reassure it. At least Nas had come here, and the king was safe, far from the insult of the flesh things. Asterisk and Asiskpa. Then, a signal from the surface hit Nas, a signal that filled it with despair, halting it in its tracks for just a moment. It had to return. Back to the king's side. Mortarion seized the opportunity and sliced the Xenos down. The reanimation protocols activated. As a high-ranking Necron, Nas's consciousness was transferred back to its cryptek body on the surface of Necroconstructs. Without their commander, the Necron ships began to falter. Under Perturabo's orders, they were hunted down and destroyed. Leaderless, the Necron ships launched erratic, autonomous attacks, and the Iron Warriors paid a heavy price to contain them. Mortarion, meanwhile, continued leading the Death Guard to purge the Necron remnants from the enemy flagship. The Necron infantry stood no chance in close combat. Compared to the Iron Warriors still locked in naval battle, the Death Guard's offensive went unnaturally smoothly. Mortarion had hoped he might encounter another leader among the Necrons, but it seemed the one he had just slain was the only one. If this was the peak of Necron infantry combat performance, perhaps Hades wasn't under quite as much pressure as he'd feared. Mortarion thought. Hades took a deep breath as he surveyed the battlefield before him, raising his bolt gun. Beside him, Mortarion wore a grim expression, lifting his pistol lantern. The Death Shroud Terminators around them stood alert. They were making their way through the corridor leading to the Death Guard's Genocide Vault. Once pristine, the hallway was now scarred with bullet holes and the marks of corrosion. I truly did not expect anyone to dare tamper with the Death Guard's Genocide. Mortarion's low voice echoed through their communication channel. The Genocide determined the future generations of a legion, directly influencing the strength of its recruits. Each Genocide, extracted from a veteran Astartes, carried fragments of that warrior's combat experience. This allowed new recruits implanted with the Genocide to inherit vast amounts of battle knowledge from the moment they joined. But Genocide was not a perfectly stable existence. Each one carried the possibility of mutation, and the likelihood and nature of these mutations varied from legion to legion. Some legions had Genocides prone to frequent mutations, while others were more stable, such as the 14 Legion, the Death Guard. Mutations could take many forms, both beneficial and detrimental. For example, the Genocide of Rogel Dorn granted the Imperial Fists an increased tolerance for pain, but at the cost of slight degradation in their salivary glands. However, beyond mutation, there was another way to alter the Genocide's effects on future generations. Contamination. Take, for instance, the 3 Legion, the Emperor's Children, in their early history. A virus known as the Blight devastated their Genocide stockpiles, causing a catastrophic reduction in their numbers before their pre-march was found. The importance of Genocide was undeniable. If someone had deliberately tampered with the Death Guard's Genocide, and they hadn't returned in time to check, hadn't noticed the interference. A chill of dread crawled down Mortarion's spine. Kella Typhon, something is truly wrong with him. But why? At the same time, the Premarch felt a sliver of relief that they had caught this issue in time. As long as they destroyed these compromised Genocides before they were integrated into the Death Guard stock, the damage would be minimal. Mortarion cast a glance at Hades, who was striding ahead. How does he always manage to uncover these subtle threats? The closer they got to the vault, the clearer the signs of battle became. The remains of Servo-Automata and Adeptus Mini-Storm warriors were scattered against the walls, their bodies lifeless. Ewithirisen. Hades tightened his grip on his bolt gun and rounded the final corner. He inhaled sharply. A tech priest was sprawled against the reinforced blast door, like a giant, grotesque octopus. His crimson robes had been shredded and compressed by his own deployed weapons, leaving only tattered remnants swaying in the air. His still-moking autocannon remained locked in position, its barrel aimed directly at the new arrivals. The entire hallway was deformed from the sheer intensity of the firefight. Empty shell casings carpeted the floor. The red glow of the tech priest's optical lenses flickered. Reinforcements. A binary transmission, encrypted in the sacred codes of the Mechanicus, was sent directly to Hades' mind. A moment later, Mortarion's towering form stepped into view from the corner. Recognizing the presence of his pre-march, confirming that allies had arrived and the battle was over, the tech priest peeled himself away from the blast door. As he collapsed to the ground, He revealed what lay behind him. The sealed vault door. It was still shut, intact, and secured. Only after the tech priest fell did Hades realize the extent of the damage. Most of his core structure had already been corroded. He should not have even been able to remain upright. Confirming that no further threats were present, Hades immediately crouched down, working swiftly to stabilize the tech priest's failing systems, disabling unstable power sources before they could detonate. Realizing that Hades was not attempting to tamper with him, but merely performing basic emergency maintenance, the tech priest allowed him to proceed. A raspy burst of static crackled from the tech priest's speakers. Lords of the Death Guard, I regret that I am unable to properly render my courtesies at this time. Mordorion observed the scene in silence. Finally, after a long pause, he spoke. You have done well, tech priest. The Death Guard will remember your service. Thank you, my lord. Allow me to report on the battle that transpired. I am Magos Biologist Druid. Within the Mechanicum, I oversee the cultivation of the Death Guard's genocide, coordinate with the apothecaries, and conduct certain biomodifications on Barbarous. One Barbarous standard day ago, a man claiming to be an apothecary of the Death Guard, named Leighton, approached me. He requested an inspection of the next batch of genocide and the cultivation systems for additional implants intended for new recruits. He presented the official seals and encrypted authorization codes of the Death Guard. I verified them multiple times and confirmed their validity for the current recruitment cycle. After ensuring everything was in order, I chose to escort him to the Genocide Vault. Hades cast a glance at Mordorion. The Primarch ignored him. As a precaution, I implemented a 7-layer security scan along the corridors leading to each Genocide Vault. However, when we passed through the third checkpoint, the scanners detected that the apothecary was carrying a substance emitting potential psycho radiation. Mordorion frowned. At first, I assumed it was one of his personal concoctions. Apothecaries often prepare private reserves of specialized chemicals. However, according to the Genocide Preservation Codex, any radiated substances must be removed before proceeding. I requested to take custody of the substance. He refused. And then, he attacked. He wielded certain psycho abilities in combat, devastating most of my mini-storm guards and servitors. He successfully pushed forward, reaching the final defensive barrier before the Genocide Vault. But I held the line. I am certain that my final shot punctured both of his lungs. He fled soon after. With all my protectors slain, I chose to remain and defend this location until reinforcements arrived. But your distress signal was never received. Hades spoke calmly as he fastened a final screw. In truth, before deciding to head for the Genocide Vault, Hades had noticed something unsettling. Every key personnel responsible for this area had been carefully reassigned elsewhere. Leighton had exploited Kula Typhon's authority over the recruitment process to clear the area of any potential interference. Had Magos Biologist Druid not chosen to stand his ground, Leighton might have doubled back to finish the job. But this apothecary Leighton, where had he come from? Hades sifted through his memories of the Death Guard, searching for any trace of this name. His recollection halted at a particular moment, the afternoon the librarius was set ablaze. He had been inside the decontamination chamber, its glass wall separating him from a group of apothecaries monitoring his sterilization. He was there, standing at the back of the group, watching him. With interest, /+, they were everywhere, dense, endless legions of the Necrons. The once vast ochre-red wasteland was now devoid of even a trace of its original hue. It was all Necrons. Necron warriors, swarms of scarabs, and destroyer units, summoned by their overlord, were rapidly advancing toward the rear lines. In a makeshift trench behind a small hill, Hades felt a chill down his spine. The feed from the storm bird of the Iron Warriors showed that in less than 10 minutes, the first wave of returning Necron forces would reach the southern side of the Necroconstruct complex. Meanwhile, the Death Guard and Iron Warriors were attempting to breach from the north side of the complex. Ever since the Necrons awakened from beneath the surface, these strange and eerie blackstone structures had emerged from deep within the planet. The geometrically shaped buildings rose in staggered heights, and glowing green lines traced the symbols of the Ithaca's dynasty. At the heart of the Blackstone City stood a pyramid-shaped fortress, constantly spewing out Necron soldiers. This was the Necroconstruct where the Necrons executed their reanimation protocols. At the very center of the fortress stood a towering black pyramid, its steps rising high, with green energy lines cascading down from the peak like a waterfall. What caught Hades' attention was the lack of heavy firepower inside the Necroconstruct complex itself, according to aerial reconnaissance. All the heavy weapons detected so far were mounted on the outer walls of the city. Necron warriors continuously poured out of the Necroconstructs, marching in formation toward the north side of the city. Endless. Tireless. Even in death, they would rise again from the Necroconstructs behind the lines. These soldiers were the Overlord's most expendable force. But these numerous foot soldiers were not the real threat. To the Death Guard and Iron Warriors, the true obstacle in this siege lay in the city walls and the heavy firepower mounted atop them. Scaled-up Gauss weapons. Compared to the handheld Gauss guns of the Necron troops, these had even greater destructive power, enough to tear through a Space Marine's power armor and disintegrate them at the atomic level. The good news was, they had their own weapons to respond. Alongside the drop pods, the Iron Warriors had deployed their artillery as well. But with significantly fewer cannons than the enemy, it would be far from enough to counter the Necron heavy weapons on the city walls. Hades looked across the field, approximately 2 kilometers, but packed with Necron units. They couldn't afford to be delayed. If they were held up, the enemy artillery would decimate them. The first wave of attackers would have to scale the walls, eliminate the Necron gunners, and buy time for the main force behind them. They needed to cross that distance as quickly as possible, breach the complex, destroy key structures, and use the terrain to counter the impending Necron reinforcements. "Looks like we need a strike team," Hades said. Against the enemy's Gauss weaponry, the high mobility of the Space Marines would be their key to survival. But what made him uneasy was that neither the Death Guard nor the Iron Warriors excelled at such operations. One specialized in slow, methodical advances and holding firm lines. The other was a master of constructing military fortresses. Oh, if only the White Scars or some other chapter were their allies in this mission, it would be great. Dantiok, standing beside Hades, gave him a nod, breaking his train of thought. The gesture was clear he was ready. There was no time to second-guess the tactics now. Hades took a deep breath and opened the full communication channel. "All units, listen up. If you ranked in the top 30% during sprint drills, step forward. Pair up, 2 per team. Your mission is to reach the enemy fortress and eliminate their artillery gunners. Remember, do not get bogged down. Stay spread out. Do not cluster. Keep an eye out for enemy artillery at all times." Hades glanced back toward the Iron Warriors operating the cannons. They had already begun digging trenches on the spot to shield their artillery and were calibrating firing coordinates for the enemy's heavy weapons. All right, no need to remind the gunners. They knew exactly what they were doing. Hades turned back to the battlefield ahead. He gripped his obituary blade tightly and assumed his stance. "I'm going with you," came Dantiaka's voice over the channel. Hades hesitated. He had indeed planned to break through alone. "No, you're in charge of the main force," Hades replied. "We need someone to stay and lead." There was silence on Dantiaka's end after that. Then, the time came. A phrase every Death Guard knew by heart crackled through the channel. "Advance." Hades was the first to charge forward. Unlike most of his chapter, renowned for their slow, methodical advances, he had more experience in high-mobility assaults. Like cold water thrown into hot oil, the dense ranks of Necrons exploded outward. Gauss beams and Tesla arcs lit up the sky. On the fortress walls, spotting the attackers, the Necron artillery turned, received their firing commands, and began locking on. Hades felt like he was sprinting through a sea of Necrons, every step accompanied by the shriek of metal. He swore he hadn't touched solid ground once. "Don't stop. Don't stop." Countless Necron warriors reached up from beneath his feet, as if trying to drag him into a metal abyss. Gauss blasts rained down from the fortress above, detonating around him, sending up clouds of black dust, the atomized remains of Necrons caught in their own fire. An alarm screamed in Hades' mind. Something was wrong. By all logic, this kind of Necron density shouldn't be possible in his sector. This felt as if the entire battlefield's Necrons had converged on him. But hesitation, even for a second, would mean death. Stopping would make him an easy target for the fortress guns. He had no choice but to keep his momentum, tearing open a path toward the Necroconstruct through sheer brute force. His scythe swept in wide arcs, each swing slicing through swathes of metal bodies. There was no elegance, no finesse, just raw power. When faced with a wall of lesser enemies, violence was the only key that fit the door. However, outside of Hades' charge, back in the trenches, Dantiok stood dumbfounded as he observed the battlefield. To everyone's surprise, the vast majority of the Necron forces were surging toward Hades' direction, leaving only a sparse number of warriors engaging the first wave of Death Guard. But even those few Necrons were swiftly beheaded under the sweeping blades of the Death Guard. Compared to the utterly berserk Hades at the front, the rest of the warriors were starting to realize something was off. The Death Guard charging toward the Necron Necroconstruct began deliberately clearing out Necron troops along the way. Dantiok noticed it too. He quickly ordered some of the artillery teams to begin shelling the area around Hades. The unusually high Necron density in that zone provided the perfect opportunity for bombardment. As the first wave, led primarily by Hades, neared the fortress wall, Dantiok gave the order for the main force to prepare to advance. Hades pushed his pace faster and faster still. The Necron warriors flooding toward him couldn't keep up. He moved like a stone skipping across the surface of water, leaving shockwaves in his wake. The dark wall loomed close. He was there. With a leap, Hades hurled his scythe, Obituary. Its blade locked firmly onto a ridge on the fortress wall. Gripping the chains that extended from its haft, Hades launched himself up like an arrow, scaling the wall in one fluid motion. Behind him, other Death Guard began flinging their scythes as well, using them as grappling tools to climb. Once atop the wall, Hades immediately shifted his focus to the heavy artillery. The standard Necron warriors were no match for him, and with far fewer defenders stationed on the wall than below, he carved through them like a ghost in a graveyard. Bolter fire rang out, and Necrons fell in droves. The Death Guard who had joined him soon launched their own purge. Necron artillery fire weakened significantly, perfect timing for the second wave of Space Marines to advance. Realizing they had drastically reduced the enemy's heavy firepower, Hades narrowed his eyes, scanning the battlefield. Finally, he spotted it, a platform unlike the rest of the artillery emplacements. This was it. Without hesitation, Hades ordered the precision-engineered servo pack on his back to deploy a melt-a-bomb. He then signaled the nearby Death Guard to clear the area. Two sharp explosions echoed out, and a section of the Necron fortress wall collapsed, creating a breach large enough for the main force to push through. Success. Hades thought to himself as he turned to watch the mixed forces of Iron Warriors and Death Guard carving a path through the Necron tide. Dantiok stared at the now shattered Necroconstruct in front of him, deep in thought. Ever since the main force had entered the northern portion of the city, Hades had been leading a small team of Death Guard to plant explosives at key structural points. It only took a small amount of demolition to bring the grandiose buildings crashing down with a mournful groan. The fallen Blackstone structures created a makeshift barrier in the northern sector, granting them a defensive advantage. Dantiok had wanted to ask how Hades had so quickly identified the weak points of the buildings, but the words never made it out. It didn't feel like the right question to ask. So the Iron Warriors' commander simply watched as Hades moved with ease between structures, like a fish in water, planting bombs with calm precision. Since Hades had blown a hole straight through the opposing resurrection constructs, the pressure on them had lightened considerably. The combined forces of the Death Guard and Iron Warriors fought the Necrons in the Blackstone jungle. With their reanimation protocols disabled, even the last advantage of the lesser Necrons had evaporated. As Hades destroyed at least a quarter of the buildings, Dantiok attempted to contact Perturabo to ask whether the surface assault might receive aerial support. Unfortunately, Perturabo and Mortarion were both fully engaged with the Necron fleet in orbit. Neither pre-march responded. Begin setting up defensive formations. And get the air units ready to support us. Hades' voice came over the channel. The Death Guard, without hesitation, left the task of defense to the Iron Warriors, who were far more professional at it. But on Hades' end, something felt wrong. Ever since entering the Blackstone-built city, he had sensed a faint tremor, an odd, resonating hum from the Blackstone. What is this? He didn't have time to dwell on it. Hades continued directing the Death Guard in placing explosives while watching the flow of the battle. As expected, they had lost contact with the fleet in orbit. Knowing the speed of the Necron ships, he could only hope the Death Guard could avoid them. Still, as long as the Iron Warriors could stall the Necron fleet, the Death Guard should be able to retreat along the planned route. Hades thought this as he prepared to plant another. He suddenly leapt backward. A beam of green light, far more brilliant than the Necron's standard firepower, grazed past him and scorched the nearby structure. Hades snapped his head around, only to see a shadow slipping back into the Blackstone buildings. A death mark. The death mark was the Necron sniper unit. But Necron lords rarely deployed them, considering their methods dishonorable. Still, Hades realized one horrifying implication. If a death mark was on the field, that meant that a Necron lord in this tomb had awoken. What the hell? Weren't the Necron nobles supposed to be in deep stasis, nearly impossible to awaken under normal circumstances? Almost as if in response to his thoughts, a towering figure emerged from the apex of a blackstone pyramid in the center of the city, far larger than any regular Necron, looming over Hades' forces. You dodged that? Not bad. The Necron King spoke. Before the last word left its mouth, a laser bolt flashed through the air and struck down an Iron Warrior. The death mark had chosen a new target. Watch for snipers, Hades shouted over the comms. I was wondering what kind of creature you would be. The Necron King continued. He held a war scythe, its heavy energy field humming with deadly power, and began descending his high perch at a measured pace. Some Astartes tried to shoot him, but unsurprisingly, the Necron shields absorbed the incoming fire. With every sentence the Necron King uttered, another laser beam would flash from within the ruins, his death mark, faithfully obeying his every word. Even though the Space Marines tried to evade, the death mark's precision sniping was relentless, disrupting their rhythm and breaking up their advance. But it seems you're nothing more than a lowly trickster. Though, your presence, a soulless one? No, not quite. Didn't matter. He'd know once he had the prey in his grasp. The Necron King thought lazily. He was getting bored anyway. Might as well talk to his new plaything a bit longer. I shall grant you a battle, lesser being. If you have any little tricks, you'd best use them all. If you prove interesting, perhaps I'll let you live long enough to die properly. As the Necron King Jossaras stepped onto the final stair of the pyramid, the main Necron force finally appeared, emerging from the southern part of the city. Atop the high tower, the Lord of the Dead descended from its peak, the sickly green blade of his war scythe gleaming with merciless light. Hades stared silently at the Necron King, tightening his grip on Obituary. His black domain had no effect on these soulless Necrons. Hades took a deep breath, focusing his energy. At the same time, he extended his scythe-wielding hand and pointed toward a vague direction. I'll fight you, but you must call off the death mark. Every passing minute, the death mark was taking the life of a space marine with pinpoint precision. These overpowered assassination units were weapons that most Necron kings disdained. If a Necron commander truly respected their opponent, they would not deploy death marks. If you want to duel me, then the death mark is a stain on your honor. Hades stared at the figure before him. He wasn't sure if the other would even listen. The Necron King appeared to be muttering to itself, half mad, by the look of it. But if Jossaras insisted on keeping the death mark in play, then by fighting Hades, it would be acknowledging a lowering of its own status. Sure enough, Jossaras casually raised a hand and snapped his fingers. The nearly perfect green beams of death vanished from the battlefield. Blabbering livestock, Jossaras sneered. Now step forward and fight me. The massive Necron legion instinctively parted around their lord, forming a hollow arena. Yet the rest continued their march, Gauss rifles still aimed at the remaining space marines. Dantioch, I'm leaving the rest to you. Hades sighed. Though they were now about to face an overwhelming Necron force, the prelaid defensive structures and the dismantling of the resurrection constructs had already minimized the worst of the pressure. Vague shouting came over the channel. It was the Skitarii from Graia 106, recklessly rushing to support them. Surprisingly, it was the Mechanicus protectors, not the Iron Warriors, who were the most enthusiastic reinforcements. Hades leapt out of the trenches, walking step by step toward the city center. The Necron warriors, once so eager to attack him, now ignored him completely. The closer he got to the center, the more intense that strange sensation became. The dense blackstone clusters whispered to him, humming, resonating. His mind itched. Hades shook his head. It was similar to the sensation from the Black Domain, but subtly different. Now wasn't the time to dwell on it. He had arrived. Jossaras stood opposite him, raising his war scythe and performing a ceremonial gesture, perhaps a form of salute or ritual. Hades, without much thought, mimicked the motion. Jossaras scoffed with disgust. Whatever. Hades wasn't here for respect, he was here to stall. To buy time for the Iron Warrior's aerial support and the Scutarius to arrive. Hades assumed a battle stance, and Jossaras struck. The Necron technology drew energy from the sparse atmosphere, charging itself and causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Frost began creeping across Hades' armor, only to be flung off in shimmering arcs as he moved with blinding speed. Omicron. Clashing metal rang through the battlefield. The force behind Jossaras' attacks was immense, especially combined with the buzzing hum of that high-powered energy field. Hades was forced to rely on rapid dodges just to hold his ground. The good news? Jossaras' technique and fluidity weren't nearly as fearsome as Hades had expected. For a moment, amidst the ocean of Necrons, two figures, Hades and Jossaras, danced in deadly combat, their silhouettes entwined in a brutal, high-speed duel. Too fast. Jossaras realized in shock that this fleshy creature had burst forth with speed completely at odds with his size. Even among the best Lychguard warriors Jossaras had seen, including the modified ones, few possessed such physical capabilities. These lowly flesh things could reach such strength. Even the multi-threaded command patterns etched into his form couldn't shake this human off. Hades clung to him like a scarab latched onto his exoskeleton. For a moment, Hades and Jossaras were locked in a fierce stalemate. On the other side of the battlefield, Dantioch led the combined Death Guard and Iron Warriors force, holding off the tide of Necrons. Thanks to the treacherous terrain Hades had blasted into place, the Necron advance was fragmented and slowed, greatly easing the pressure on their line. As he fired, Dantioch kept part of his focus fixed on Hades' position, catching fleeting glimpses of that distinct pale green blur, the mark of the Death Guard. Every strike Jossaras launched was dodged cleanly. This was completely unlike the fighting style Dantioch knew of the Death Guard, who typically took hits to deliver heavier blows in return. But Hades, he dodged everything. Hold on, Hades, Dantioch thought. He could see the difference in Jossaras' weapon, massive, unique, far more dangerous than the others. Then came a transmission from the skies. Iron Warrior's air support was moments from securing temporary air superiority over the region. It's good news, but Dantioch couldn't risk disrupting the delicate balance of that duel to inform Hades. Meanwhile, Hades had fully entered a focused trance. Every strike he delivered was faster, heavier, deadlier. With a powerful blow, he slammed into the blackstone floor beneath Jossaras. The ground cracked, and the towering Necron King staggered. No! Hades followed up with a downward cleave aimed straight for Jossaras' neck. No! A scream seemed to pierce time and space. It was Nas, dragging itself from the ruins of a collapsing resurrection construct, watching helplessly as its lord. No, no, no. Attack. Attack. In that split second, Nas overrode protocol, breaking all restrictions, and gave a direct order to a lurking death mark on the ground. A blinding green beam shot straight toward Hades. Time slowed. Hades watched the beam streak toward his skull. But it was too late. Jossaras' head spun through the air, severed. As Hades tried to dodge, he yanked up Obituary in defense. The green beam scraped along the shaft of the scythe and struck the right side of Hades' helmet. The helmet exploded into ash, blood spraying from the wound. His vision blurred. Conscious control began slipping away. Hades clenched his teeth, fighting to stay upright. Blood spilled from his mouth. The humming of the blackstone intensified, his mind itched. Consciousness dimmed. Damn it, not a memory flood now. No, stop. Stop. Barbarous. The 14th Legion. Mars. The words of the Eldar. They all flashed across his thoughts in an instant. And then a thunderclap in his mind. As though chains had snapped, a golden cage began to crack, shedding its layers. What had been imprisoned was awakening. Hades' half-lured eyes locked onto his black and green foe, and the truth he'd once seen atop the peaks of Barbarous came surging back. The truth that wrapped life and soul. KH. Hades coughed up a mouthful of blood. The black domain surged violently, causing the blackstone of the entire Necron structure to tremble in resonance. Run. Run. Hades shouted toward Dantioch and the others, but he knew they wouldn't understand what he meant. He struck Josras with one last swing of his scythe, then turned and fled like a hunted beast. Run. Faster. Keep running. At the very least, he had to get the Death Guard and Iron Warriors out of the range of his own black domain. His consciousness teetered on the edge, swaying dangerously. Hades fought with everything he had to stay awake, but the whispering of the Blackstone only grew louder, warmer, and soon, it washed over him like a tidal wave. The grievous wound his head from the death mark left his vision swimming in a sea of vague color. Then even that color bled into overwhelming blacks and whites. Nas, now upright amidst the ruins, rushed to the scene at full speed. Upon arrival, it raised its axe and pointed it at the figure who had shown such a reverence to its king. Though the king's mind and will endured, and Josras would one day rise again in the deepest catacombs. This alien's actions had crossed Nas's final line. Its cognitive circuits trembled. As the king's blade, Nas was bound to rend this being apart. Yet Hades, half-blind and staggering, could no longer distinguish between the black-armored Necrons and the obsidian structures around them. He charged straight toward Nas. Startled, Nas dodged in time, then countered with a swift, brutal swing of its axe. That was the last straw. Hades fell to his knees, clutching his throat, and was swallowed by the vast, overwhelming force of the Black Domain. The Black Domain erupted. The Necron Blackstone structures began to resonate with the Black Domain's pulse. Wave after wave of dark energy expanded outward, flooding the entire area. Distorted, black and white static filled the space as oblivion tore at everything. Nas stared in confusion at the feeds from its fellow warriors. The alien soldiers who had been fighting so furiously were now collapsing in agony, only a few managing to remain on their feet. It turned back, realizing now that the one who had defied the king had somehow caused real damage to its kin. Pitiful creature, Nas thought. It readied itself and swung its axe once more toward the now dissolving Hades, aiming straight for his neck. A burst of green lightning exploded. Hades threw his head back and gave an unconscious cry. Green lightning cracked between the Blackstone spires, the only color in this distorted world. A dragon's phantom appeared. Nas stared, stunned at it all. Suspended among the towering Blackstone pillars floated a humanoid form, radiating energy. The Blackstone responded to his presence, and streaks of green lightning crackled endlessly around him. He was enveloped in a chaotic void of souls and nothingness. He roared. He wailed. He was shattered and reborn. Massive bolts of lightning coiled through the Blackstone structures. The Necron army, once mighty, was now like ants beneath the feet of a god, torn apart by green waves of power. A tan. That was a tan. Nas tried desperately to activate the underground containment constructs, but the green lightning tore everything apart. The blast of green energy also hurled the Death Guard and Iron Warriors out of the Black Domain's range. The sheer force flung them back like rag dolls. Black, white, gray. Distorted images clashed and spun across the sky. No soul-bearing creature could look directly at him. In the distance, the zealous warriors of the Ecclesiarchy, charging toward the Necron main force, trembled as they pointed toward that black city. Some had already stopped their advance, heedless of the Necrons around them, and had begun to kneel toward it in worship. It was something beyond comprehension. Their souls were shaking. Oh, Omnisia! Above the stars, within the Death Guard fleet, Jean stared at the last frame transmitted from Hades' armor, frozen in place. He is a god. I knew it. The voice of Magos Korclan roared from within the logic engine. Praise the Omnisia. Anomalous data began flooding in. Pecherabo, deeply focused on the naval battle, glanced aside with mild distraction. Sensor malfunction? A massive black void had appeared at the target location, pure, undiluted darkness. As for the airborne strike teams he had dispatched earlier, most were now stranded at the periphery of the zone. A few signals had gone dark. Pecherabo assumed them Kia. He did find the strike team's data odd. Most of them appeared to be unconscious. But the good news was that they could now bomb the target zone. The defensive structures had already been destroyed by a Death Guard detonation, and the Iron Warriors had just secured local air superiority. What more was there to consider? Pecherabo issued the order without hesitation, a full-scale bombardment of the entire zone. The Iron Warriors had brought enough firepower to reduce everything in the area to ash. High above, between the clouds and the desert winds, the Iron Warrior's munitions began to rain down. Perturabo spent no more thought on the matter. Compared to the trivial skirmishes on the ground, it was the naval conflict that demanded the full precision of his calculations. On the iron blood, heavy, clanging footsteps echoed rapidly. Poison gas spread unchecked through the corridor, and the once metallic gray-white hallway was now shrouded in a faint yellow-green haze. The Lord of Death strode forward, his tattered, dim cloak flapping sharply behind him, brushing past the Iron Warriors standing stiffly at the edges of the corridor. A raspy wheeze escaped from behind his mask, like the dying breath of a man on his last legs. Beneath the cloak, a sinister white haze clouded the pale king's eyes. The entire corridor was steeped in deathly oppression. The Lord of Death's fury gripped everyone's throat like a vice. They all held their breath as best they could, fearing that the slightest sound might bring disaster. Mordorion walked like a terminal patient, his gait bizarre and uneven, as if a corpse were dragging itself forward. At the end of the corridor, the door was tightly shut. Hardened steel denied him entry, silently proclaiming its rejection of Mordorion. The Lord of Iron hadn't extended any invitation to his brother. In fact, Mordorion had forced his ship to dock at the Iron Blood's hangar. Now, that hangar had a cruiser-sized crater in it. The yellow and black hazard stripes on the door stood tall, as if mocking Mortarion's impotence. "Apologies, my lord. The warsmith has ordered that he is not to be disturbed." On either side of the door, two Iron Warriors crossed their halberds in front of Mordorion. The Primarch tilted his head slightly, like a skull slipping off a skeleton. Within the hood's shadow, his eyes betrayed no emotion as he stared at the two poor souls. Mordorion reached for his scythe, silence. With ease, the weapons swept aside their halberds. Cling! The useless weapons clattered to the floor. Then Mordorion, one hand on his scythe, casually picked up one of his incense burners with the other. He violently tore it free from the copper chains it hung on. With the same hand, he reached to the jars and vials strapped to his armor and selected a glass bottle. A mysterious black solid filled the bottle. With a squeeze, Mordorion crushed it, shards of glass and black matter pouring into the incense burner's vents. Few knew Mordorion was a master of alchemy. His gaze locked once more onto the door ahead. His lips moved slightly beneath the respirator. Then, without warning, the Primarch hurled the burner with full force. It tore through the air with a booming crack, shattering the seemingly indestructible door. Mordorion gripped his scythe tightly, staring deadened through the gaping hole he'd made. Through the breach, pale blue-white flames laced with phosphorus burned fiercely. Toxic gas hissed and spewed out. Bang! The door slammed open. Perturabo stormed out, his face twisted in rage. The toxin pouring out from his chamber was hundreds of times more potent than anything Mortarion's burner had released. Diaris is new. What the fuck are you doing? The Lord of Iron's furious roar detonated across the entire corridor. Mordorion, across from him, gave a smile uglier than a grimace, but with his respirator on, all Perturabo could see was him squinting his eyes. "Then what the hell are you doing, Perturabo?" Mordorion hissed, the voice of death demanding answers. That was a calculated and rational decision. "Why are you so fixated on a necessary casualty?" Perturabo shouted back. They had already argued multiple times over comms before this. Mordorion, who had been uncharacteristically silent and aloof, had erupted in fury the moment he received the casualty report from the Greya 106 ground assault unit. "So your idea of calculation is indiscriminate bombardment on a zone where Death Guard were present?" Mordorion lowered his head, staring at Perturabo with unblinking intensity. According to the data, there was only one Death Guard there. And his biometrics showed he was already dead. Perhaps that Death Guard, Hades was it, had once left some sort of lasting or unique impression on Perturabo. But what did that matter to him? He was metal. He was iron. And now, standing face-to-face with his brother, Perturabo spat the words. "That was a corpse. Don't tell me you still care about that." "Mordorion, that was a corpse." Perturabo stared daggers at Mordorion, refusing to back down. Look at him, he thought. Such a fragile Primarch, and raged over the loss of a single son. Then Perturabo smirked mockingly. He remembered Mortarion's past jabs at him, and now he had found the perfect wound to press on. "Lord of Death, is your title a joke? You care this much about one casualty, can you even command a war?" Mordorion froze for a second at the insult, but an even greater fury surged from within, blazing through his frail and sickly frame. "I promise death," Mordorion growled, grinding each word out. "But not this kind of death. Not this kind." With a furious snarl, Mordorion swung his scythe. Anticipating the move, Perturabo raised his warhammer to block the heavy blow. The clash of metal screamed in protest, sharp sparks flying from the impact point between two godlike beings. "Watch yourself," Perturabo warned, half smirking as he locked eyes with Mordorion. "You know what it means to initiate combat outside the dueling cages." Among the legions, such attacks, especially with hostility, were heavily laced with political implications. But Mordorion didn't care. He pressed downward, driving his scythe hard, its edge glancing off Perturabo's shoulder and leaving a deep gash in the yellow and black armor. Perturabo's expression darkened, but he refused to descend into a pointless brawl with this barbarian from an agrarian world. He knew he was in the right. Even if their brothers came to judge the matter, he would be the one standing on firm ground. A clean, total bombardment that annihilated the enemy's core force, without cost? Don't talk to Perturabo about dishonoring corpses. In war, life was the cheapest statistic. In every campaign, there had always been suicide squads and bait teams. This was nothing new. Even if the entire strike team had been within the bombing zone, Perturabo would have simply warned them to dodge and still continued the bombardment. He stared at Mordorion. The Lord of Death now resembled a furious, caged beast pacing in circles, unable to break free. He wasn't dead. Mordorion spoke in a low, threatening tone. It was unclear whether he was arguing with Perturabo or simply stating what he believed to be the truth. But he had stopped attacking. Still, Perturabo noticed that Mortarian's hand, clenched around his scythe, was trembling slightly, ready to strike again at any moment. Perturabo blinked slowly, a look of contempt flickering in his eyes. Look at him, he thought. This brother of his, supposedly unhinged and consumed by madness, how fragile, how pathetic. Perturabo, who prided himself on being steel, knew this much. He would never waste so much emotion on the fates of foolish mortals. He pulled up the data logs from the incident, projecting them into the air. "See this?" he said coolly. "Before I gave the order, this Death Guard's vital signs had already flatlined. A single comm line stretched across the display, no pulse, no life signs. He had seen that number with his own eyes. And for a moment, Mordorion felt like he was standing once more on the deepest, darkest wastelands of Barbarous. Alone. Hades, Kala, they were gone. Only he remained, abandoned in the cold of space. Forced to call tyrants and kings brother. Forced to face war. Forced to face the deaths of his sons. Ever since he'd been made to wear the thorny cloak called Pre-March, no mortal had ever truly tried to understand him again. Each Pre-March was a lonely being. Even before they were found, their transcendent nature set them apart, making it nearly impossible to find someone who could understand them, someone who could relate. And when they were found, that so-called father had promised them brothers. Brothers. It was supposed to mean kindred spirits. Equals. Family. Sanguinius and Horus. Magnus and the Khan. Fulgrim and Ferris. Gilliman and Corax. But clearly, not all Primarchs had found someone among these brothers to fill the hole inside them. Maybe the lucky ones had already found human friends before they were taken. Maybe for Robert Gilliman, it was his adoptive parents. Maybe for Lionel Johnson, it was Luther. Mordorion stared at the one before him, his supposed brother, the one he had been promised, and now, the one who had destroyed Mortarian's friend. He never should have expected anything from these brothers. Quite the opposite, he should have been guarding against them. Dead. Gone forever. On some distant, cold, forgotten little world. The anger inside him burst. Only helplessness remained. A great sorrow and despair welled up inside, suffocating him. Mordorion stood there in hopeless silence, wondering whether to swing his scythe at Perturabo again. But it was all meaningless now. Everything had become dull and absurd. Then a small message blinked on the projected display in front of Perturabo. "My lord, strike team member Dantiok has regained consciousness. Vital signs stable. The others remain asleep, but are not in danger." Mordorion blinked. Aboard the Death Guard's vessel, the strike team's warriors were still unconscious, but the apothecaries had assured him they would live. "Bring him here," Mordorion said. It wasn't a request. It was a command. Perturabo stared coldly at Mordorion, but still gave the order to summon Dantiok. Not out of kindness, far from it. He wanted to prove his command had been flawless, irrefutable. He would have Dantiok stand before Mordorion and clearly state the objective truth: Hades was dead. And Perturabo himself? He would personally block the scythe Mordorion might swing in response, a gesture of reward for Dantiok, bearer of confirmation. But then, Dantiok's answer surprised everyone. He stood straight and firm before the two Primarchs, wearing only the simplest of combat fatigues fresh from the medical room. Dantiok kept his face carefully expressionless, but the sight before him, a pale, white flame burning between the two giants, toxic gas wafting out in slow coils, was something no mortal could fully ignore. The two Primarchs seemed not to notice. They simply stared at him, hard and unblinking, as if one wrong word would see him crushed to powder. At this moment, Dantiok couldn't help but feel confused. His G-father, Perturabo, broke the silence, voice low and deliberate. "Did you take note of a death guard by the name of Hades during the operation?" A jolt ran through Dantiok's chest. Hades' words still echoed faintly in his mind, like a ghost at his shoulder. "Yes, my lord. I did notice him." Immediately, the tension between the two Primarchs thickened, as if his single sentence had fed the fire between them. "Then give me a full report," Perturabo ordered. "Tell me the entire sequence of the operation. And what exactly that death guard did." Dantiok swallowed hard. He tried to gather his thoughts, but something was off. The latter parts of the battle. They felt blurry, disjointed in his mind. But he knew Perturabo was not a Primarch who waited patiently, nor one who tolerated hesitation, so he began to speak calmly, methodically, stripping all emotion from his tone as it echoed down the corridor. Mordorion, Dantiok sensed, was growing increasingly agitated. But he remained silent, letting Dantiok continue. After analysis and comparison of the field data, Hades chose to initiate the assault. "He consulted with me." He didn't finish the sentence. Mordorion let out a huge, rattling breath, like a dying man with consumption gasping desperately for air. Perturabo flicked a glance at him, still the picture of steel and unbending will. "Continue," he said. Dantiok swallowed again and pressed on. And now, for the first time, Perturabo felt a faint pang of regret for the death of that death guard. Such a sharp mind. A warrior who could even grasp his strategies. Such men were rare now. He savored the sound of Mortarian's labored breathing, as though the Lord of Death himself were at death's door. And in a twisted way, Perturabo found himself hoping Mordorion truly was as close to the end as he looked. And then, Dantiok, for once, paused. A rare expression of confusion flickered across his face. Perturabo's irritated voice broke, and Dantiok had been this close to reaching the part Perturabo cared about most, the part that would determine whether he had won. "Continue." Dantiok hesitated. His memories were distorted, smeared with white and black like corrupted data. Swirling, roaring fragments of pure, inky blackness, chaotic and unreadable. I forgot?" Dantiok muttered, quietly and in disbelief. But he quickly straightened up and gave his formal report, precise and professional. "My memory has sustained damage, my lord. Beyond a few scenes of overwhelming darkness, blacker than black, there's nothing." That's where it ends. The two Primarchs facing him both froze for a moment. "What do you mean?" Perturabo roared. And Mordorion, who had moments before been consumed by despair, suddenly widened his eyes. That was a sign of prolonged exposure to Hades' Black Domain. But why would Hades use the Black Domain on allies? And more importantly, where was he now? Still, it gave Mordorion a sliver of hope. A ridiculous, fragile possibility. Could the Black Domain have shielded Hades from the Iron Warrior's bombardment? But if so, why had they only found what seemed like his helmet in the search and nothing else? The arguments and chaos aboard the Iron Blood felt so distant and insignificant. Hades was sleeping. The feud between Mordorion and Perturabo, at least for the moment, wasn't enough to disturb Hades' slumber, just like Angron's roars never reached him either. It had been a long time since Hades slept so soundly, even if he had the odd sensation he was sleeping sitting upright. No, it wasn't that the Death Guard were depriving their warriors of sleep, or deliberately forcing them to stay awake. While the Death Guard were indeed austere and valued endurance, they didn't go as far as to torment Hades like that. The real reason was this. All of Hades' accommodations aboard the Death Guard ship were standard issue. And what did standard issue mean? Well, for someone like Hades, who was clearly a size larger than most, it meant that every night he had to sleep with extreme caution. Otherwise, he'd wake up the next morning and find himself lying on the floor again. The bed was too small. And not just the bed, the desks, chairs, even the spoons. The Primarchs had custom-made furnishings. He, however, did not. But Hades never thought this mattered much. He had simply resigned himself to waking up on the floor every morning. He'd complained more than once. Can't they make adjustable furniture for Space Marines? He had even planned to modify the bed himself, but, well, he has no time. Before he could turn his cozy little corner into something functional. Here he was. So, where exactly was he now? Hades reluctantly pushed himself up from the warm table he'd been using as a pillow. How perfectly that desk matched his size. He instinctively wiped the drool from the polished surface, eyes half-lidded and groggy, only to find himself staring directly into the wise, emerald gaze of a Necron. What the F? Hades jolted fully awake, springing upright from the chair. Without a weapon, he instinctively grabbed the chair he'd just been sitting on, which, for the record, had originally been bolted to the floor, and held it in front of him, for legs pointed at the massive Necron across from him. Nigeria Nairai. Sure, it probably wasn't going to help much. But hey, better some defense than none. Only after setting up this makeshift defense did Hades take the time to properly observe his surroundings. A meeting room? The spacious room was empty aside from the table in front of him, a vase, 2 chairs, and, well, 1 Necron. Some kind of complex, symmetrical patterns were carved into the corners of the room, glowing faintly with a rhythmic, green light, almost as if they were breathing. Hades finally turned his attention to the only other living being in the room. The Necron was watching him with great interest. Hades swallowed. He had a pretty good idea who this was. This was the Lord of Figurines, Trazyn the Infinite. A Necron overlord with an extremely Necron-style personality. While most other Necron overlords were either half-mad from too much sleep or obsessed with war and extermination, Trazyn had a very different hobby. Using Necron technology, he spent his time collecting all the fascinating and irreplaceable things across the galaxy. Things like an Ogryn who could count to 9, a Death Guard who loved to bathe, an orc painted entirely purple, and strands of Horus hair. Ahem. Anyway, Trazyn liked to gather rare, one-of-a-kind items. Things that couldn't be recreated, that felt alive, that made him feel like he still existed, instead of being just a lifeless skeleton. Hades realized that this time, he'd become the figurine collector's figurine. He briefly recalled his own lovingly painted Demon Prince Mordorion model, carefully posed on his shelf. There was no escape. Being here meant he was already deep inside Trazyn's domain, fully at the mercy of his collector's whims. Hades' soul left his body. In a situation like this, he no longer held out hope that anyone would come to rescue him. He didn't think Mordorion, or Perturabo, or anyone, really, could crack Necron tech and find him here, especially not in the clutches of the Lord of Figurines. There was no saving him. Time to gather his pride and prepare for life as a display piece in a stasis chamber. Or, maybe not. There was still a glimmer of hope. Trazyn hadn't thrown him straight into stasis. Instead, he was awake, fully conscious, and standing here. That meant there was still a chance. Now fully awake and having gathered his thoughts, Hades carefully fixed his gaze on the Lord of Figurines, Trazyn. This ancient being currently had his chin resting on his hands, clearly entertained by Hades' every move. And somehow, Hades could see the amusement in that eerie green glow. "You're really just here to watch the show, huh?" Hades was tempted to fire off a few sarcastic comments, but, well, he knew better than to mouth off while under someone else's roof. So, having come to terms with the situation, Hades gently placed the chair back down. He awkwardly slotted its legs back into the holes in the floor, then sat back down like nothing had happened. He really regretted not wearing his helmet. Doing his best to keep a composed, professional expression, Hades met Trazyn's gaze. But the Necron didn't move. And Hades suddenly hesitated. Wait, was this even Trazyn? He didn't exactly specialize in Necron heraldry. He couldn't tell one dynasty's markings from another's. He opened his mouth hesitantly. Hello. The Necron finally stirred. It touched its chin thoughtfully, staring at Hades like a collector inspecting a priceless artifact. Greetings, Hades of the Death Guard, from Barbarous, the figure said. Or should I say, outsider. Hades didn't react much. Being one of the galaxy's most well-informed Necron overlords, Trazyn knowing a few secrets didn't surprise him. He simply nodded in acknowledgement. I am Trazyn the Infinite of Salamis. Knew it. Trazyn ignored the brief flicker of change in Hades' expression. He casually snapped his fingers, and a cup appeared out of thin air, right in front of Hades. Hades glanced down. Wait, what the Coke? Black, fizzy liquid, bubbling happily with square ice cubes floating in it. Hades was hit with a wave of dissonance. Staring at this incredibly ordinary soda, he was completely speechless. But, from this gesture alone, Hades could glean something important. Trazyn didn't see him as an enemy. Not yet. If he played his cards right, if he talked well enough, he might still escape. Still, the bubbles rising in that cup sent Hades spiraling into a weird kind of existential crisis. Where the hell am I? Who even am I right now? Pleased with the reaction, Trazyn found himself a little less sad about no longer being able to consume food or drink. This mortal's expressions were delightfully vivid. Let us talk, Trazyn said, pulling Hades' gaze back from the soda. Hades blinked. All right then. He'd let the Lord of Figurines take the lead and just go along with it for now. So Hades looked up and fixed Trazyn with his most sincere and friendly expression. Hades' reaction made Trazyn pause. He really hadn't seen such an amusing specimen in a long, long time. A shame he couldn't pretend to sip tea anymore. That trick used to work wonders in disarming annoying cryptex. Trazyn thought for a moment. He figured this could get even more entertaining. So he opened his mouth and said, I'm going to collect you. Hades, who had just lifted the precious soda for a sip, almost spit it all over the place. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. This guy doesn't play by any rules. Hades thought weakly. Well then, if he was going to play it crazy, Hades would go off script too. Can I at least ask about the conditions of my collection? How interesting. Trazyn was quite pleased. And having all the time in the universe, he replied patiently. What kind would you like? Don't worry, I care a lot about my collection. I could place you in a custom Death Guard-style display cell, deck you out in the Imperium's latest power armor, and let you hold that black scythe of yours. Thinking of a nice, heroic pose? Trazyn asked this casually. No, 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 no. Hades said seriously. I don't want that. I want a bed. Big enough for me to roll around twice. Made of 50% polyester and 50% cotton. Who knows if Necrons can feel touch, but Hades had standards when it came to quality sleep. Oh, and I need a blanket and a pillow too. If you're going to collect me, I want to be lying down. Standing all the time, it's a painful experience. Trazyn blinked. Then suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. I really haven't seen someone this fun in ages. And what color should the bed be? He asked jokingly, the atmosphere now warm and flowing like molten steel. Hades blinked. I don't really care. You decide. All right. Trazyn agreed cheerfully. I didn't expect this. You may not have a soul, but you're quite entertaining, Trazyn said. Hades stayed composed. I may not have a soul, but that doesn't mean I don't have a brain. Trazyn gave him a sidelong glance and pointed at Hades' right temple. You almost didn't have a brain either. Suddenly, Hades remembered the final scene before blacking out. Eha. He instinctively reached up and touched his right temple. It was still there. I fixed it for you, Trazyn said casually. Forget the brain. Reconstructing a whole biological body using Necron technology is child's play. He even upgraded the guy a little while he was at it. Much appreciated. Hades replied promptly, and then hesitated. But why would you help me? Help an alien. I'm collecting you, remember? Hearing that, Hades slowly took another sip of his soda. Funny way to say it, though. If you're gonna collect me, wouldn't it be more convenient to just box me up right now? Trazyn let out a nostalgic sigh. As a Necron, how long had it been since he last heard someone speak with this kind of polite sarcasm? Ah yes, flesh and blood beings were always the masters of this art. I'm going to collect you, yes, Trazyn said, staring at Hades. But not right now. Suddenly feeling like it, Trazen reached out his hand. A cup of tea appeared in his grasp a second later. Of course, he couldn't taste it. Couldn't absorb it. But that wasn't the point. Sometimes, you just wanted to do something. Wasn't that what being alive meant? Hades, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow. Not now? He probed carefully. So, I'm not valuable enough yet. Trazen took a fake sip of his tea and replied, "You could say that." He was in a good mood, so he decided not to be cryptic. Your untouchable field hasn't reached its full potential. You can still grow. If I collect you now, that growth stops. Hades considered that. But my black domain hasn't been growing for a while now. Ever since he left Barbarous, he hadn't felt it change much. His field was always bound close to his body. Trazen rolled his eyes at him. That's because the Emperor's been limiting it. Try again right now. Cautiously, Hades attempted to extend his black domain, and to his surprise, it flowed freely out of his body. Within moments, the entire room was swallowed in darkness. Trazen, of course, was completely unaffected. He had no soul for the field to bite into. After experimenting a bit and realizing how controllable it had become, Hades retracted the field. Why would the Emperor limit it? Hades asked, genuinely puzzled. If I'm an untouchable, shouldn't a bigger field be better? Trazen slowly smacked his lips as if trying to taste his tea. Nope. Still tasteless. Do you even understand your true nature? A mutant untouchable. Hades answered confidently. This time Trazen nearly spat out his tea. No, not even close. You are an outsider. A being from another world. A presence that comes from the physical universe. Hades blinked. So, Trazen didn't wait. To this world's warp, you are a hole. A deep, endless tear. A void that slowly devours all warp-based existence around you. If left unchecked, your presence, the void you represent, will continue expanding. Until it consumes everything. Everything. Trazen finished like he was slamming a gavel at the end of a courtroom drama. Hades, stunned by the sudden truth, sat there dazed and silent, his mouth slightly open, no words coming out. Wait. I'm that powerful. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Suddenly, being restricted made a whole lot of sense. He didn't want to be some plague-bringer-like disaster where death followed him everywhere. But then another thought hit him. The Emperor and Malkador knew what he was. Knew his nature. Even went as far as sealing his black domain. But they never told him? If they'd told him the truth, at least he could have taken precautions himself. Hades took another sip of soda to calm himself down. Realizing what Hades was thinking, Trazen cut in directly. I believe, most likely, that your Emperor didn't think it was important enough to tell you. As long as you stayed with the Death Guard and didn't stir up trouble, you'd at least be somewhat useful to his plans. Hades' eyes went deadfish mode. He wanted to think it was all some grand conspiracy, but he had too little data and Trazen's explanation sounded way too plausible. Could it be the Emperor didn't think this was worth mentioning? While Malkador thought the Emperor had already told him. TSK. Then why did the Emperor's seal on me fail now? Hades asked. With the kind of lock he used, it shouldn't have ever broken. Not even at death. But in a near-death state, you resonated with a large amount of Blackstone structures, which exponentially amplified your black domain. Trazen fixed a sharp gaze on Hades. A regular outsider shouldn't be able to resonate with Blackstone like that. Hades felt the hairs on his neck stand up. Because I drank the Void Dragon's blood? Trazen snapped his fingers. Correct. But I should clarify that wasn't blood. You really are something. Trazen sighed, taking another fake sip of tea. Truly, this kind of reckless bravery belonged only to mortals. To fuse an outsider with a tan, it was as bold as it was insane. Only a lunatic like that so-called Emperor would dare to pull something like that off. Though, in fairness, he probably hadn't understood the deep connection between star gods, outsiders, and Blackstone. That little oversight nearly got Hades killed. If Trazen hadn't just so happened to be there, the sheer pressure of the unleashed black domain would have torn Hades apart. And yet, the Emperor had only placed a psychic chain on him. He wasn't worried that this Hades might turn against humanity someday. Someone who could command machines, destroy the warp, and vanish into the Imperium at will. If Hades ever wanted to rebel, there'd be no way to find or stop him. Humanity's detection grid still depended on the warp. And in the physical world, once you're far enough away, You're just a stone dropped in the ocean. Impossible to track. Impossible to stop. Thinking of this, Trazyn gave Hades another long, thoughtful look. Even after hearing such a world-shattering revelation, the guy had already gone back to sipping his soda like nothing happened. What a fascinating creature. Trazyn lifted his teacup again, savoring the moment. Even if he couldn't taste it far away, sorrows and despair, anger and entanglement, roars and tearing, all of it was completely inaudible here. Hades took a sip of his soda, the ice clinking against the glass as he set it down, producing a crisp, clear sound. He looked down, finished. Can I get a refill? Trazyn propped his chin with one hand and snapped the fingers of the other. In an instant, Hades' glass was full again. Hades took a moment to marvel, Necron tech, truly inspiring, then started drinking again without a care. Who knew if he'd ever get to enjoy something so comforting again? Seeing Hades in no rush, Trazyn wasn't in a rush either. After all, time meant nothing to him. Hades thought for a moment, then asked, "So, you're going to collect me in the future, huh?" "Correct." Trazyn casually refilled his own cup as well. If he tried to collect Hades now, it'd likely result in one of two outcomes. Option 1, the Emperor was too busy to intervene, and Trazyn got himself a limited edition figurine of an outsider. Option 2, the Emperor made time and came to beat the crap out of him. Most likely, Option 2. And neither of those outcomes were what Trazyn wanted. At present, Hades was far from reaching his maximum collectible value. But once Hades reached that point, Trazyn wouldn't be able to lay a finger on him. Trazyn might be a powerful figure of the Nihilakh dynasty, a dynasty far from lacking in resources or power. But his status was still just a notable Necron, not one of the top-tier rulers. Trazyn idly glanced at the tea in his cup, watching the leaves rise and fall in the water. The Emperor, still too bold, too reckless, too aggressive. He had no idea what he was truly playing with. Maybe Hades was just one of the countless backup plans he'd prepared, but this one hand could be enough to wipe out humanity, the Eldari, the warp. Badass. Everything with a soul. If Hades ever reached the point where even the psychic powers of the warp couldn't suppress him, then in the entire galaxy, the only ones left standing would be the soulless Necrons. If other Necrons encountered a soulless being like Hades, they'd probably be delighted. But Trazyn knew that wouldn't be right. The Necrons had abandoned their souls in the lies of the Tan. In the deep, unending river of time, they merely existed. They gave up death and were in turn abandoned by life. Even now, many Necron overlords were still searching for a way to reclaim their souls. And others had had their sanity worn away by the ages. Trazyn knew some of them could no longer be defined as who they once were. If those lords encountered Hades, they'd do everything in their power to widen and tear open the hole in the warp he represented. And with Necron technology, if they really went through with it, all soul-bearing life forms would have reason to tremble. Trazyn unconsciously tapped his finger on the table. That cannot be allowed. The Necrons need their souls back. Plans that destroy everything will destroy their own future too. They already destroyed their souls and their species once. There can't be a second time. But the warp is swelling. In the foreseeable future, the barrier between the warp and real space will continue to thin. They need something to effectively isolate the warp. Necron Blackstone technology could sever the warp, but if mishandled, it could just as easily amplify it. Yet there was one existence that could fundamentally remove the warp's influence. Trazyn looked toward Hades, still downing soda like a thirsty beast. "I modified your brain so that other Necrons won't be able to recognize you." Hades' hand froze mid-sip. Huh? His thoughts immediately turned to what Trazyn had just told him about his unique physiology. Yeah, if he ever got caught by the Necrons, chances were high they'd turn him into some kind of anti-warp weapon. He frowned slightly, then asked, "You don't want me to be found by those Necrons who want to destroy the warp?" Trazyn silently nodded. "For my own selfish reasons." Trazyn wanted to preserve a fully powered Hades. At that time, no one would be able to find Trazyn or his prized collection. Whether it was humanity or the Necrons, Trazyn had full confidence in his ability to hide. But the entities of the warp, they'd know. They'd realize that in Trazyn's possession was a weapon capable of annihilating every one of them. If the warp ever crossed the line, Trazyn had mentally drawn for it. He took another slow sip of tea. That was Trazyn's real calculation. But by that time, Hades would likely have become a major figure in the Imperium. The Emperor and his ever-watchful sidekick Malcador would be monitoring him constantly. Trazyn wouldn't get another chance. So he came early. As for how Trazyn had found Hades, the Necrons didn't have a system like humans or Eldari for detecting outsiders. For Trazyn, finding one was pure luck. But this outsider had approached the Necrons on his own. Well then, Trazyn could hardly be blamed, could he? In truth, once he received the intel, he immediately activated a temporal weapon to anchor the event of the Necron of Winmars must awaken. And he waited, calm and unhurried, until the very last moment, until Hades was on the brink of death. All to ensure that he could collect Hades at his prime. Humanity and the Eldari had already placed their bets. Trazyn had to get in on the action. He sighed to himself. That Emperor really had insane luck to have a son who could bring a powerful outsider like this into the Imperium. And now this outsider. Trazyn realized it would be almost impossible to recruit him to the Necrons' cause. It's not like he could offer Hades a deal like, work 2 days a week, 2 hours a day, under some slavery-like contract. Besides, Trazyn didn't represent the Necrons. He knew that if the rest of the Necron overlords found out about the outsider, well, the good news was most of those half-comatose warlords were slow to react and too busy fighting internal dynastic wars to even care about other species. Hades blinked. He suddenly felt like the air around Trazyn had gotten colder, the vibe shifting into Fulan conspiracy theory mode. So far, he knew this much. He was dangerous. He didn't currently affect the Necrons, but Trazyn didn't want him interacting with any other Necrons. The reason? Those Necrons would likely weaponize him. But they were all Necrons, right? So why was Trazyn the noble exception? Hades thought for a moment, then said, "You want to turn me into a weapon too?" Straight to the point. Trazyn gave an approving nod. "That's true, but also not quite. Do you know what you'll eventually face, Hades?" "Death." Hades shrugged. Trazyn stared at him. "Yes, death. And it will be a death granted to you by the Imperium itself. If nothing is done, one day, you'll grow so powerful, even the Emperor won't be able to suppress you. When you grow even further, you won't even be able to suppress your own antipsyker field. Even humanity's untouchables won't be able to approach you. Their purity is too weak. You'll devour everything and become a true lord of the underworld, Hades." Trazyn took a sip of tea. "Your human emperor won't let that happen. He'll kill you after he's done using you. Either a stab in the back, or he'll send you to a battlefield you're guaranteed not to survive. So long as your body dies, the warp void you generate will automatically vanish." Hearing this, Hades didn't look particularly surprised. He scratched his chin. Didn't that sound kinda cool? Honestly, it fit his image of the Emperor perfectly. He wouldn't be the future golden skeleton if the Emperor didn't screw him over at least once. If he wasn't bringing any benefit to humanity, why would the Emperor bother keeping him around? "Well, can't do much about that," Hades said casually. "If I really do become an unstoppable void someday, then yeah, probably better off not living anymore. At that point, he'd be all alone, might as well be dead already. Besides, chasing immortality in this nightmare of a universe? The very thought gave him goosebumps. He was still looking forward to an early retirement. Maybe he should just volunteer for one of those suicide missions. Back on Barbarous, death had been an everyday thing. In war, it was practically routine. He'd long since made peace with it. From walking alone into a warlord's territory, to charging into enemy lines ahead of everyone else, death was always right there. Maybe it came as a bullet, maybe as a falling blade. Death was just a natural step in life. And if dying could give life more meaning then, why not? Anyway, judging by how intense this war was, Hades doubted he'd even live long enough to become some all-powerful threat. "I don't think there's any reason for me to run from death," he said. He took another sip of cola. "If my existence ever really becomes a danger to humanity, I'll go off somewhere quiet and die." Then he noticed something off in the atmosphere. Trazyn was staring at him, frozen. Hades shrugged. "Well, what else am I supposed to do at that point? Oh wait, maybe he could quietly sail out of the galaxy, find some hidden corner, and doodle little figurine somewhere. But the machine spirits hated him too. Meanwhile, across the table, Trazyn, a once mortal being turned Necron, was utterly stunned into silence. It was their hatred of short lifespans and obsession with immortality that had brought the Necrons to this point. They had abandoned death, and in doing so, life had abandoned them. But now, in front of Trazyn, a creature of flesh and blood had casually spoken of choosing death. Trazyn finally spoke, slowly. I thought you'd be more sensitive about betrayal and death. But now I realize I was wrong. Your attitude toward life and death truly astonishes me. Right? Immortality, but what's the point of it? The Necrons were the perfect example of that mistake. Trazyn thought deeply. Hades blinked. Sometimes, death might be better than staying alive, you know? Unpleasant memories surged. He remembered those endless 24/7 days in the Death Guard. Trazyn stayed silent for a long while. Then suddenly, wait a minute. He'd come here to convince Hades, not to get convinced by him. Trazyn gulped down another mouthful of tea and quickly got back to the topic. But what if I had the technology to preserve you, he said. As long as you're here with me, your antipsyker field could be suppressed. That way, you wouldn't have to die. Compared to the Emperor's brute force psychic bricklaying, literally plugging warp rifts with raw psychic might, Trazyn had at his disposal the hyper-advanced necrotech of the Necrons. Hades stared at Trazyn. So, I'd just be locked up in a stasis field. How's that any different from being dead? Trazyn replied smoothly. But your existence would deter the entities of the warp. Of course, Hades thought. So I'm the nuke. And why shouldn't I let humanity keep me then? Because the Imperium doesn't have the technology. They simply can't. Trazyn said it without hesitation. And if you're the one keeping me, what happens if one day you decide to use me against humanity? If you agree to come to me, Trazyn said solemnly, then I vow not to do so. I swear it upon the name of the Nihilak dynasty. Trazyn's voice was full of grave sincerity. Meanwhile, Hades was deep in thought, watching the ice cubes bobbing in his drink. After all this talk, Trazyn had finally shown his hand. This was almost certainly the real reason the Lord of Figurines had come to find him. But still, handing himself over to an alien species? No way. Even if it was Trazyn, that was a hard no. But at the moment, if he didn't at least pretend to agree, there was a solid chance he was getting boxed right now. So, the best move? Fake some haggling. Convince Trazyn he was on board, get released, and then go back to the Emperor to talk this whole thing out. Or, if the situation made it clear, just scrap the deal unilaterally later. Wait, this half-brain Trazyn gave him, could it read his thoughts? Hades tried mentally cussing out Trazyn and the Necrons, and while he was at it, sent a few choice curses toward the Chaos Gods too. He glanced at Trazyn. No reaction. Cool. Probably safe. So, Hades finally said, what are you offering me? Trazyn perked up a little, so there was room to negotiate. I can offer you fragments of Necron Blackstone technology. They're incomplete, but with your knowledge, you might be able to piece them together. Hades tilted his head. That's it? What is this pocket change? Not enough. I will also shield you from the other Necrons. Ensure you remain hidden. Hades sipped his cola. That's your job. No weapons, tech, or resources, he asked pointedly. Trazyn glared at the greedy little me bag across from him. If you use too much Necron tech, he said, let's not even mention the Mechanicus tearing you apart with inquisitions. The other Necron dynasties would notice you too. And at that point, even I won't be able to protect you. Hades thought about it. Damn, he had to admit, that was a good point. But still, what could Trazyn actually offer him? Hades straightened up, suddenly realizing he held the upper hand here. Trazyn needed something from him. The tone in his voice shifted, righteous and indignant. You're giving me scraps. This is daylight robbery. I denounce your behavior. Trazyn, offended, shot right back. If it weren't for me, you'd be dead on Winmars. Don't forget it was me who fixed your half-blown brain. I even slapped those Necrons back into their tombs for you. Hades blinked. Okay, fair. But this wasn't the time for logic. If you're not in the right, at least be loud. I'm supposed to be a deterrent to the warp, and this is what you're offering me? Isn't your dynasty loaded? If I hadn't stepped in, your own emperor would have eventually offed you. I'm offering you prime real estate and you're nitpicking. Prime real estate. You're just thirsty for my body. If I had any better options, I wouldn't even be interested in you. You reek of tan essence. Do you think the Necrons like that? That's called added value genius. Ever heard of a bonus feature? What kind of bonus feature kills morale? After a glorious back and forth of yelling, bargaining, and mutual slander, the two finally reached a deal. Trazyn would provide Hades with fragments of Blackstone technology. He'd also give him 2 Necron engines. Hades would be allowed to salvage Necron weapons from Winmars, on the condition that he wouldn't deploy them widely unless absolutely necessary. As a cherry on top, he could yoink one item from Trazyn's legendary vault of weapons. In return, Trazyn extracted a promise. If Hades ever again reached the brink of death, and if his untouchable field had grown to the level Trazyn was waiting for, then Trazyn would collect him. Hades pursed his lips. A whole dynasty, and this was the best it could offer? So stingy. But whatever. He was planning to run anyway. Worst case? Trazyn came calling one day, and Hades just broke the deal. What's the worst that could happen? Death. He could live with that. He downed another sip of cola, mentally mapping out all his exit strategies. Meanwhile, Trazyn was watching him closely. Yeah, that little me bag was probably plotting betrayal right now. But that was fine. This deal wasn't about the reward, it was just the down payment. If he got Hades in the end, then he'd shower humanity with trinkets or tech. Whatever it took. They'd talk again when the time came. Hades strolled leisurely through the long corridors with Trazyn, the two of them casually chatting on their way to the Lord of Figurinza's makeshift armory, where Hades planned to snag a weapon or 2. Their earlier talk had broken the ice a bit. One man, one Necron, now just 2 guys chewing the fat. I'm curious, Hades asked, am I that unique? I mean, are there no others like me? If you mean other outsiders, then no, you're not unique. But if you mean ones with a trace of the tan lingering on them, then yes. You're the only one. Hades tilted his head thoughtfully. So, do you think I'll ever run into another outsider? Someone from his own world, maybe? From a different time? Impossible, Trazyn replied flatly. Outsiders are vanishingly rare. Their appearances across history can be counted on one hand. And every time one shows up, the warp and the leaders of the galaxy's species move to eliminate them. The warp itself rejects your kind. You, however, are an anomaly. Hades shrugged. Beats me why the Emperor took an interest in me. Very few beings can guess that Emperor of yours plans, much less his motivations, Trazyn replied idly. Then he paused, an idea lighting up in his processor. I do have a theory about your Emperor, though. Want to hear it? He said it with just enough gossip energy to pique Hades' curiosity. Maybe he could even use this to turn Hades to his side. Hades blinked. I'm not going to drop dead from hearing it, right? This isn't, like, forbidden knowledge or anything. Oh, no, just a theory, Trazyn said breezily. And hey, if you do meet the Emperor one day, maybe you can help me confirm it. Hades averted his gaze. Could he say no? Did he even want to hear this? Back in his past life as a 40k nerd, the Emperor's origins had always been nebulous. Was he the vengeance god Mara, summoned by ancient shamans? Or the first psychic born after humanity's first murder? Maybe both. Maybe neither. He was simultaneously the most Mary Sue and Gary Stu in galactic history. His lore had never been definitive. ROE. Only one thing about him was certain. He would burn everything, even himself, if that was what it took to ensure humanity's survival. He was a hyper-extreme human supremacist. If humanity couldn't be loyal to its own species, what hope did it have in a galaxy this mad? If Hades were an Eldar, he'd probably consider the Emperor the galaxy's biggest war criminal. But he was human. And the Emperor, brutal as he was to others, was even harsher on himself. So Hades wasn't inclined to buy into wild conspiracy theories. If the Emperor had wanted to be the galaxy's most luxurious tyrant, he could have done that ages ago. But he didn't. Instead, he built 20 demigod suns and launched a galaxy-wide WAGH. Ahem, no, wrong race. Anyway, Hades' stance was simple. Big bro, you do you. Just, give me a heads up before you screw me over. Trazyn's voice piped up again, cheerful as ever. Think about it, Hades. The Eldar had their own gods. So why doesn't humanity? The good God-Emperor debate. Classic. Hades had no intention of jumping into that philosophical snake pit. He decided to just let Trazyn talk it out. A person who looks like a god and acts like a god, but says he isn't one, is he still a god? Hades' answer? Obtuse angle. Doesn't matter if he's a god or not. What the hell does that have to do with Hades? All he knew was, if you judged it by the Emperor's kids, there's no way those were divine bloodline material. Seeing that Hades didn't object, Trazyn continued. So, let's start with the assumption that your emperor is a racial god of humanity. Then comes the second question, what aspect of humanity does your emperor represent? Hades paused, a little confused. Isn't it just humanity itself? No, Trazen replied, shaking his head. To gain real power in the warp, humanity as a concept isn't emotionally resonant enough. In other words, the idea is too broad, too impure. Think about the powerful gods you know. They're all born from emotionally potent concepts. Hades thought for a moment, then hesitantly offered. Vengeance. After all, the Emperor did embody vengeance, destroying the old world, enforcing eye for an eye justice. It was a prevailing theme. Trazen nodded. I did consider that possibility. But maybe we can go even further with this. The rise of your Emperor, when he first appeared on the stage of human history, when was it? What were humans doing back then? Warring, Hades replied instantly, suddenly realizing where this was going. He looked sharply at Trazen. Yes. War. Chaos. Death. I lean toward the theory that perhaps your Emperor drew his power from the very concept humanity represents best, war itself. Hades blinked rapidly. It might not be the right moment to say it, but damn, Big E is hella brave and hella badass. Before Hades could get lost in that thought, Trazen spoke again. And that would explain why he launched the Great Crusade. Wait, what? Hades froze. I don't know. I know nothing. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying. Don't explain. Don't explain. I'm not listening. His body reacted faster than his brain. He slapped his hands over his ears to block out any further dangerous ideas from Trazen. I'm warning you. My left brain was a gift from the Emperor himself. Say the wrong thing and it might just blow up from auto-detection. Trazen, walking ahead, stopped and turned to wave dismissively at him. Relax. It doesn't have that function. I checked. You checked. You didn't implant some sort of kill switch, did you? Do I look like some kind of evil villain? Trazen waved his cane indignantly at Hades, pointing at him with mock offense. Once Trazen stopped, Hades finally lowered his hands. Aren't you afraid that if I go meet the Emperor and repeat all this, he'll just crush my skull with psychic might? Not at all. Someone like you? Your thoughts don't make any waves in the warp. Your Emperor probably doesn't even care. Go talk this conspiracy nonsense to someone else. Don't drop this stuff on me. Cue Hades triple denial combo. Trazen stared at Hades with a resigned look. No one else ever talks to me about this kind of stuff. Think about it, which of my kin actually cares about these things? That's not a good enough reason to try and get me killed. I'm not listening. 2 weapons. Hades stopped screaming instantly. Any choice I want? Yes. Please go on. Trazen figured that if he still had flesh on his bones, it would be twitching in sheer frustration. He cleared his non-existent throat and continued. So the Great Crusade, by its very nature, was empowering your Emperor. Even if your Emperor claimed to be reclaiming lost territory, war itself was the goal. No. The Crusade was to secure resources for the Webway project. But if you do follow that line of reasoning, could it be he wanted to ascend? To become a true god, not just a god in spirit or symbol, but in essence. No. Hades muttered quietly. As someone who knew how the story unfolded, he knew the Emperor absolutely did not want to become a god. On the contrary, he vehemently rejected the idea. Even if we follow your assumption, then perhaps he was gathering power not for himself, but to fight the Chaos Gods. The Emperor is a man. But if Trazen's theory held water, at the end of the Crusade, after so much war had filled the warp with psychic energy, the Emperor hurried back to Terra and rushed the Webway project, not just because the resources were ready, but perhaps because the growing psychic pressure was pushing him to the brink of godhood. The Webway project needed massive power to shield it from warp interference, but having that much power also distorted the Emperor himself. He was running out of time. He was on the verge of apotheosis. He had to accelerate everything, appoint a war master in haste, and retreat to Terra to focus on the project. And if that's true, the Crusade's original purpose changed entirely. Hades felt his skin crawl. Maybe, just maybe, if he really did meet the Emperor one day, he could ask? Did he dare ask? Nah. Better to leave that one for Malkador. Forget it, Hades. This is just some evil Xenos trying to trap you in a tinfoil hat rabbit hole. Let it drift away like space dust. He blinked and refocused his thoughts on arguing with Trazen. The Emperor isn't a god. He's a man. Trajan made a dismissive click with his tongue. And how can you be sure? His sons, at least the ones I've met, don't strike me as gods. Not even half gods. This counts as one weapon. You're holding 2 pistols and telling me that's one? They're a matching set, why wouldn't they count as one? Because they're 2 separate guns. They're one set. Have you ever seen a weapon set where splitting it up still counts as one piece? Inside Trajan's armory, Hades stood with a pistol in each hand and a scythe tucked under his arm. Just these 3? No, these 2. Are you giving them to me or not? Come on, you're rich. Don't be so stingy. Trajan stared at this shameless creature in front of him. Hades spoke smoothly, but his grip on the weapons never loosened for a second. The 2 oversized pistols in Hades' hands were strikingly different. One was jet black, solid and heavy, with layered plating like armor and glowing green lines running cleanly across the frame. Its name was Judgment. The other was bow-white, sharp and jagged, with blade-like spines protruding from its surface and crimson lines glowing between the bone plates. Its name was Execution. Trajan had found these pistols in a dual-kingdom human world. He loved their designs so much that he upgraded them with Necron tech just for fun. Judgment, a pistol firing concentrated particle beams, was built from ancient Dark Age tech. Its shots could theoretically pierce any known armor. Upon impact, the round created a refractive layer on the surface of the armor and a corresponding layer behind it, allowing the blast to bypass the armor entirely and strike the target's flesh. In theory, it could bypass any protection, but it had 2 major flaws: an extremely short range and painfully long recharge time. Trajan was sure that at full power, this gun could shred anything short of a Titan. Execution, on the other hand, had been enhanced with unique Necron tech. It constantly absorbed ambient energy from the surrounding space, making it a truly infinite ammo weapon with no need for recharging. It fired searing red beams that could rip through shields and flesh alike, high penetration, high heat, long range. Hades stared at Trajan with wide, innocent eyes. But his grip didn't waver for a second. This is one set. One weapon. You weren't using them anyway. They were just collecting dust. Put down the scythe. You already have that black scythe the Emperor gave you. And now you're taking mine too. Hades blinked. He thought of the scythe the Emperor had gifted him, Obituary. Sure, it did enhance his black domain and could project it outward, but it only truly shined in soul-based combat. In terms of raw physical attack, it was powerful, but it didn't compare to a Necron phase weapon. A with tilde nu S. And phase weapons, crafted from metal peeled from the shells of tan, could theoretically cut through anything. Except, of course, the tan themselves. Faced with the ruthless haggling of this flesh-bag menace, Trajan refused to back down. Fine. I'll plate Obituary with Necrodermis. So put down the scythe. The scythe in question, Scythe of Blood, was a relic from a fallen dynasty. Trajan had no intention of giving it away. But Hades, sharp-eyed as ever, had somehow spotted it buried deep in the armory's back corner. And so, the 2 resumed their fierce quarrel, also exchanging a few friendly curses about each other's species along the way. Final result, Hades defeated. Hades pouted as he stood before Trajan, staring at the massive machinery humming away in front of him. All done. Trajan pulled the scythe out from beneath the machine. Once pitch black, Obituary now shimmered with a strange green glow along its blade and chainsaw teeth. As Hades tilted it, the scythe reflected light in a mesmerizing, shifting cascade of colors. Hades gazed at Obituary, and, yeah, it really did feel more familiar now. He reached out and touched the blade. It used to be razor sharp, but now it felt soft. Like cotton? Wah, HY. Did you break it? Trajan, you owe me. Use your brain. Oh wait, I forgot, you don't have one. You've got part of a tan in you. Tan metal doesn't harm tan. Well, you gave me this brain. That means you gave me discount goods. Trajan stared wordlessly at the shameless creature before him. Meanwhile, Hades kept poking and prodding his scythe. I don't even see this so-called coating you put on it. I applied a single atomic layer of Necrodermis. Of course you can't see it. 1 atom thick? You cheapskate. I used top-tier material. This isn't your run-off-the-mill junk. You know how rare that stuff is? And thickness doesn't matter for this metal. 1 layer is all it takes to cut through anything physical. Still, Hades gave him that "you absolute scammer" look. Just try it. You'll see. Yeah. Trazyn shooed Hades toward a nearby training area, arms crossed as he leaned against the wall. Heh, time to let this foolish human witness the glory of Necron engineering. Hades, with his pistols holstered at his hips, picked up Obituary and approached a thick slab of stone. According to Trazyn, it had been infused with a high-density alloy at its core. Skeptically, Hades glanced down at Obituary, then gave the stone a half-hearted swing, not even close to full strength. By all his previous experience, that kind of effort shouldn't have made a dent. But what he felt was the smooth, resistant-free glide of the scythe through the stone, like slicing tofu. Obituary carved through the rock like butter, leaving behind a clean trench exactly the width of its blade. Hades even felt a faint resonance, like the scythe itself was responding to him. Holy crap! Now fully convinced, Hades stepped back, crouched, and launched himself at the boulder in a sprinting leap, raising the scythe high. Whish! Smooth as silk, like cutting through air. The scythe cleaved through the alloy-filled boulder without resistance. While airborne, Hades kicked off the boulder's surface and flipped backward. His foot confirmed it. The stone was dense. Really dense. Boom! The upper half of the boulder, now severed and off balance, slammed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Landing nimbly, Hades looked down at Obituary again. Damn, this thing was awesome. Well, Trazyn's voice echoed across the training ground, flat now, emotionless. But Hades knew exactly what to say. Works great. 5 stars. Love from the Death Guard. Trazyn nodded in satisfaction, arms still folded. This kid has no idea what Necron tech really means. Above the surface of Graia 106, amidst the Blackstone structures of Sector 03, Graia's tech priests, Iron Warriors, and Death Guard warriors moved back and forth in a constant stream. Since the airborne squads successfully coordinated with the air forces to bomb the Blackstone structures, the Necron soldiers had noticeably slowed down and no new Necron warriors had emerged. For the Necrons, one of their most significant advantages was their seemingly endless swarms of soldiers, like an insect hive. But now, with no more reinforcements rising, they had clearly lost this edge. Perturabo's assessment was that the Blackstone buildings served to command the Necron troops and manage their resurrection and logistics. Therefore, destroying these structures was an obvious and necessary move. The main fleet of the Death Guard Galapar has also arrived. Under the joint command of Garo and Vorks, the combined forces of Death Guard and Iron Warriors swiftly cleared away the increasingly sluggish Necron forces. Compared to the warriors on the wasteland working together to hunt down the Necron army, those inside the Blackstone buildings each had their own agenda. The Iron Warriors, in Perturabo's name, sought to collect Xenos technology and further ensure the enemy structures were utterly destroyed. The tech priests of Graia, though officially aiding in the tech retrieval mission, were secretly searching for traces of the Omnisia's manifestation. Meanwhile, the Death Guard had a far simpler goal. In Mortarian's name, they were searching for someone. Blackstone fragments littered the ground, and alien, eerie technological constructs were scattered everywhere. Cracks spread across the hard rocks, scars left by brutal lightning strikes. Praise the Omnisia. A tech priest stood before a massive boulder with his Skitarii guards. On its surface, lightning-like cracks ran deep into the stone, so deep the bottom couldn't be seen. From afar, he had seen it, the massive shadow rising abruptly into the sky. Was it that Death Guard, Hades? No, it was the worldly emissary of the machine god. Black and white intertwined with shimmering green, the space around it distorted, and in that instant, a magnificent and intricate wealth of knowledge flashed before the tech priest's eyes. His confusion rippled away like a disturbance on water, disappearing with ease. It felt like a dream. The tech priest blinked. He had caught only a glimpse, no more. The grand and intricate vault of knowledge had not left anything behind for this one faithful follower. He had seen it, and then forgotten it. Was it because he was not devout enough? Praise the Omnisia, forgive my unworthiness, he muttered. His service skull did its best to broadcast sacred hymns. As a deeply devout member of the Graia Mechanicus, he was ecstatic to have witnessed a miracle. But now, the figure is gone. The emissary of the machine god had vanished like a dazzling bubble bursting, leaving behind only wreckage and obsession. They hoped to at least see something tangible. The tech priest knelt before the site of the miracle. Compared to his colleagues still scavenging alien technology, he preferred to calm his mind and try to catch any lingering echoes of the divine. "Empty," said Beta. And the earth beneath him answered. Almost inaudible, distorted radio signals came from within the stone. It was a distress signal, and it included a space marine identification code. "Here. Underground. He's still alive." The machine god had not abandoned them. Hades now lay on a familiar bed in the Death Guard's medical room, looking utterly despondent. It's the same location, same bed, and the same apothecary. Damn it, that old schemer, the Lord of Figurines, really went overboard. Earlier, Trazen had helped suppress the dynasty at Graia 106 into deeper hibernation and had already packed up the promised goods for Hades, stashing them in an empty tomb. Hades would just have to bring people to dig it up later. Meanwhile, Hades had picked a shallow tomb to lie in, planning to knock himself out and wait for someone to come dig him up. Trazen watched wordlessly as Hades tried to stab himself in a way that would help him convincingly play dead. "If you don't hurry up, the forces above will start pulling out," Trazen said. "I'm trying to figure out where to stab myself," Hades replied, looking at the small knife in his hand with a pained expression. He couldn't make the wound too shallow, or the apothecaries would immediately spot that he was faking. Although Mordorion and the Death Guard probably wouldn't care much about how Hades managed to die and revive, other legions were currently present too. Hades figured it was more reliable to play dead and get carried out by the Death Guard. He couldn't exactly fall from the sky carrying a pile of Necron weapons, could he? Besides, Trazen mentioned that Mordorion and Perturabo had gotten into yet another argument. Again. Hades felt a wave of frustration. "Can't do it yourself, can you?" Trazen strolled over lazily. "What are you doing?" "I'm warning you. Don't do anything stupid," Hades barked. "Relax, I'm just giving you a hand." Arg. Thus, when Hades opened his eyes again, he found himself staring at the ceiling of the Death Guard's stoic. "Yo, you're awake?" Apothecary Leo's large face popped into view. Hades gave a weak nod. Oh right, Trazen had been thoughtful enough to customize Hades' new brain to match the original coding, meaning no one could tell that Hades' right brain was no longer original. "My brain." Leo ignored Hades' mournful expression and casually opened the Legion command channel, notifying Mordorion that Hades had regained consciousness. Mordorion had recently been busy either tangling with Perturabo or trying to personally lead ground operations. Leo walked off after confirming that Hades' physical condition was stable, taking his apprentice Io with him. Io was one of the latest batch of recruits selected from Barbarous and had performed impressively during training. Leo had quickly claimed the promising young Death Guard for the Apothecarian. Strike while the iron is hot. Ever since the armory had stolen Hades for a time, the medical department had been ruthless and swift in recruiting talented newcomers. "You're in charge of Sector 12, Leo instructed. "I'll stay here and wait for the pre-march," he added. Io nodded and headed off towards Sector 12. His friend Lerna happened to be receiving treatment there. Morarg, who was responsible for the rookie squad, had fulfilled his duty admirably, keeping them stationed at the rear of the battle line, deploying them only occasionally to help the Mechanicus clean up enemy flanks. The entire squad had survived, without any casualties. However, Lerna had broken regulations, getting separated from the main force during combat. When Morarg finally found him, Lerna was lying on the ground with a mischievous grin, badly injured. Punishment was inevitable, but it would only be carried out after he recovered. "Yo, Io, you're here," came Lerna's familiar, cheerful voice. Io kept a stern face and gave Lerna a light knock on the head. "Stop making noise. Rest properly. Lying around is boring." "Hey, stop knocking me. Okay, I'll lie down," Lerna said, shrinking back after another scolding tap from Io. As Io looked at Lerna, a strange feeling rose within him, though he couldn't quite tell what was off. "If you're bored, read a book," Io said, handing over a book he had borrowed for Lerna, a compendium of rare and curious creatures. "I don't like reading this stuff," Lerna whined. "Then sleep." In order to make Lerna shut up, Io smashed the book directly on his face. "Ouch! Be gentle, will you?" The book flipped open on impact, revealing illustrations of bizarre creatures: chickens with 5 legs, legless horses, 9-headed snakes, 3-legged wolves. Such strange creatures, Io thought, The weak light creaked as it struggled against the darkness. Hades stared at the lamp and thought, when it comes to turning off lights to save energy, Death Guard soldiers, aside from the Night Lord, must have the most complete expertise. Cloudy days were perfect for sleeping. Not long after Apothecary Leo left, Hades began to feel drowsy. Arguing with a tireless being like Trazen was simply too draining. So he decisively closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was startled by Mordorion, who sat silently in the darkness. "Why didn't you wake me up?" Mordorion didn't respond and remained silent. Hades' heart sank. "What's wrong?" Hades asked nervously. A near-silent, rasping voice came from behind Mortarion's breathing mask. "You're still alive." Hades froze for a moment. "What do you mean he's still alive?" "Of course he's still alive." Hades blinked. "Oh, right. He had unleashed the Black Domain at the end there, and, from the look of it, he had even used a bit of the Tannis power, and then he blacked out. After that, the Lord of Figurines picked up his unconscious body. Thinking about it, when he activated the Black Domain, others nearby Space Marine were likely semi-stunned, while the Necrons wouldn't have been affected at all. That would have left the assault team in a very dangerous situation. Hades' heart sank again. "How's the assault team?" he asked. Mordorion replied slowly, "All alive." Then the Primarch added, "I'm talking about the Death Guard one." Hades naturally followed up with another question. "What about the Iron Warriors?" Mordorion fell silent. The two of them sank into silence again. Hades was full of questions, but the most likely explanation was that Mordorion and Perturabo didn't get along, and Mordorion wasn't happy to see his warriors worrying about soldiers from another legion. RAOE section. I was just casually asking about the casualty report. Under the hood, Mortarion's eyes were dark and unreadable as he stared at Hades. "And what would your ideal outcome be?" he asked. Hades blinked. "Although I'm a Death Guard warrior, if warriors from other legions who fought alongside me suffered heavy casualties, that would also reflect poorly on my own confidence." Mordorion looked away, grumbling unhappily. 0 deaths. Hades sensed that something was off, like the eerie calm before a storm. Even if Mordorion and Perturabo didn't get along, Mordorion shouldn't have any reason to discriminate against the entire Iron Warriors Legion, right? "You don't seem too pleased about the Iron Warriors' 0 casualty rate?" Hades probed carefully. "You still haven't realized what happened?" Mordorion suddenly said in a sullen tone. "Yeah, maybe you really don't know what happened afterward." "Why would I care about the Iron Warriors' casualties? Does that bastard care about the Death Guards?" "After you disabled the ground anti-air defenses, that bastard immediately ordered an airstrike over the entire area. While the Death Guard forces were still present, and with you, the commander of the Death Guard, were still in that area. He ordered an indiscriminate bombing of the whole sector. That bastard, he doesn't care about his own sons because he knows they'll dig tunnels to avoid the airstrikes," Mordorion growled. "But he just left the Death Guard exposed in that whole sector." A rapid-fire stream of Barbarousian curses burst from Mortarion's mouth, his words coming so fast they were almost incomprehensible. Hades had good reason to believe Mordorion had already cursed like this countless times before. From heartless chunks of corpse meat to dead toads in the mud, Mordorion basically unleashed every curse word Barbarous had ever invented. "They say my tactics are too brutal? Too extreme. And this is what they call rational tactics? Bombing your own allies." Hades silently shifted his gaze to the dimly flickering desk lamp nearby. "Hey, look at that lamp. It sure looks like a lamp." No. Hades forced himself back to reality. No wonder Mordorion was so out of sorts. It turned out the Death Guard had been bombed by Perturabo's orders. Wait, what? Hades couldn't hold back anymore. Sure, he knew Perturabo was like this, but that had always been a joke, nothing more than a meme. Now, Perturabo had actually stabbed the Death Guard in the back for the sake of the battle. Hades felt like he was about to cough up blood. He had definitely overlooked this. He had forgotten that some Primarchs would actually pull a stunt like this. Thinking ahead, if there were future operations involving other legions like Ferrus Manus or Horus Lupercal, he had to ensure that the Death Guard controlled their own battlefield's air defense and support. But right now, Hades looked at Mordorion, who was still furiously spitting curses, and realized that he needed to calm the Primarch down. Except, what was there to calm down? He was the one who got bombed. He was the one who should be the angriest. If the Lord of Figurines hadn't shown up, he would be dead right now. Sure, Hades had always accepted that he would eventually die on some battlefield, either in a battle that would be recorded in the history books or just a forgotten skirmish. But not like this. Not by friendly fire. A wave of helplessness, mixed with rage and bitter absurdity, surged up through the dim lighting, washing over Hades like it was mocking him. Hades took a deep breath. Mordorion. The Primarch's cursing came to a sudden halt. Mordorion looked at Hades, his eyes also burning with anger. I just have one question, Hades said, his voice steady. Did you try to chop up Perturabo? Mordorion froze. In the Primarch's mind, Hades had always been the one trying to smooth things over with a smile, and had even been voted the best-tempered among the Death Guard. Just moments ago, Hades had been asking about the Iron Warriors' casualty numbers. But hearing Hades' words, Mordorion let out a cold laugh. See? Even Hades couldn't tolerate what Perturabo had done. I did, Mordorion said proudly, with a hint of satisfaction. No one harms the Death Guard and gets away without paying in blood. Mordorion began recounting how he had attacked Perturabo. In fact, after Mordorion first struck Perturabo, he even tried dragging him toward the dueling cages, but each time, Perturabo refused. Not that it mattered. Every time Perturabo refused him, Mordorion would simply start a small duel in the corridors of the Iron Blood, Perturabo's flagship, usually while smashing his censer into the walls, leaving the whole hallway soaked in corrosive poison gas and unusable for long periods. The hallways would fill with Mortarian's special toxin, and aside from the Deathshroud Terminators who had special respirators and were tough enough to withstand it, the Iron Warriors would collapse in fits of coughing. Perturabo would glare at Mordorion in fury, and Mordorion would glare back, cold and furious. You are the worst brother I have ever met, Perturabo snapped. You just think that because you were born on some filthy agrarian world, you can trample all over the Imperium's discipline, spreading your disgusting toxins wherever you go. The Emperor never told me that Imperial discipline involved bombing your own allies, Mordorion retorted and then charged in with his scythe. Hades listened to Mortarian's relentless vendetta against Perturabo and swallowed hard, unsure whether to laugh or groan in anguish. According to Mordorion, he had already successfully rendered 3 corridors aboard the Iron Blood completely unusable. Just picturing Perturabo standing there, staring at the corrosive gas leaking through his flagship's halls, made Hades want to laugh, but realistically, he felt the partnership between the Death Guard and the Iron Warriors was basically dead. And beyond that, there's also the matter regarding Mortarians and the Death Guard's reputation among the other legions, if word of this got out. Hades looked at Mordorion. He wanted to say, maybe you don't care about your own reputation or ours, but he cares. Perturabo was an absolute bastard, yes, but that didn't mean he didn't have friends among the Primarchs. He actually got along pretty well with Magnus, for one. This situation. Yeah, this was basically a social death. Hades just about coughed up his soul. But Mordorion was still right to do it. What Hades didn't know, however, was that Mortarian's relentless assaults had, in fact, succeeded in making Perturabo realize that he had probably just ordered an airstrike that almost killed a very important Death Guard. Across the wasteland of Graia 106, Hades gazed into the distance. Piles of Necron skeletons were scattered across the ground, and farther away, Mordorion was leading a group of new Death Guard recruits, using the sluggish Necron warriors for training exercises. The communications channel had been filled with static the whole time. At first, Hades tried adjusting the frequency to see what the noise was. He quickly realized it was nothing but Mechanicus hymns, so Hades decisively muted these channels. After speaking with Mordorion, Hades learned that due to Mortarian's previous actions, Perturabo had blacklisted the Death Guard entirely. The Iron Warriors had outright abandoned a large portion of their garrison, leaving it for the Death Guard to occupy. Originally, Hades had intended to re-establish contact with the Iron Warriors, but after learning that Hades had survived, Perturabo had immediately ordered the Iron Warriors to block all Death Guard communication requests. Looking at the Iron Warriors' fleet, Hades could tell they were preparing to withdraw. After all, the Necrons had already lost their cohesion. Even though they still wielded advanced weaponry, without a Pharaon to command them, and without coordinated Canoptech support, they were reduced to little more than aimless wanderers. It actually made them perfect for training new recruits. Now that it was clear Hades was alive and well, Mordorion no longer had a reason to make a point to Perturabo, so he immediately took the opportunity to lead his recruits into the field. Hades had originally planned to follow Mordorion to the front lines, partly to scout, partly to fulfill a promise he had made with the Lord of Figurines, but under the deathly glare of Apothecary Leo, Hades had no choice but to stay in the rear. No, not slacking off, just standing by in reserve. And he wasn't the only one standing by. Hades blinked and looked around. To his left and right stood Vorks and Garo. Compared to before, Vorks seemed to carry a much more mature aura now. But wait, hadn't Vorks and Garo still had duties aboard the Endurance? Why were they here? Hades couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, Vorks was staring toward the front lines where Mordorion was training the recruits, feeling a wave of complicated emotions. Back in the southern hemisphere of Barbarous, Vorks didn't have any negative thoughts about Mordorion. But now, after the Galaspar incident, there are plenty of them. It turned out that back on Barbarous, it had actually been Kala Typhon who had been handling most of Mortarion's administrative duties. Once they joined the Legion, it was veterans like Hades and former Commander Barasine who kept things running. Thinking back on those endless days of arguing with Imperial officials and processing mountains of bureaucratic paperwork, Vorks realized, this wasn't what I imagined Legion life to be like at all. It was Hades who had issued the support order that finally pulled Vorks out of that nightmare. Vorks had even been preparing a grand speech of thanks to Hades, only to learn, upon reaching the front, that Hades was presumed Kia. The Legion Master had become increasingly irritable and grim, forcing Vorks and Garo to move as quietly as possible, careful not to provoke him. But now, Vorks looked at Mordorion, who was clearly in a good mood, and fell deep into thought. Mordorion rushed to the front of the battle line, not to kill enemies, but to observe the new Death Guard recruits. Every now and then, the Primarch would sprint forward, hook a recruit out of a pile of Necrons with a single sweep, and toss the unfortunate Marine behind the lines. Vorks glanced at Hades, who was observing the battlefield. He had been tasked by Garo to open communication with Hades. After not seeing him for a while, Vorks felt that Hades had clearly grown taller, and his presence had become sharper, completely unlike the figure Vorks remembered from their training days. Meanwhile, with the pre-march away, Garo, who now managed most of the Death Guard's administrative affairs, stood silently nearby, as if he were merely there to watch the new recruits. Hades? Vorks carefully opened a private communication channel with Hades. What's up? A familiar voice came through, and inexplicably, Vorks let out a breath of relief. Nothing, it's been a long time since we met. It has. A lot's happened since then, Hades said with a sigh. After a brief hesitation, Vorks spoke up. Hades, do you know what happened with Kala Typhon? Hades paused, then opened the communication channel to Garo as well. He's half corrupted, Hades said, but the corrupted part has already been removed. Is it related to that one at Apothecary? Hades silently nodded. We were negligent, came Garo's unexpected voice over the channel, causing Vorks to wisely fall silent. Apothecary Leighton used to have close ties with the Undertakers, Garo continued, and the new Undertaker leader, the Lantern-bearer Yugo, is taking this very seriously. He feels he failed in overseeing his men. Hades looked into the distance. Fernando, the former chief librarian, had fallen during the Galaspar campaign. Yugo? I remember him. Garo's voice remained calm and steady. Yes, you fought him once in the dueling cages. He's been worried ever since, thinking you might hold a grudge against him. Hades chuckled quietly. I don't. I tried to reassure him, but it wasn't very effective. You should speak to him yourself when you have the chance, Garo advised. After thinking for a moment, Hades nodded. All right. The three fell into silence again. But soon, Garo's voice came through the channel once more. Hades. Do you want to build up the Death Guard? There isn't a space marine alive who doesn't wish to strengthen their legion, Hades replied, laughing softly. No, Garo said, turning his head to stare at Hades. An ordinary space marine wouldn't think about things like this. I originally thought that taking Galaspar was the Primarch's orders. But then I realized it wasn't. It was your decision. Hades took a deep breath. Yes, It was my decision. The Death Guard needs more recruitment grounds. We also need more logistical support. Garo continued to watch Hades without speaking. Only after a long silence did a quiet reply come through the channel. I understand. Shattered walls, crumbling ruins, and blast craters littered the battlefield. Everywhere bore the violent scars of war. After tagging along with the main force for a few days, watching Mordorion lead the charge against some grotesque abominations, Hades took his chance. With Apothecary Leo no longer paying close attention to him, he decisively requested a small squad and returned to the area where the Necron constructs had once swarmed. He had a personal mission to dig out something that Trazyn had promised him. Leading his squad carefully around the Mechanicus patrols, Hades drew near the silent remnants of the Necron constructs. He came to a halt before a slab of blackstone, gazing thoughtfully at the scorched crater before him. The scene from a few days ago, the chaos, the surge of power, flashed vividly in his mind. He gestured for his fellow Death Guard to stand back and wait. He needed a moment to recall. Gripping his scythe in one hand, Hades stretched out the other, staring blankly at his palm. That moment, had he actually managed to tap into the energy of the Void Dragon? A thunderous green flash had torn through the monochrome battlefield, as if a god who commanded the laws of physics had briefly skimmed across the surface of reality. The Void Dragon could control Blackstone. And he maybe, just maybe, had touched that power for an instant? Hades tilted his head, listening closely. The stones around him were resonating with him. But how the hell was he supposed to use that power again? He frowned at his hand, then tried imagining himself as one of those mages who could hurl energy balls barehanded. He concentrated hard, focusing on that imaginary flow of energy reaching his palm. For several long moments, he stood there straining, cycling through everything from chi cultivation breathing techniques to random magical incantations. Nothing. Maybe he should ask a librarian? But this didn't feel anything like war-based psychic power. Forget it. He'd try to do it later. The Death Guard behind him, who'd signed up to dig up graves, not watch him meditate, were probably losing patience. But just as Hades was about to step forward, "My lord," from behind a broken wall near the Necron constructs, a figure draped in crimson robes, a tech priest of the Greya Forge world, suddenly popped out. Incense filled the air. A sacred hymn blared from hidden Vox speakers. And then, that tech priest dropped to his knees and bowed before Hades. What the hell? Hades barely stopped himself from taking a step back. Sure, as an Astartes, especially an elite Bastier Death Guard, he had high status. But this was way over the top. And it wasn't even just a normal kneel, it was the full religious prostration. Hades reacted fast, quickly trying to pull the tech priest up. The guy didn't look like much, but he was surprisingly heavy. Hades almost strained himself. Yes. He stared in silence at the tech priest, utterly lost. Should he say, "You've got the wrong guy"? Or maybe stand, "Brother, you don't need to kneel like that"? But he forgot one crucial thing. He hadn't disabled the tech priest's comm channel. Praise the Omnisia. The tech priest's ecstatic voice burst through the channel, so loud it echoed. Within seconds, Hades' field of vision filled with at least 10 crimson-robed figures. All of them chanting hymns. All of them reeking of sacred oils. They were the same tech priests who had witnessed the ghostly image of Hades days ago, and, crucially, they were the ones who actually bought into the faith. What is happening right now? Hades could practically feel his hair standing on end. One after another, the tech priests emerged from the rubble like some kind of cultist ambush, every single one locking eyes on him and immediately falling to their knees in reverent worship. Do not kneel. Still holding up the original tech priest by the arm, Hades spoke in a deep, steady tone. He sounded calm, commanding, like he had everything under control. Inside, though, he was screaming. Inside, Hades was absolutely screaming. What the hell is happening right now? His brain raced through every possible scenario and explanation, as the only thing he could blurt out was, "Everyone, stop kneeling." Compared to Hades, who was internally freaking out, the tech priests were on the verge of rapture. How merciful. The Omnisia was so magnanimous that he even helped up the first believer who found him. And his calm, wise voice, so full of command, had already delivered his first decree. The tech priests who had dropped to their knees, or were about to, all rose, one after the other, curiosity and reverence mixing in their gazes as they stared at the Astartes before them. In theory, the Omnicia referred to that being of the Imperium. When the red rains fall upon Mars, it is said that the god descends unto the world. But the truth was, Mars had no absolute control over the other Forge worlds. Each world operated independently, both in manufacturing and, crucially, in faith. While the Martian Mechanicus had its rigid dogmas and established rituals, the beliefs of the outlying Forge worlds were a mosaic, each with its own interpretation. Sure, the central doctrine stayed more or less the same, but the more distant the Forge world, the more imaginative their belief systems got. After all, the Emperor's so-called miraculous descent on Mars had happened millennia ago. The further away in time and space, the dimmer the impact. So when it came to religious doctrine, the Mechanicus across the galaxy was less of a strict dogma and more of a collection of enthusiastically applied headcanons. Still, there was one idea they all agreed on. The miracles of the Omnicia would one day be delivered by his divine representative. And now? These tech priests were absolutely convinced that Hades' near-death explosion of void energy was that miracle. If one were to trace it all back, the origin of the Adeptus Mechanicus faith itself was born in the slumbering dreams of the Void Dragon. The truths they so devoutly preached were, in fact, the physical laws governed by that same dragon. And Hades? He had literally inhaled a chunk of the Void Dragon, courtesy of the Emperor. So in a very twisted, technically true way, Hades was a counterfeit Omnicia. After surviving the psychic whiplash of being worshipped out of nowhere, Hades started to put the pieces together. His final memory before blacking out was that burst of power. Did these tech priests actually witness that? Yeah, they probably did. And no, he definitely couldn't pull it off again right now. But looking at all those tech priests, faces full of reverence and awe. And considering the Death Guard had just been talking about finding a Forge world ally, Hades took a long, deep breath. This was a bluff he had no choice but to keep playing. And hey, it wasn't even technically a lie. He was, in some sense, the representative, bit-sized edition of the Omnicia, Void Dragon. Hades looked down at the tech priest he'd been holding. Once he confirmed the guy wasn't about to kneel again, he let go. Why did you seek me out? This time, it was the tech priest's turn to be completely stunned. Why? Was that even a question? He'd seen a miracle. Wasn't that reason enough? This was exactly what the Prime Hermeticans taught them. When a divine sign appears, you kneel. You follow. You don't need a damn reason. Now that the Omnicia had spoken to him directly, the tech priest's logic engine spun like mad. After a brief internal overheating, he finally stammered out. We, your humble followers, were drawn here by your calling, seeking truth in this imperfect world. A few soft gasps escaped from the other tech priests waiting behind him, equal parts awe at their colleague's boldness and a shared, eager curiosity at how the Omnicia would respond. Hades went still. Shit. He just remembered, he was terrible at playing the Messiah. His thoughts scrambled. He tried to recall how that street-preaching Annie back in the Hive Market used to talk. Then his memory jumped to those dreadfully boring theology lectures on Mars. A thick silence blanketed the ruined battlefield, the only sound being the mechanical kachunk and whir of the tech priest's internal servos ticking in anticipation. Hades took a long breath. He lowered his voice and tried to sound dignified and divine. Your pursuit of truth pleases me greatly. However, I possess only a fragment of his power. The galaxy is in decline, truth obscured, chaos encroaching. I must remain hidden from the world and cannot directly guide you. All true. Every word he spoke is the truth. He wasn't lying. At least not technically. His solemn, resonant voice rippled across the broken stone. The tech priest stood frozen, reverently absorbing every syllable. He claimed weakness, but they all remembered that impossible vision, that burst of power that cracked the heavens and echoed with knowledge itself. If that was weakness, then what kind of strength must the Omnicia originally wield? Silently, the priests began dissecting his words with meticulous care, their cogitators whirring. They logged every sentence, began semantic breakdowns, deconstructed the phrasing. To them, this wasn't just speech, it was encrypted scripture. And then came silence. Again. The kind that made cold sweat begin to form at Hades' temples. Shit. Don't tell me they've figured out I'm a fraud. If they call me out, I'm toast. Thankfully, the priest he'd helped earlier finally spoke. And Hades genuinely, from the bottom of his heart, wanted to bless that guy on the spot. "Forgive my boldness, my lord." Hades gave a slight nod, solemn and silent, as is giving the tech priest a divine permission. "Are you currently hidden within the ranks of the 14th Legion?" Hades paused, then nodded again. The priest bowed low, in a strange but oddly respectful gesture, likely one of those regional rites. "Then, please allow us to consider how we may serve your legion." "Yes!" Hades almost screamed it. Hook, line, and sinker. On the other side, the priest's own heart beat faster than his engine regulators could suppress. He knew, of course, that a low-ranking tech priest like him couldn't possibly finalize any alliances within Astartes' legion. But he also knew something else. His superiors had already been debating which legion to partner with. Originally, Forge World Graia had been leaning toward the Iron Warriors, with their similarly cold mechanical doctrine. But Perturabo's utter contempt for the Archmago's caste had soured that deal fast. Some of the Magos had quietly floated the Death Guard as a candidate. Others had argued for waiting. But now, standing before the Omnisia, this tech priest knew. His chance to be promoted had come. "Omnisia, forgive my selfish ambition." Under a chorus of hymns and praises from a whole group of tech priests, Hades finally managed to barely persuade them to leave. Thankfully, one of them, though he had that classic, touched by the Omnisia vibe, was at least sane enough to help smooth over communications between Hades and Graia Forge World's delegation. That tech priest, designation 021, had trembled with zeal as he swore to Hades that within one standard Terran month, Forge World Graia would attempt to formalize a cooperation agreement with the Death Guard. Hades stared at 021, his gaze resting on the guy's dust-scratched goggles. Wait a minute, he thought. Don't tech priests rank pretty low on their own Forge worlds? The Mechanicus hierarchy was a tangled mess of cult doctrines, Forge politics, and rites that varied wildly between Forge worlds, so Hades really couldn't be sure. Still, that was Graia's internal matter. Hades didn't plan to interfere. If they didn't reach out first, the Death Guard would eventually initiate contact anyway. Maintaining his divine dignity, Hades watched as the group of machinio-scented priests finally backed out of view. Some of them were still trying to half-kneel every few steps while retreating, but he ignored them. Only once their little red silhouettes disappeared off his tactical HUD did Hades finally let out a long, exhausted sigh. Phew. Talked my way through that one. Good thing he'd ordered the Death Guard warriors who were waiting for him to pull back far enough not to witness the scene. If they had seen the tech priests kneeling and heard him pretending to be a prophet of the machine god, Hades could already see himself socially combusting on the spot. Instant death. No saves. To prevent a repeat incident, he made a point to warn the tech priest. Just treat him like a regular Astartes in public. And for the love of the Emperor, stop chanting litanies directly into his ear. Following coordinates provided by Trazen, Hades led the squad with practiced ease toward a concealed tomb entrance. Nice and hidden, no fuss, no traps, no bugs. Even the scarabs that usually infested Necron tombs were still sleeping soundly in their alcoves. Perfect. In and out, grab the loot, simple job. Well, for him. The Death Guard following behind were less relaxed. These weren't just any Astartes, these were personally selected by Vorx himself, elite warriors from barbarous, sharp-minded, and cool under pressure. But that same caution meant they were also suspicious as hell. As they moved deeper into the enemy stronghold, that sense of unease only grew. Wasn't this supposed to be a low-risk job? Why the hell are we in the enemy's core tomb now? They exchanged a few wary glances but remained silent. After triple-checking Hades' identity, they simply tightened their grip on their bolters and kept following their increasingly cheerful leader into the depths. Withering above E. The promised loot from the Lord of Figurines had arrived. 2 brand new engines and a unique weapon. Inside the storage vault, Death Guard Master of the Forge Enrique stood silently, staring at the 2 massive alien engines before him. Sleek Xenotech practically radiated from their surface. Black outer plating, traced by vivid neon green lines, flowed like liquid speed. Enrique slowly turned. Behind him stood Hades, wearing his signature black and white twin pistols at his waist. Hades grinned. Heh. Enrique turned back to look at the engines again. Brand new. Untouched. Glorious. Then he turned back again. Hades, heh. Enrique remained silent. The old veteran tech marine just stood there, staring directly at Hades. Hades tried to maintain his grin. "Where did you get them?" Enrique finally asked. "Found them," Hades replied. Enrique casually adjusted his precision lenses, slipping on a pair of intricate magnifying glasses. He picked up a black data slab and tapped it a few times without looking up. "Quite the stroke of luck." "Oh, and I found the instruction manual too," Hades added. The air turned awkward. Hades coughed, trying to regain control of the situation. "You don't have the clearance," he said, trying to sound official. "I can't disclose the source." Technically true. Only Mortarion or Garo held the required level of authority. But the moment they heard it was a tech-related matter, both immediately waved it off and told Hades to handle it himself. "Hey, aren't you guys even a little curious where I got these things?" Hades had filled out an entire report booklet, a small novel of a thing, and Mortarion didn't even look at it. He just chucked it straight into the archives. "Hello? What if I was doing shady stuff?" He still remembered the look Garo gave him. A long-suffering sigh, a slow blink, and then a firm pat on the shoulder. "Dear job." And that was it. Since none of the top brass had any mechanical expertise, the only one who could oversee the forge was Hades. Enrique, despite his skills, was only mid-tier in terms of command structure and couldn't access the inner decision-making circle. So yeah, on paper, Hades now held the highest position within the Death Guard's manufacturing division. Even if, experience-wise, he was still basically a freshman. Last time they met, Hades had been an apprentice. Now, straight into upper management. It was so awkward, Hades couldn't even meet Enrique's gaze. Enrique's eyes bore into him like a plasma cutter. They didn't blink. Didn't soften. "Fine," Enrique finally said, flatly. "But those engines, no matter where you got them, must undergo full verification by the armory. I don't care what your clearance is." "I don't get involved in the bureaucratic stuff," Enrique continued, "but technically speaking, these machines require intensive analysis. It'll take a lot of time." Hades nodded, switching to full professional mode. "Absolutely," he said. "They need comprehensive evaluation. Directive 0931 mandates at least 401 checks on machines of unknown origin. Set it to beta priority for now. No rush." Enrique blinked. He'd been ready to mentally categorize Hades with the usual command layer idiots he had to deal with. The type who walked in, threw a round rank, and had no idea what they were talking about, forcing Enrique to waste time explaining basic forge logic to stop them from issuing nonsense orders. But now, this leader, this former apprentice, had just cited a rarely used procedural directive from memory and even assigned an appropriate workflow priority. Enrique's gaze grew more complicated. He stared at the boy who had somehow grown into a man, both in stature and in rank, and now stood above him. Was it a good thing, or a dangerous one? Still, so far? At least this was a leader who didn't need him to explain what binary failsafe protocol meant. And one who actually knew what the armory did. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. Grea's cooperation request came surprisingly fast. Hades had originally thought those oilheads would drag it out for the full month's deadline, but just 2 weeks later, a massive fleet from Greya had already arrived. Greya wasn't a small forge world. Not only did it have its own independent Legio Asterman, but on its ochre-hued surface stood the miracle of countless industrial machines piled high, the crown of Greya, the planet's main forge complex. This towering and ornate megastructure could even detach from Greya's surface and fly independently. Like a massive crown torn directly from the planet and lifted into the stars, the Magos and Skitarii of Greya echoed with doctrines glorifying violence, their pumping engines roaring in unison. This was the first major forge world that the Death Guard might actually cooperate with, so once the fires of Greya 106 died down, the Death Guard's pre-march, Mortarion, returned to his flagship Endurance to prepare for the upcoming negotiations. Which meant, in practice, picking up the documents Hades had written and giving them a glance. Cue the hymns. A host of servo-servants adorned with ornate lace knelt reverently on either side of the crimson carpet. Red cloth draped from service-skulls floating in the air, golden threads woven into silk banners, incense wafting through perfumed braziers. Mortarion stood at the end of the red carpet's center. Flanking him were Hades and Garo. The pre-march stared blankly at the almost radiant, golden shining carpet, as if evaluating whether he had misjudged how much this forge world valued the Death Guard. Hades was incredibly thankful for his helmet, otherwise, everyone would see the sweat pouring off him. Didn't he specifically say no fanfare? No public displays? What the hell was going on here? This reception wasn't just a political welcoming, it had religious overtones. No, scratch that, it is a religious reception. Mordorion and the rest of the High Command, unfamiliar with the tenets of the Adeptus Mechanicus, might have just found these rituals strange, chalking it up to local customs. But for the Tech Marines from the Armory, standing farther away due to their lower rank, this was shocking. What the hell was this? Had the Mechanicus in this world gone insane? Did they believe the Death Guard held some kind of divine status? While the Death Guard being held in high regard wasn't necessarily bad, the Tech Marines couldn't figure out why this was happening, no matter how hard they thought. Low whispers spread across the private comms channels unique to the Tech Marines, but it was clear no one understood what was going on, only that it was increasingly bizarre. The sacred hour has come. Binary code waves pulsed outward, and the mechanical priesthood, once motionless as steel, finally began to move. A sea of red robes and cables surged toward them, the signature incense of sacred machine oil filling the air in waves. Our robes. Among the robes, Hades caught sight of the tech priest he'd previously contacted, toward the front, though off to the side. Judging by the layout of the procession, that priest likely had little real influence. At the very front, the Archmagos approached. His already bent back and waist were nearly touching the ground. His body trembled, as if to kneel, yet he forced himself to stop just short. "Greetings, noble lord of the Death Guard." The Archmagos spoke while staring at Mordorion with a massive central eye embedded in his forehead, but all around that great cyclopean eye were clusters of smaller eyes, and their glimmer was off. Having studied optical transmission, Hades realized instantly, those tiny glints meant the Archmagos' compound eyes weren't actually looking at Mordorion, they were all watching him. "We have awaited your arrival with great anticipation." Those spider-like compound eyes were practically gazing at him with longing. Hades felt goosebumps prickle across his skin. Behind the Archmagos, the bowed heads of the redrobed crowd flicked glances toward Hades as well. Countless eyes swept across him, some crazed, others confused. Just as Hades felt like he was about to be annihilated by the stares of these oilheads, Mordorion mercifully came to his rescue. The Death Guard also looks forward to collaborating with Greya, Mortarion's raspy voice rang out. Perhaps even he thought the ceremony was overkill, because rarely, he added another sentence. "We too are eager to meet with you." The Archmagos' expression briefly flickered before he quickly turned around to lead the way. "Then please, let us continue discussions aboard our ship." The massive procession began to withdraw. Service gulls scattered lab-grown petals from their mouths, while the machine servants began chanting sacred hymns dizzying in their complexity. Expressionless, Hades brushed off a pile of petals that had landed on his pauldrons, but after only a few steps, another mini petal mountain had formed on them. His eye twitched. "Hey, you!" Hades could already see a few magos secretly scrambling to grab the petals he'd just brushed off. At this point, Hades didn't even dare imagine what lay ahead for him. "Is that him?" "Yes, that's the one. That's the man. Doesn't look like it." "What do you know?" "That's called Loki." In a side room adjacent to the negotiation hall, more than a dozen lesser-dressed magos were arguing fiercely. Just over a dozen people, and already they'd split into camps. Hades is definitely a god. Hades might be a god. There is a god, but Hades isn't it. There are no gods, so Hades can't be one. Who cares if he's a god? He's strong, so I'm in. And of course, the Hereford Thedrama faction. The drama faction even started a betting pool on Hades' true identity. Odds were evenly spread. 2 weeks earlier, a compressed, choppy video clip had gone viral across Greya's entire info network, despite its unknown origin, crude resolution, and short duration. It exploded across the Forge world like a mimetic virus. The figure wreathed in glowing green lightning became the hottest topic for hobby discussions. Even Greya's long-standing #1 gossip topic, Unit 03 Oil's price hike again, was finally dethroned. Some said the video was fabricated to pressure anti-alliance factions into compliance. Others dismissed that idea, claiming the upper ranks didn't care about public opinion. And then there were those who insisted it was a divine miracle, utterly divorced from petty political motives. Regardless of the theories, every tech priest agreed on one thing: that video carried a faint trace of divinity. A flash of knowledge, gone as quickly as it came. Some even compiled multiple versions of the footage, spliced together into enhanced edits for sale. These supercuts were especially popular among the lower-ranked tech adepts. But while the general public debated endlessly, Greia's higher-ups had already traced the upload's data trail back to source, Fabricator 021. In heated discussions with Fabricator 021, the Archmagos showed no unified stance, but overall, they leaned in favor of cooperating with the Death Guard. Even setting Hades aside, being the first partner of such a massive legion brought immense prestige and economic opportunity. And based on first-hand combat observation during Greia 106, the Tech Priest of Greia respected the Death Guard's unflinching devotion to war. Their refusal to retreat matched ancient Greian doctrines perfectly. The only reason Greia had hesitated before was due to administrative inefficiency and a stubborn, widespread belief that maybe if we wait, a better offer will come along. That video, however, ignited the passion of Greia's religious zealots. Led by these fanatics, a diplomatic fleet was assembled at an unprecedented speed. Bureaucracy was fast-tracked, permissions granted instantly, and the Archmagos raced eagerly toward the Death Guard. Their zeal had successfully terrified Hades. "Please stop coming closer, AAH." Hades screamed internally while dodging the 13th Magos who accidentally tried to bump into him. Morning stars shone faintly, twinkling in the depths of the vast universe. Enormous, magnificent war machines stood silently in Greia's display warehouse, revealing their formidable power to all who approached. These were the Legio Astraman, belonging to the Titan Legion of the Greia Forge world. The Lord of Death looked upon these dark green machines with satisfaction. Once the collaboration between the Death Guard and Greia was perfectly sealed, these towering titans would become a heavy assault force for the Death Guard, unleashing their wrath upon the kingdoms of the Xenos. Originally, the Imperium would assign Titan legions to each military legion. However, these assignments could change depending on the star system the legion operated in and the scale of wars they faced. Titans might also be temporarily redeployed when conflicts erupted in other regions. Outside the battlefield, Primarchs had limited authority over their assigned Titan legions. But if a legion reached a direct agreement with a Forge world, then summoning these Titans became much simpler for the commander. A smooth, mechanical voice echoed through the corridor as a tech priest introduced the Titan Legion. Mordorion listened silently, his gaze fixed upon the magnificent war machines. Elsewhere, a silent wail echoed through a chaotic office. Discarded contracts and agreements littered the floor. A servitor tried to clean up, but buried under the paper, it could only let out a helpless cry for aid. No one paid it any attention. Except for the necessary maintenance crew left on the Legion fleet, nearly all of the Death Guard's armory personnel had been dispatched. These Tech Marines, normally tasked with battlefield repairs under gunfire, were now locked in intense negotiations with Greia's tech priests, haggling over details down to the last decimal point. After Mordorion and Greia's tech priests had agreed on the general direction of cooperation, it was time to hammer out the technical specifics. Though interest in Hades surged within Greia, the more rational leaders, those with real authority, kept things grounded. Thanks to their restraint, even the fanatical believers didn't immediately compromise on material benefits. Faith and profit did not have to be linked. Just like the Fabricator 021 whom Hades first met, even though he so eagerly believed Hades to be the Omnia, what he really did was use that belief for personal gain. And in front of these cunning tech priests, every number hid a potential trap. Even if the higher-ups spoke kindly on the surface, under the veil, turbulent waters churned. This was another battlefield. Hades wore a professional smile as he sincerely faced the tech priests before him. They came in various forms and expressions, but they all had one thing in common: the roar of logic engines within their bodies. The Council of 13 Tech Priests now examined Hades. Compared to the warm welcome he received along the way, the atmosphere here in the technical negotiation chamber was much colder. Religion played little role in this room. There were still some sane people here for some reason. Hades let out a small sigh of relief. The Archmagos stared at Hades in silence, seemingly deep in thought. Hades quietly grew more alert, hoping they wouldn't make the contract terms too difficult. However, what Hades didn't know was that within the tech priest's internal communication channel. Haha, I win. Time to collect my winnings. No way. You must have peeked at the earlier surveillance footage. Nope. I just bet this guy was a normal person. I'm the only one who did, you all know nothing. They had been betting on what kind of person this so-called divine emissary, Hades, would turn out to be. Didn't expect him to be so ordinary. Compared to the inwardly tense Hades, the tech priests weren't particularly concerned. The broader framework of the collaboration with the Death Guard was more or less finalized. All they had to do was be extra strict with a few clauses, and when the other side pointed out issues, they could relax those already lenient terms. With circumflex beta. It's all about leaving a good impression. Even with this partnership, the research of the tech priests wouldn't be significantly affected, so their interest was less in the collaboration and more in Hades himself. Unfortunately, they couldn't dissect him directly, so they had to settle for recording his biological behavior patterns. What the tech priests didn't know was that, during the ensuing negotiations, Hades would earn the title of ideal collaborator and most rational and intelligent tech officer they had ever encountered. At long last, the talks were over. Hades felt as though his soul was about to leave his body, but finally, he had reached an agreement with the tech priests. Debating against 13 logic engines was quite the challenge. Aside from the general contract signed earlier between Mortarion and the representative Magos, the subsequent supplemental clauses expanded heavily on the specifics. Graia would supply the Death Guard with military materials, specifics designated by the Death Guard, as well as partial command rights over the Legio Astra Man. The Death Guard could also place direct orders for other equipment from Graia. Graia would assist in the technological and instrumental development of worlds governed by the Death Guard. Both parties would share warp space routes between their core worlds, granting each other top-level travel authorization. A warp call communication network would be established, with highest priority given to shared data transmissions. In exchange for this support, the Death Guard would dispatch a permanent squad to Graia to demonstrate their commitment to protecting Graia's interests, including through military action if needed. Graia would receive first-tier exploration rights on all planets conquered by the Death Guard and any STC, standard template construct, discovered so long as it did not violate Imperial or Mechanicus law, would be ceded to Graia. Resource planets, mining and agricultural, under the Death Guard would prioritize supplying Graia's forges. Graia would have the right to designate both type and category of these resources. To facilitate future collaboration, Graia would unilaterally construct a forge satellite for the Death Guard's homeworld, Barbarous, and station a night house to protect it. In a lounge specially prepared by Graia, Mortarion was quietly studying the contract Hades had brought him. He glanced at Hades. Was it his imagination, or did Hades look worn out after dealing with the tech priests? Well, no matter. This part, doesn't that imply more than what it says? Mortarion pointed to the clause about the forge satellite. While it would certainly provide strong support to the Death Guard, a forged satellite orbiting their homeworld wasn't just a protective measure, it was also a silent form of control. Leaning on his arm, Mortarion pondered what he had read earlier about Graia and related Imperial policies. As a pre-march, he didn't need to dive into the sea of technicalities, but assessing the overall risk and planning contingencies was his responsibility. He took a moment to think, then flipped through the contract again, carefully reviewing the details. I believe it's workable. What do you think? Hades nodded. You can always trust in steel and gears, after all. They built the history of humanity. It was the pursuit of technology and truth that allowed a mammalian species like mankind to venture into the vastness of the stars. Though the underclasses of hive cities would never understand those perfect products of technology and industry, their entire lives were built upon them, whether it was the filthy machine in front of them spewing out protein blocks, or the moment at the end of Time's River when the first steam engine coughed out vapor. Machines are perfect. Without machines, humanity, flesh and blood carbon-based organisms, would accomplish nothing. Steel forms the skeleton, gears fill the organs. Perturabo gazed at the machines before him and thought of the warriors of the Necrons. If only those beings were just a little stronger, they would be the perfect warriors in Perturabo's mind. Humans. Flesh. Too fragile. Even the most powerful Trident soldiers would begin to break under the pressure of endless warfare. They would become unstable, irritable, weak. Perturabo needed warriors who were resilient, who would not retreat, who would not falter. The sound of screws being tightened echoed dully, but Perturabo found comfort in it. These were his rare moments of peace, moments in which he could bury everything in the reflection of metal, the Emperor's deliberate neglect, the ridicule of his brothers, and the gaze of that rift. It was always watching him. But only Perturabo could see that blasphemous, evil, and absurd chasm. The other Primarchs couldn't. They would only offer false consolation, telling him not to overthink it. Just like now, it was still watching him. It gave Perturabo a persistent, intolerable pressure, like a spike slowly and deliberately scraping against glass. Perturabo buried himself in his research. He had originally intended only to build his warriors based on solid engineering and mechanical logic, but the shadow of the Necrons kept intruding into his mind, disrupting his original vision. He put down the laser tool and stared at his half-finished creation. He didn't know how to proceed. This was rare. Or rather, for Perturabo, it was something that should not happen. Since childhood, standing alone atop that mountain, staring into the source of his fear, and being stared back at by fear itself, Perturabo had lost ignorance. He knew everything. He could master anything at a glance. Knowledge was like air to him. He breathed, and he understood. But now he couldn't. Perturabo realized that his thoughts had drifted dangerously close to a cliff. He knew exactly what he was thinking. Those Xenos forms kept flashing in his mind. They weren't particularly powerful, but there was something about them that captivated him. Deeply. Obsessively. Yet he couldn't recreate it. His knowledge stalled. His mathematical models turned pale and hollow. What Perturabo didn't know was that the technology developed by the Necrons through the power of the Tans was beyond even his comprehension. Perhaps. I need a little innovation. Innovation. The word struck Perturabo's soul like a thunderclap. It was his antithesis, an unattainable phantom. A man who could master anything had been stripped of the right to create something new. Perturabo trembled. He suddenly realized he might be regaining a human emotion. The Primarch quickly bowed his head, terrified he might miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Still, having never experienced innovation in his life, Perturabo's first attempt was destined to fail. The question was whether a man like Perturabo, obsessed with success, would dare to try again after confronting his first failure. For someone as prideful and easily angered as he was, such a concept might feel humiliating. But these were thoughts for another time. Right now, Perturabo knew none of this. He was lost in his attempt, completely absorbed. For the first time, he succeeded in ignoring everything that usually plagued him. And so, he failed to notice the gaze cast from the Eye of Terror. The gears continued to turn. Steel grows across the wasteland, and the flames in the furnace roar. The war machines have run endlessly for tens of millions of years. It sits upon its throne. Time flows like the ore pouring out of a rioting mining drill, chaotic, jumbled, mostly useless stone, but occasionally, glimmers of gold shine through. A with tilde upsilon. It is powerful, but not the most powerful. Vashtor seeks apotheosis. In this cold and cruel universe, that means it must be exceedingly careful. Vashtor hides itself with caution, revealing its presence in the river of time only when necessary, only then can it. A flicker in time caught its attention. Innovation, machinery, and a tiny black hole just out of reach. It narrowed its eyes dangerously. Vashtor is an inventor, a scientist, a craftsman, a forge master. It is the roar within every machine's movement, the spark in every mad scientist's inspiration. It has no morality, logic, and structure define its existence. No one can say exactly how many souls among those daring innovators who defy the teachings of the Mechanicus have fed power to Vashtor. Innovation, wild ideas, these may fall into the traps of Tsench, but the changer of ways prefers philosophers and speculative thinkers, those steeped in humanistic inquiry. He has little love for the rigid, law-bound artisans who obey physics. Vashtor, however, welcomes them. But not all craftsmen and tech priests can empower Vashtor. Their unwavering faith in the cult Mechanicus makes them impervious to the master of the Soul Forge's influence. Perhaps that's why the Mechanicus, the rigid, stubborn, and often repulsive religion, so incomprehensible to ordinary mortals, still endures. Sacred incense of machine oil rises slowly. Red-draped tech servitors chant hymns. Gears turn, engines roar. In the Mechanicum's sacred court, the statue of the Omnisia watches its faithful without expression. The pact of cooperation between Graia Forge World and the Death Guard of the 14th Legion now comes into effect. A service skull, cloaked in red robes and golden filigree, slowly descends, bearing a document inscribed on sacred parchment and imbued with authority. The contract has been handwritten in gold by the wisest scholars of doctrine, in triplicate. One copy for the Death Guard, one for Graia, and the final one, escorted by both parties, will be sent to Terra, into the hands of Regent Malkador, for imperial review and archiving. The ceremony concludes successfully. Even the most stoic tech priests are willing to hold a small celebration afterward. Hymns pour forth in cathartic waves. Mortarion, unable to stand the noisy chaos, finds an excuse to leave early, leaving Hades to handle the social ties with Graia. Praise the Omnisia. Hades, expressionless, catches the third artisan that lunges toward him and sets the fanatic gently back on the ground. The Archmagos speaking with him offers an apologetic smile, then gestures for a servitor to escort the overexcited tech priest away. Thank the machine god this Archmagos is at least normal, Hades thinks numbly. What Hades doesn't know is that, while this Archmagos insists Hades is no god, it doesn't stop him from editing their conversation footage into a glorious video, one that will sell spectacularly upon return to Graia. In the mechanical jungle filled with circuits and toasts, the servitors chant endlessly in praise of the glory of the machine. Praise the great and holy machine. 3 standard Terra months later. The battlefield of Graia 106 was still undergoing post-war cleanup. Due to the fierce battles that had unfolded, vast stretches of Blackstone had been exposed, only to be further shattered into transportable fragments by the relentless shelling. The obsidian-like Blackstone was funneled through Graia's industrial mining lines, then sent through the warp routes, continuously flowing toward the star ring of Barbarous. Inside one of Barbarous's colossal storage facilities, designated specifically for housing Blackstone, Jean stood still, quietly observing his colleagues from another world as they worked to stack the Blackstone with practiced efficiency. They were tech priests, but unlike his former colleagues on Mars, these Graia tech priests weren't trying to minimize their own wear and tear. Jean had known smiths who worked under the guidance of the Magos, and they would go to great lengths to avoid exhausting themselves. But the Graia were different. They worked with a certain, reverence? Jean furrowed his brows. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but deep down, he already knew the answer. Corclan's cryptic words still echoed in his processors. The virus file known as KKL had already taken over 2 of the 4 logic engines in Jin's body. The impact was undeniable, his thoughts moved sluggishly, and complex calculations dragged far longer than before. And yet, frustratingly, the virus didn't seem fatal. After commandeering those 2 logic cores, it just stayed there. Dormant. Passive. Was this truly Corclan's doing, or merely the echo of some computational algorithm he left behind? Jean didn't really care. Corclan's survival or philosophical residue meant little to him. Morning, Jean. A familiar voice called out as Hades stepped into the warehouse. He had just finished formalizing the subordinate treaty with the Graia's Forge World. Jean was about to return the greeting when, "Hey, little Harila. Get down from there." Hades darted toward one of the Blackstone piles, yanking off a vaguely humanoid figure perched atop it. Little Harila pulled a face, muttered something like, okay, geez, and slipped out of Hades's grip, bolting for the exit. Brother Hades hasn't come to play with us in so long. Before Hades could protest, the mischievous kid was already gone with a sharp zip sound. Hades could only sigh, staring after the disappearing blur that was little Harila. That kid's ability to conceal herself had gotten terrifyingly strong. As a true blank, it seemed no one but Hades could see her anymore. She had been casually playing on the Blackstone piles when he walked in. Seriously, where was the black ship of the Sisters of Silence? Weren't they supposed to pick her up? But what Hades didn't know was that the black ship was already on its way. However, for it to arrive, there was a condition. Hades had to send back something else, preferably something valuable. As he turned to chat with Jean for a moment. "Praise the Omnisia. My lord, have you come to inspect your most devoted believers?" Hades visibly flinched, even with his helmet on. Just the sound of that triggered a full-body spasm. The not-so-pleasant memories of dealing with the Greya Magos surged back like a trauma wave. Oh, Epsilon. Nua. Jean watched him carefully. Hades didn't look well, probably still recovering from barely escaping the fanatical mob of Greya tech priests just moments ago, with Jean in tow. And to be clear, Hades was easily twice Jin's height, which allowed him to pick Jean up by the scruff and ran. The image of that was something Jean wished he could unsee. Even worse, those clearly deranged tech priests had the nerve to call out enviously as Hades carried him away. Seriously? What is wrong with you people? Jean grumbled internally, flipping them the Martian middle finger as subtly as he could. Hades sighed heavily. The Blackstone shipments were moving way faster than expected. But obviously, that efficiency came at a certain cost. He let out a bitter smile. The war in Greya 106 was over. After privately stashing a fair number of Death Guard single-man necronits, the main fleet had begun its return journey. What's that? You're saying the Death Guard's weapons depot glowed green in the middle of the night? Well, duh. Our paint job is green. Of course it glows. Totally normal. With the need to haul the Greya's massive cargo loads, the Death Guard fleet now made constant jumps between the Forge World and Barbarous via the warp routes. Hades had returned to Barbarous. With the newfound wealth of Blackstone at his disposal, he could finally begin to test some of his more ambitious theories. The materials and instruments he had requested from Greya Forge World were also arriving en masse. Atop the Forge World's great landmarks, the crown of Greya roared day and night, its mechanical symphony fueling the construction of Barbarous and Galaspar. Meanwhile, a half-completed orbital Forge satellite had begun circling above Barbarous. It mirrored the massive Barbarous star ring and would one day form the backbone of its primary operational network. Hades had plans for this satellite, but before he could implement them, he needed one thing first: a capable assistant. He turned toward Jean, staring him down, then waved a hand in front of his face. Jean. Yes, my lord. A delay. 0.6 seconds. For a Logis engine-driven tech priest, that was practically a lifetime. Your response time just slowed, Hades said, flat and direct. That's because. Praise the Omnisia. A sudden electric surge burst from Jean, his shout loud and glitchy enough to startle both of them. I'm alive, my lord. Jean blurted out. From his voice box, a cheery little jingle started playing, some bizarre, upbeat tune that echoed across the warehouse. An angry symbol blinked over Jin's head. He looked absolutely disgusted. My lord, I've been infected with a virus, you really don't know. Praise the Omnisia. Isn't being alive just wonderful? Come, let's share a familiar embrace, Lord Hades. We've literally never embraced. Hades stared at Jean with a bewildered grin as the poor guy started. Fighting himself? One half trying to explain, the other gushing with manic joy. Hearing that painfully familiar tone, Hades finally pieced it together. Wait. Don't tell me. That's a backup copy of Magos Corclan's consciousness inside Jean. It wasn't impossible. The Mechanicus had long dabbled in the research of soul and consciousness backups. One of the most famous breakthroughs would eventually be Belisarius Call's subminds. However, while Call's mind was the dominant mind, Corclan's case seemed a little more chaotic. He and Jean were currently co-piloting the same body, and not very harmoniously. Hades sighed deeply. All right, that's enough. Stop it. No one listened. Hades calmly activated the Black Domain, his personal field of suppression. A wave spread outward, then snapped back in. This is it. Corclan let out a shrill yelp of satisfaction, but the moment the domain's soul pressure settled in, the bickering pair finally shut up. Hades crossed his arms, trying to look stern. In truth, the Black Domain was very effective. Under its pressure, Corclan quickly confessed everything, how he'd managed to package and transmit his own consciousness just moments before death. I didn't think I'd actually wake up again, either. But perhaps it's the will of the Omnisia. I was destined to assist you, Lord Hades. Hades rolled his eyes. Corclan seemed way more optimistic about life after dying once. Then came the murmuring. Things like, I knew it, that guy's no real god, and the one true deity is clearly Lord Hades, began muttering from somewhere in Jin's speakers. Hades ignored the fanatic. He decided to let Corclan ramble until he cooled off, then maybe he could bring up the next phase of the plan. Actually, the Forge World Greya had sent only their most zealous adepts to oversee construction of the orbital Forge satellite. That was fine, Hades could put their creative fervor to good use. He might even leak a few tidbits of Necron technology to help them realize his more unorthodox weapon concepts. As for Blackstone tech though, that had to stay locked down. Jean and Corklan, surprisingly, were the best candidates for that work. Hades himself could wield the tech, sure, but building automated pipelines, overseeing manufacturing lines, maintaining industrial throughput? He didn't have time to babysit every cog. Delegating that work to Mechanicus personnel already trusted with Imperial weapons supply chains? Efficient and convenient. At least in the early stages, the Greya tech priests were still technically his people. They'd need some time to settle in. But Jean and Corklan? They should be stable Inu. Lord Hades, when are we overthrowing the false god? Corklan's voice cut in with disturbing clarity. Huh? What false god? Hades blinked, completely thrown off. Then Corklan's next words made his blood run cold. The Emperor, of course. He said it with full conviction. He was a man who had already died once. What was there left to fear? Corklan had just made a jaw-dropping statement, one so outrageous it nearly scared Hades to death. Corklan, you can't just say that kind of stuff out loud. The last thing Hades wanted was to step out of his lab one day and find these oil-eds crowning him emperor with a golden robe and all. Shut up, Corklan. Shut up. He made sure to say it with as much sincerity as his voice could muster. First of all, I'm not a god. Second, I don't know if the Emperor's a god or not, but I work for him. Hades fixed his gaze on Jin's monitor, fully aware he was staring at the Muggos through Jin's eyes. Understood, Lord Hades. Crystal clear. Corklan's voice burst from the speakers like an explosion. Hades wiped the sweat from his brow. Do you really understand? Loud and clear, my lord. Wait a minute. Why was Corklan suddenly so chatty? I don't remember you talking this much before, Corklan. Jin's emotion processing circuits were terribly outdated, my lord. I accidentally overloaded and fried part of them during my calculations. That's why I'm feeling so happy now. You fried my number 5 neural line. You damn lunatic. It looked like Jean was about to go head-to-head with Corklan again. Screw it. Hades gave up trying to mediate. He took a deep breath. I'll try to separate you two, either that or get you your own body. Still, no matter what, welcome back, Corklan. Now, get back to work. After everything that had happened, one thing was clear. When it came to antipsyker technology, this resurrected Magos was still firmly tied to Hades by the waist. Are Nigeria Naira, yes. A big, cheerful smile lit up Jin's screen. It is my honor. I couldn't be more thrilled. After all, it was only natural that the Omnisia, master of physical laws, would want to eradicate those chaotic, blasphemous forces of the warp. Psykers would, in time, vanish beneath the radiance of divine logic. Corklan understood that perfectly. Now that the ghostly Magos had been properly pacified, Hades returned to his research. In the center of his lab, he stared at a block of obsidian blackstone, lost in thought, pondering how to use it to generate an antipsyker field. Sure, he could imitate the ancient tech, cobbling together a crude blackstone obelisk with the simplest of circuit materials. It'd work, technically, just not very well. Worse yet, if the obelisk was mishandled, it could end up amplifying the powers of the warp. If someone placed one of these on Barbarous and a savvy psyker managed to reverse the effect, well, that would be catastrophic. Hades fell silent, deep in contemplation. He stared at the stone, and for a moment, it felt as though the stone was staring back at him. Resonance. The principle behind Blackstone obelisks was deceptively simple. They amplified a specific spatial field in the area around them. The problem? He was short on the necessary materials to build even the basic circuit network. Suddenly, realization struck. He commanded the Black Domain to engulf the Blackstone. A low hum echoed through the lab, the stone vibrating gently, resonating in harmony with the void. Hades felt it, clear as day. This Blackstone had incredible synergy with the Black Domain. Hades retracted the Black Domain. Yet, even after the void receded, a faint aura still lingered around the Blackstone, an aura that wasn't the Black Domain, but in some ways, surpassed it. It was the law of the physical world, amplified to its absolute limit. But the sensation didn't last. After a moment, that overwhelming presence faded. The Blackstone became, once again, just a plain, unremarkable rock. Curious, Hades once more enveloped the stone in the black domain, then withdrew it. This time, he brought another, untouched piece of Blackstone close to the first one. And then resonance. It was faint, barely perceptible, but it was there. Resonance. The untouched stone responded to the affected one, vibrating ever so slightly in sync. Then, it hit him. The obelisks. Of course. One of their lesser-known properties was that their amplification effect varied depending on number and spatial arrangement. The matrix mattered. The pattern mattered. He understood. Hades seized that gleaming fragment of inspiration. He needed tests. Data. A lot of experiments. Jean, he called, already turning back toward the equipment. Don't let anyone disturb me for the foreseeable future. I'll be staying here at least a month. In the side lab, Jin's display flickered with a worried emoji. Everyone, sir? Including the Lord Primarch. Jean added the question out of professional paranoia. Everyone, Hades confirmed, without missing a beat. Even those who want to come worship me. Unless it's a literal apocalypse, no one gets in. Understood. Jean executed the order with robotic loyalty. Step 1. Knock out Magos' core clan, who had tried to sneak in to see what shiny new invention Hades was building. Fortunately, Hades had only thrown together a rough skeleton of a body for core clan, stacked metal limbs arranged with perfect kinematic symmetry. The result was a crude frame of steel, sturdy enough to walk, and regal enough once draped in a crimson robe to resemble a proper Magos. This made it trivially easy for Jean to knock him out and then quietly delete that specific memory from Core Clan logs. Ironically, this may have been the first thing Core Clan had ever done post-resurrection that brought Jean genuine joy. 3 months later, a disheveled figure finally emerged from the lab, his coat wrinkled, hair like a bird's nest, eyes bloodshot from constant exposure to dim light and Blackstone glare. Hades. He was surrounded by Blackstone. He saw Blackstone when he blinked. He dreamed Blackstone when he slept on the rare occasions he actually did. The first sight that greeted him upon exiting was Jean, equally ragged, and Core Clan, unconscious at his feet. What happened? Hades asked, blinking in confusion. Nothing happened, sir. Absolutely nothing, Jean answered weakly. Up to this point, he had fended off the Lord Primarch twice, 32 different Death Guard captains, countless Greya Forge World Tech Priests, Little Harila, 45 times. Had 6 times. That wasn't even counting internal incidents. And Core Clan? Hades asked, nodding at the collapsed sage. He got a bit too heated arguing with a group of Greya Forge World Tech Priests and fainted, Jean replied coolly, his voice totally emotionless. Wait, hold on. That sounded way too vague. He didn't say anything weird again, did he? Hades rubbed his temples, mentally preparing himself for a fresh wave of headaches. /+. Bonus mini theater. 1. Mordorion. Jean stood, head bowed, eyes fixed firmly on the floor. Core Clan had already curled up in a corner and passed out, thoroughly defeated. The sheer pressure coming off the Primarch was crushing. The toxin-laced aura surrounding him felt like a cage, each breath suffocating. It's been 2 months. A hoarse voice broke the silence. Forgive me, my lord, but Lord Hades gave strict orders, no interruptions during experimentation. Mordorion continued to stare at Jean, unmoving. Very well. The Primarch finally spoke, his voice like rust scraping iron. Then he turned and dragged his censer behind him as he walked away, the sound of metal clanking echoing like funeral bells. 2. Death Guard Astartes. Clap. A heavy hand landed on Jin's shoulder, hard enough that his servos whined in protest. It was Brinka, the veteran. Behind him stood Vorks and Garo. Vorks trailed behind Brinka carefully, while Garo leaned casually against the wall, arms crossed, keeping his distance. Kid, Hades still holed up in there? Yes, sir. He's not out yet. Brinka grunted, then thumped Jean on the head with a mock-threatening force. A good seedling like him shouldn't be stuck with you oily bastards. He spent a lot of time ignoring his training and just hang around you wrench monkeys all day. Hades may not exactly be hang around, Vorks mumbled. Brinka shot him a glare. Vorks promptly shut his mouth. TCH, fine. If he doesn't want to come out, we're leaving. Another smack on Jean. This time he nearly stumbled. Vorks quickly reached out to steady him, giving Jean a small, apologetic smile. We'll come back later. If he shows up, let us know right away. 3. Armory. The armory sent a query message. Jean replied. They went quiet. 4. Greya Forge World Tech Priest. True faith demands nothing in return. Muggo's core clan pointed dramatically at the redrobed Greya Forge World Tech Priest in front of him, his voice a thunderclap of conviction. You know nothing of true despair. You haven't seen true evil. You haven't surrendered yourself entirely to him. You're just mesmerized by the god's shiny exterior. Despair? Evil? You talk like you've been there. I believe in the Omnisia with all my soul. How am I not devoted enough? Corclan narrowed his eyes. Of course he'd seen true despair, twisted flesh, corpses revived into puppets, skies blackened by buzzing flies. But Lord Hades had forbidden him from speaking of it. You open-source clown, what would you understand? And just like that, the two tech priests were locked in a monumental flame war. It would be a long and grueling battle with the winner being the one with the deeper lubricant reserves. 5. Fuller. Jean received a letter addressed to Lord Hades. It was from the headmaster of a school on the orbital ring, signed Fuller. Inside the envelope were a few crude, handmade bracelets, obviously children's work. Jean had no intention of reading it. But the letter was just a few pages stapled together, and with Jin's multi-spectrum vision, he saw everything instantly. Greasy flattery. Subtle pleas. Scribbled messages in childish handwriting. Jean wasn't interested. He filed the letter away. 6. Little Harila. Little Harila patted Jin's side. Thanks to the Death Guard's nutrition and her brother sneaking her extra food, she'd grown taller. The outline of lean muscle was beginning to form under her once scrawny frame. When will Brother Hades come out? She asked. I don't know. Jean answered honestly. Lately, I keep dreaming I've left this place, Harila whispered. She didn't want to go. I heard from Had that. I'll have to go to war someday. Jean pulled her into a gentle hug. It was the one habit he'd picked up after being possessed, briefly, by Corclan. Yes, you will. We all will. But don't worry, little one. Corclan's cheerful voice rang out suddenly from somewhere behind them. Worst-case scenario, you would just die, but don't worry, it would happen in a blink. Barbarous. Pale and feeble sunlight filtered through the mist, offering a trace of comfort to the people below. Farmers, rising from the darkness of night, donned their protective masks and prepared to begin another day of agricultural labor. Farming had been the unchanging tradition of the Barbarousians for millennia. But now, even the most ordinary routines have begun to shift. It wasn't just that the ownership of this planet had changed hands. It wasn't merely the massive star ring faintly visible in the skies above, nor the occasional, fleeting glimpse of artificial satellites. Upon this planet's surface, at the farthest edge the eye could reach, were towering black spires. Black towers thrust out of the earth, piercing layer upon layer of mist, stabbing into the dense green fog. The towers are vast, their presence is overwhelming, and their peaks were shrouded from sight. These grim towers were not solitary. Between mountain ranges, across wastelands, upon cliffside coasts, though differing slightly in size, they all shared the exact same design. The towers were rapidly extending skyward, growing taller with each passing moment. The people of Barbarous did not understand what these towers were for. Yet, in the minds of the farmers, there lingered a faint belief that those who governed Barbarous were about to implement another decisive plan, just like when they once led the Barbarousians to liberation. Thus, even as these black towers exuded an ominous aura, even when the farmers were informed that sowing seeds this year would no longer be necessary, even as the vast silhouettes of starships loomed clearer and clearer in the sky, the farmers still carried on with their daily work. Because they believed that Lord Mordorion and the Death Guard would not harm this land, nor the people upon it. The black towers stood in silence, watching the masses. Inside a conference room sat Mordorion, Hades, and Vorks. All three were silent. Hades activated the holoscreen in the room, bringing up a data report from a recent experiment conducted in a lowland region of Barbarous. In the image, a layer of green brittle frost covered the ground. This was the 104th regional test, Hades said. I've cross-checked it multiple times with the other tech personnel. All current experimental results are consistent with projections. I believe it may be time to conduct a planet-wide psyker purge on Barbarous. We've run thousands of simulations on the global purge, together with the other Magos biologists. Phase 1. Activate the Black Towers. The toxins in the atmospheric mist surrounding the planet will crystallize and settle, attaching to the terrain and forming a loose, poisonous crystalline layer. We estimate this layer will average about 2 meters thick, however, in mountainous regions, it could even exceed 4 meters. It's estimated that over 90% of Barbarous native fauna will die during this process. These native creatures had long adapted to Barbarous' toxic environment, evolving over millennia to store toxins in their bodies. Many of them had even been tainted by warp energies. To humans, these creatures were not just useless, they were outright harmful. Rotting plaguehawks, boilhounds, pale laughers. To be safe, Magos biologist Druid had already conducted genetic and physical backups for all life forms on Barbarous. But Hades believed it was very unlikely any of these toxic species would ever be needed again on Barbarous. As for the rest, those capable of surviving in non-toxic environments and with relatively low toxicity, after appropriate genetic modifications, they would be reintroduced into Barbarous ecosystem. NOES. Hades had once asked Druid whether there was a need to introduce new species to Barbarous. The cautious Magos told him there was no need. The radical shift in environmental conditions would stimulate and accelerate the re-evolution and mutation of the existing organisms. There was no need to introduce alien species. Moreover, under the future ecological framework, plant life on Barbarous would be relatively sparse, and the native fauna would be fully sufficient for the planet's needs. Phase 1 will last approximately 1 full standard Barbarous day, at least until the final traces of warp energy are purged. Hades paused and looked at the two before him. Mordorion was the judge of whether this operation would be initiated, while Vorx had been invited to give his opinion as a native of Barbarous. Ordinary Barbarousians couldn't maintain their sanity in the oppressive presence of a pre-march. Vorx was the only viable representative for the role, even though he had long been removed from Barbarous' natural environment. Hades couldn't read Mortarion's reaction. The Primarch, whenever he remained still for long enough, would become shrouded in a natural barrier of poison fog that obscured his true form entirely. Oh, right. During the time Hades had been in seclusion, Mordorion had personally developed a new plus version of his toxic sensor, blending toxins derived from some Terran flora and fauna. The result was that the poison fog around the Primarch was now even more pungent than that of Barbarous itself. Since the fog posed no threat to the Primarch, Hades simply watched Mordorion grow more fragrant by the day. As for Vorx, seated silently to the side, though his face was expressionless, Hades could tell the young man was stunned. Perhaps he simply couldn't imagine that Hades and the Magos biologists were planning such a wild, sweeping transformation of Barbarous. Next comes Phase 2, Hades continued, ignoring the others. Phase 2. We deactivate the antipsyker field. At this point, the warp-twisted psychic environment of Barbarous will have been thoroughly purged. Then the tech priests will release a sufficient amount of rainfall agents into the atmosphere. These agents will accelerate the condensation of the toxin-laden fog, which had just settled and begun to rise back into cloud form, into dense rain clouds. And then comes the storm. Hades said it plainly. A storm. A torrential, planet-spanning deluge. Rain that would seem to wash away everything. The mist that had enshrouded the planet for ages, mist held aloft by psychic constraints for tens of thousands of years, would now descend with the weight of all of Barbarous' poisoned history. It would smash into the land, breaking apart the crystalline toxin shell that coated the planet. The Depsyked toxins would then redissolve into the water. According to calculations by the Magos, we'll dig temporary canals throughout the major regions of Barbarous. The rainwater will flow down these trenches into designated zones, where the Mechanicus purification engines will be waiting. Those massive machines, each one the size of a small mountain or a giant factory, would continuously separate the toxins from the water, releasing the cleansed water into the seas near Barbarous equator. Based on projections, rainwater alone won't be enough to completely dissolve the toxic crystal layer, Hades added. So at the same time, the Magos will induce a boiling of Barbarous coastal seas. Interestingly, while Barbarous mist was heavily toxic, its oceans were not as severely affected. There were toxins present, but in small quantities, and they were mostly concentrated near the shores. Once the toxic mist was dealt with, Barbarous' own purifying capacity, though Hades wondered whether the planet really had one, should prevent oceanic contamination from becoming a significant issue. Just as Magos biologist Druid had once lamented to Hades. This toxic fog is practically raising humans in captivity, restricting them to specific regions of land. The development of a civilization is ultimately a question of reaching for the stars or journeying across the sea. But on Barbarous, neither was possible. Civilization had been shackled. But it didn't matter now. With plug-in technologies from beyond the stars, from the Imperium itself, Barbarousians no longer needed to develop their own science or civilization. Sometimes, the universe simply doesn't play fair. And all of this? It's all thanks to Mordorion. If it were any other planet, such a large-scale ecological overhaul would never have been granted so easily. But a Primarch's political status, combined with the military clout of his legion, allowed his homeworld to casually receive massive resources and an endless scroll of exemptions written on parchment. Hades glanced at the two seated before him. Mordorion remained unreadable as always, still shrouded in fog thick enough to blot out even the shape of his armor. Vork's, however, was clearly, visibly stunned. Hades maintained his formal tone as he continued presenting the next phase of the plan. The conclusion of Phase 2 will be marked by the cessation of rainfall. When we observe that the soil has been eroded to a depth of at least 1 meter, we'll halt the artificial precipitation. Natural rainfall will continue for approximately 3 more days, then gradually cease in separate regions. This entire stage is conservatively estimated to take at least 1 full Barbarous standard month. When the rains finally stopped, the planet, shrouded in a toxic veil for all eternity, would reveal her true face for the very first time. Hades was tempted to romanticize the image, to imagine what the planet might look like from orbit unveiled. But the simulations had told him the truth. Their plane would most likely be a dull, murky brown ball. He blinked and chose not to describe what came next. That would be reconstruction, which would require negotiation, even if Hades already had the entire rebuilding plan and follow-up solutions mapped out in advance. So, what do you think? Hades looked eagerly at the two of them. This was the result of months of sleepless work with the Mechanicus Magos, calculations and simulations that had burned out several of the Magos biologists' wetware brains. Vork slowly came back to his senses. The sheer scale of what he had just heard was overwhelming. He had heard stories of wars that reshaped entire planets, but he had never witnessed such a thing. And Hades had presented a transformation that wasn't born of brute force, but of precise calculation and data-driven planning. Step by step, each action layered atop the last until it became something colossal. As Hades described it, Vork's could see it, could feel it, the poison frost crystallizing on his armor, the torrential rain hammering his helmet, streaming down the curves of his plating. He could almost stand in the post-storm Barbarous. He lifted his gaze, and for the first time, he saw a sky full of stars. Until now, Vork's had never known, never imagined, that without the mist, standing on solid ground and looking up, one could actually see the stars. Even on Galaspar, the sky was choked with smog from heavy industry. Something like sunlight never touched the planet ground. So, when the toxic fog is finally lifted, what would the sky look like? Vork's wondered, would he be able to look up and see the stars, just like he did from a starship's viewport? He was completely enthralled by the vision Hades had described, a Barbarous without poison, a future free of suffocating air. Once, that dream had lived in every Barbarousian's heart. Perhaps even as they gasped their final breaths, the people of Barbarous had dreamed of this world. Vork's wanted to voice his support right away. But since the Primarch had yet to speak, he could only sit stiffly in place while Hades looked at him with hopeful, glowing eyes. Not speaking up felt wrong, disloyal, even. Hades blinked, realizing Vork's might be hesitating out of respect or fear for Mordorion. So he spoke directly. Vork's, what do you think? Vork's froze. Then, without thinking, the words escaped his mouth. I support it. A world without poison has been the dream of generations. The moment the words left him, Vork's regretted it. He instinctively glanced toward Mordorion, just as the Death Lord's shrouding miasma began to slowly shift. Is that so? The Reaper's rasp tore through the room like a scythe. A sudden burst of pressure exploded outward, his mood impossible to read. Vork's swallowed hard. Now he really regretted it. But then he saw the look in Hades' eyes, hopeful, even grateful, and Vork's felt he had to be brave. Yes, my lord. When I was a child, people in my village would often gather and talk about the days when the fog might be thinner. If the next day promised lighter mist, the mood of the whole village would lift. People would smile more. But if it was thick fog, Vork's paused. That meant more death. No work. No harvest. But you only hoped for less fog. Mordorion caught the flaw in Vork's words instantly. Yes, my lord, Vork's nodded solemnly. Because even the most deluded among us would never say something so impossible as no fog. That was a child's dream, naive, and spoken only in innocent moments. But still, we hoped. We, the people of Barbarous, have always longed for a future without toxic mist. Mordorion stared at Vork's, then turned his gaze toward Hades. It had been Hades' counsel, after all, that convinced him to even consider purging the fog in the first place. But now, standing at the edge of that decision, Mordorion hesitated. It's not just about liberation. Behind liberation, you promise a peaceful future. You cannot replace one tyranny with another. He was Barbarousian. He understood his people. They longed for a tomorrow without poison. But if the environment became too gentle, would it make them soft? The memory of his foster father Nikair flashed through his mind. The towering man, screaming at a younger Mordorion. You weak filth. Get stronger or die. Nikair had stripped him bare and thrown him off a cliff. Climb back up, you worthless trash. Don't make me save you again, garbage. Was he doing the same thing his foster father did? No. Mordorion would not become like him. No. 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 He forced himself out of the shadow of that memory, pulled his mind free from the nightmare. And then he spoke. Very well. The pre-march made his judgment. I trust the people of Barbarous. Even without poison, they would still be resilient. Mordorion believed in resilience, because in his world, those who lacked it didn't survive. He had spent countless hours in his youth cradling the bodies of those who succumbed to the gas, frozen and lifeless. If they had only been stronger, maybe they'd have lived. Resilience or death by the environment. That was the equation. But now he stood before a new variable. He could change the environment itself. So, what was he really striving for? Mordorion stared at the data-scrawled screen before him, lost in thought. His sudden agreement shocked Hades. He had prepared a dozen rhetorical strategies to convince Mordorion. He hadn't expected such a clean, immediate yes. And for that, he had Vork's to thank. Vork's, you did great. Hades had already decided to treat Vork's to a good meal. Ever since they are working with Magos Biologus, things like food has stopped becoming a problem. Massive industrial machines, specially commissioned from Graea, roared across the plains of Barbarous. It should have been planting season. But instead of neat rows of rice, the fields were a patchwork of choking weeds, wild, feral things breathing in the toxic air like it was nourishment. The evacuation of Barbarous was proceeding in an orderly fashion. The young and able who had stayed behind to tend the fields were now boarding shuttles bound for the Star Ring, all under the watchful supervision of the Death Guard. Hades stood beneath the Black Tower, gazing into the distance. The evacuees were mere dark specks now. Soon, no humans would remain on this world. No one, that is, except himself. And the handful of strong individuals selected from among the Death Guard's blanks, those rare few who could survive within an antipsyker field. Soon, Hades would stand alone beneath the tallest, largest Black Tower and activate the Null Zone. And the key to that Null Zone was Hades' own Black Domain. From orbit, the towers might appear unfinished, crude, incomplete reflections of Necron Blackstone obelisks. Their activation circuits were visibly broken. Only the central tower even had a partial ignition array, which meant, as far as anyone could tell, no one could activate them. But in truth, they were already complete. Hades had tested it. His Black Domain could power the Null Zone. Once his domain fed power into the central tower, the vibrations it emitted would cause the surrounding Blackstone towers to resonate. That resonance would ripple outward, forming a planet-wide null field, a psychic dead zone. Why weren't the towers complete, you ask? Partially material conservation, but mostly security. Hades didn't want anyone else to activate the towers. A fully operational Blackstone obelisk, in the wrong hands, could amplify the warp. This design made that impossible. These towers could only be activated from within a null zone, and only his was powerful enough to reach the activation threshold. Once everyone had evacuated, the test activation would begin. Hades. Mortarian's voice crackled through the private comm channel. The black ship's here. They're asking for you, by name. Hades burst through the doors of the reception chamber. The first thing he saw was a tall Sister of Silence, flanked by a custodian. They stood waiting for him in the center of the room. The sister wore the black gold Vratine armor, the ceremonial plate of her order. From beneath the grill of her helm, a pair of crystalline blue eyes met his gaze. Her features were Arabian, her head clean-shaven except for a single, towering black braid rising from the crown of her scalp. The rest of her skull was gleaming, bare, and ceremonial in its austerity. Angoes. The custodian was clad in his radiant, golden armor of honor. His face was fully masked, concealing any emotion. A crimson plume rose skyward from his helmet, like a stream of blood in motion, a proud declaration of his imperial authority. Amidst the Death Guard's dreary bow white and rotting green, the brilliant gold of the custodian and the vivid red of the Sister of Silence made them appear almost alien, out of place. On the other side of the chamber, Mortarion and Garo stood in silence. It seemed the standoff had already lasted for some time. Hades blinked. This scene felt familiar. Only, last time, it had been Mortarion and Barasine. But now, the former first captain of the Death Guard lay entombed in a dreadnought, slumbering deep within the vaults, awaiting the day he would be called upon once more. Garo and Vox had since taken up Barasine's former duties. As soon as Hades stepped into the room, the custodian, who had stood silent until now, spoke. His voice echoed powerfully in the chamber, bright and full. "Good day, Hades, Lord of the Underworld." Hades froze for a second. Was he supposed to say hello or good day back? Unlike other space marines, the custodians of today were essentially limited edition figurines handcrafted by the Emperor himself. They weren't just warriors, they were also schooled scholars, refined and articulate, which made talking to them weird sometimes. "Good day," Hades replied, swallowing slightly. He had no idea how to address the figure before him. The tall custodian gave a small, satisfied nod. It was as if, compared to Mortarion, Hades was far more agreeable to him. "You may call me Sharon," the custodian said. Sharon, the first of his many names. It evoked the largest moon of Pluto and the ferryman of the river Styx. When his master had assigned him to oversee Hades' affairs, Sharon knew. This was destiny, a trajectory laid out long ago. From this moment on, and into the future, I will be responsible for all liaison between you and Terra. He would serve as the ferryman, guiding messages across the long, dark river, delivering the will of the underworld to the lands of the living. Unfortunately, Hades was not the kind of person given to poetic metaphors. In his mind, all he retained was, "Oh, he's called Sharon." Hades nodded, waiting for the custodian to get to the point. "Let's see what you're really here for." "My master requests that you surrender your Blackstone technology," Sharon said calmly, in a manner that conveys no knowledge to those who saw it. There it is. Here to pluck his wool, just as expected. But oddly enough, realizing that the Emperor himself had come to fleece him made Hades relax a little. Still, what did that last part mean? Before Hades could react, there was a faint clang from Mortarian's side, likely the sound of his sensor striking his armor. Sensing the strange shift in the room's atmosphere, Sharon added, "You are not yet fully aware, Hades, Lord of the Underworld." What did that mean? Except for the soulless, this alien knowledge will cause the soul to boil. When Sharon said alien, Hades could feel the weight in his tone, though it vanished as quickly as it came. Then it hit him. Everyone knows. You don't say it. I don't say it. Nothing happened. But knowledge is like driftwood on the river Styx, but not all knowledge is ours to use. For psychers, such knowledge becomes even harder to endure. We must not bring poison back to Terra. In other words, only the blanks can handle this tech? Then, what about Corclan and Jean? Suddenly, Hades recalled how he'd force-fed them scraps of knowledge before. When he saw their twisted, agonized expressions after he did Sun, he had thought they were just struggling to study those advanced tech. Turns out their very souls are boiling. Why didn't they tell him? What Hades didn't know is this. Corclan and Jean had been willing to risk the burning of their very souls to understand more. Especially Corclan. His soul was already so thin and worn that, paradoxically, he could endure more than most. Fortunately, Hades had been cautious enough not to give them any core technologies. So what Sharon meant then about acquiring Blackstone technology without conveying knowledge? Hades thought for a moment, then carefully asked. So I need to encrypt my existing tech, break it into sealed, modular components, and give you the keys, along with operational instructions? Break the Blackstone towers into blocks, and only explain how to assemble them. Not how they were made. Like Lego sets made of dangerous, forbidden sand. They could build, but never understand. Sharon nodded. Yes. Terra will not be responsible for R&D in this matter. In other words, that's Hades' job. My master permits you to conduct limited-scale experiments and production, so long as other legions remain unaware. Now that got Hades' full attention. Agreed. He answered immediately. As soon as he did, the Sister of Silence beside Sharon shifted slightly. Sharon turned toward Hades and made the introduction. This is Sister Nera. The Sisters of Silence have heard of the large-scale experiments you plan on Barbarous. At my master's behest, Nera and her sisters will assist with these tests. We will remain here for a time. The sisters will also be entrusted with overseeing the Blackstone technologies you've given us. Hades nodded. They wanted to observe the effects of the towers? He has no problem with that. He just hoped that Sharon wouldn't run into those Greya tech priests who spend their free time screaming praise to the Omnisia. People, just people, packed shoulder to shoulder, crowding against the observation windows that lined the inner curve of the star ring. Most wore the standard-issue uniforms of the factories. Though not exactly filthy, their clothes were rumpled and stained with fresh oil. Some were dressed more cleanly, their garments bearing the stitched insignia of imperial officials. These were clearly the uniforms of servants. Men and women, young and old, every pair of eyes was fixed on the planet below, a soft green glow from its surface casting an eerie tint across their pale faces. On the star ring above the planet, every factory had ground to a halt. The streets of its cities were deserted. Nearly the entire population of Barbarous had gathered at the observation decks. They had abandoned their machines and the demands of their imperial overseers. Whole families stood together, shoulder to shoulder, waiting for a moment that would go down in history. The day the toxic mists of Barbarous were finally purged. Everyone was waiting. Tall, imposing Death Guard soldiers of Barbarous descent were stationed throughout the crowd. They had been personally assigned by Primarch Mordorion to maintain order. In truth, the crowd's silence and stillness required no such control. But Mordorion hadn't deployed them for crowd control. The towering Primarch understood all too well the quiet unrest that had long simmered among the ranks regarding Barbarous. After all, they too were children of that world. Though they appeared to be standing guard, the Death Guard were watching just as intently as everyone else. All eyes were on the planet. They stood on the ring, looking down at that beautiful, mist-shrouded green world. Their home. And on the surface below, Hades stood alone in the wastelands, looking up through the ever-present fog that had, for centuries, been the prison of his people. The towering black spires of the control towers loomed over the bleak terrain. Now, finally, the moment has come. The clock's hand moved past fate's boundary. The carefully built stage was about to collapse. The puppet, long bound by strings, was stepping off into the unknown, ready to write a story of his own. Inside the main tower, in a cramped and dimly lit room, Hades stared at a simple screen. Above it, warning lights blinked. Each flash of red indicated another tower was ready. It was thanks to Sister Nera and her Sister of Silences, dedicated, unspeaking warriors who had taken responsibility for inspecting the secondary towers. Far off in the distance, the Sister of Silences stood like statues beside the sentry towers, performing their final checks, just as Hades had instructed. Soon, all the red lights were lit. Signals came in from Greya. The Mechanicum had confirmed that all systems were primed. As soon as the antipsyker field dissipated, their machines would be deployed without delay. In Nigeria and Irabeda, Greya's tech priests, accompanied by their Scutarius and servitors, filled the uppermost atmosphere of Barbarous. The skies were thick with shuttlecraft, each one suspending massive industrial machines that dangled beneath them, swaying ever so slightly. This altitude was carefully calculated, the closest point where the machines would not be disrupted by the antipsyker field. Every sensor was active. The tech priests were determined not to miss a single detail. Everything was ready. Hades exhaled deeply, focusing his thoughts. He raised his blade, edge down, and drove it into a small crevice in the floor. The blade slid perfectly into the black surface, as if it belonged there. This was the control point, the final circuit breaker of the Black Tower. The signal to begin the main tower's activation was sent. Above, on the star ring, Mortarion stood watching Barbarous. For once, the pre-march felt a twinge of nervousness. The miasma of toxins that perpetually clung to him now drifted down from his armor, swirling around his feet like a ghostly fog. Beside him, Vork's remained silent, his eyes locked on the planet below. Hades took a deep breath, closing his eyes. Carefully, he began to manipulate the black domain. Dark energy flowed down the length of the blade, seeping slowly into the crevice below. It filled the gap and began to surge along the circuits embedded in the earth. Faint green lightning flickered into being around Hades, crackling erratically. The air twisted around him, space itself seeming to fray and ripple. All color drained away, replaced by that singular, unnatural green. The world faded into a void. Out on the wastelands, the dim green light pierced through the eternal fog. The sky trembled, and the beasts panicked. Animals scattered across the plains. Flocks of birds took to the skies in terror, but at the rear, one bloated plaguehawk faltered slower and slower, until it fell, plummeting straight to the ground like a broken arrow. Then, all at once, it happened. Countless bolts of necrotic green lightning exploded across the desolate landscape. In an instant, they tore through the thousand-year fog, shrieking like the cries of the dead. The thunderclaps split the heavens. The world shuddered under the storm. The earth shook. The very fabric of space blurred and twisted. Sight itself fractured. Within the thick fog, a sea of green lightning surged violently, tearing it apart, ripping it, dismantling it, devouring it. From the far reaches of the warp came maddened howls and deep, guttural murmurs. But here and now the laws of physics reclaimed their dominion. The chaos was cast out. In its place, unshakable order and rules would be etched into the foundation of this world. The storm surged. It converged. It churned, crashing against the material world and against Hades's mind. The Lord of the Underworld watched it all. Expressionless. Emotionless. All souls shall perish. The underworld descends. And then, silence. Stillness. The color bled away from the world. The devastation from moments before seemed like a fleeting illusion. Witnesses to the divine miracle blinked in disbelief. But nothing remained, only the slow curling of mist. Then the world began to fade. Color receded like the tides against the shore, washing away from the edges of vision. All souls would be lost, drawn down into an abyss far lonelier than death. This world, this land, was always touched by chaos. Perhaps it was madness, not reason, that formed the foundation of the souls born here. This world's fate had never welcomed him. Hades stood at the edge, gazing into the deep. Beneath the waves, corpses drifted, birds and beasts alike. And in time, this place would be strewn with the bones of mankind. A skull turned, hollow eyes fixed upon him. "Why are you here?" it asked, its sockets glowing with blood-red light. Like fresh blood, they shimmered. Hades blinked. The indicator light turned red. The first phase was complete. He pulled the blade from the ground with stiff arms, disbelief heavy in his stare. The world around him pressed in, overwhelming, unreal. Heavy. Exhausting. In the dark, nothing moved. Only the blinking of the light remained. Hades tried to leave. He gripped the door to the small control chamber and pushed it open with force. Bang, it burst outward. A wave of thick, humid air washed over him. It was raining. Hades removed his helmet. Raindrops the size of beans struck his face, tracing paths along the scar that split his face. He inhaled deeply. Fresh rain filled his lungs. It reminded him of back then, of the scent after rainfall in the apartment block where he grew up. And then the downpour began. Cleansing everything, the world was dim, drenched in rain and shadow, no day, no night, no direction. The downpour was like a shroud, swallowing everything in its path. On the mud-soaked ground, toxic crystal residue was washed away, diluted into a foul slurry that slithered into the great rivers like some wounded creature. Scarlet warning lights pierced through the torrential curtain of rain. The wail of industrial sirens echoed as the first wave of heavy industrial machines thundered down from the sky, crashing into the sodden earth. Engines roared. Gears churned. Drenched crimson robes clung heavily to the frames of the Mechanicus adepts, who staggered down from their colossal machines. Rain-soaked fabric dragged at their steps. One of them looked toward the horizon, muttering a prayer, and then, without hesitation, dropped to his knees in the toxic sludge, bowing his head low until it touched the filthy ground. Praise be to the Omnisia. The downpour almost drowned his frail figure. After his simple act of worship, the adept turned away, though he glanced back a few times, reluctant to leave the sacred site. Eventually, he turned fully and began directing the operation, ordering the colossal water pumps to begin their task. This same scene unfolded beside every machine. Every Mechanicus member who had waited high in the upper atmosphere of Barbarous had, in a single planetary day, witnessed something that defied comprehension. Those simulations had prepared them for every step. Nothing could have matched the reality, when, from beneath the dense clouds, immense arcs of green lightning erupted, coiling upward like serpents, nearly brushing the hulls of their atmospheric craft. Awe, terror, reverence. Emotions burst forth, primal and pure, the reaction of humanity in the face of the miraculous. But it wasn't only emotion. There was logic, too, a perfect clarity of thought as if the storm had burned away distractions. Desire and stray thoughts faded. Even the gods of indulgence and compulsion were banished from this place. And now, thought and calculation would operate unimpeded, as they had in the beginning. It was only when the first raindrop touched the ground that the tech priests closest to the Antipsyker field finally emerged from their stupor. Those whose eyes had never been augmented were already weeping. Tears fell freely. They looked at one another in disbelief, as if unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Praise be to the Omnisia. Elsewhere, atop the auxiliary tower nearest the main structure, Nera, one of the Sister of Silence, stood in stunned silence. The savage green had burned itself into her pale blue eyes. The crushing pressure had suddenly lifted. For the first time, Nera understood what mortals felt in the presence of blanks, those cursed beings who blotted out the warp itself. Even as a member of the Anathema Psychona, even within a near-complete null space zone, she felt suffocated. But she was trained. She was Imperial. She straightened her back. Bracing herself with her executioner's great sword, she stood tall once more. Her duty was to witness all of this, to ensure it could be restored if ever necessary. She felt a small tug at her cloak. It was little Harila. After meeting the Sister of Silence, Hades had entrusted Harila to them with little hesitation. After all, the Death Guard was still filled with Astartes, towering warriors steeped in outdated and brutish traditions. Hades, with his conservative mindset, couldn't bring himself to let Harila spend her days surrounded by half-naked muscle-bound giants wrestling in the dueling cages. Alphas. Though, admittedly, no one else seemed to mind except Hades. The Mechanicus educators hadn't been a good fit either. Hades had already warned Jean to stop trying to persuade Harila to have her uterus removed to make room for a second brain wetware implant. Yet Jean had confided in Hades, visibly concerned. He suspected that little Harila's intelligence hadn't quite reached the standard threshold. Hades could only sigh and explain, again, that the girl just didn't like reading, not that her brain was malfunctioning, and certainly not something that warranted installing a second one. It was in that moment that Hades fully realized the Death Guard was no place for a child to grow up. At least, not in the eyes of someone with a conservative, old-school mindset shaped by the dark millennia of the 30th millennium. And with Harila's unique physiology, Hades couldn't just send her to a regular school either. So when the Black Ship finally arrived, not to collect Harila, but to extract Black Tower tech, Hades didn't hesitate. He handed Harila over to Sister Nera for her education. Having been thoroughly trained by the Sisterhood, Nera was far more adept than Hades at identifying female pariahs. Her insights far surpassed those of the former Astartes, and she immediately recognized something in Harila, a rare and exceptionally potent blank potential. Thus, Nera decided she would take personal responsibility for Harila's upbringing. She would guide this child to become a sister of silence worthy of the Emperor's will. The wild green lightning still raged across the sky, roaring like a celestial tide. Nera steadied her mind. The towering sister knelt slightly, lowering her head to meet Harila's eyes. Those deep brown eyes now brimmed with moisture. Even with her immense potential, this noble psionic domain was more than Harila could bear. Feeling unwell? Nera signed gently. Harila shook her head. Her gaze turned toward the horizon, the same direction she had often stared toward in the past. Toward the south, toward that familiar presence. Will Brother Hades be okay? She asked the question quietly, but it echoed like a thunderclap in Nera's heart. That cheerful man, always with a gentle grin, could he really be the source of such terrifying power? The kind that shattered the sky and burned through the very laws of reality? Was he still the same Hades she knew? Or had something else taken his place? Nera shook her head slowly. In the soulless realm, the Lord of the Underworld will not fall. But that was not the truth. Too much water would break a vessel. And besides, the Emperor had already made preparations to handle his domain. Nera thought of it silently. Yet what the Sister of Silence didn't know was this. The Emperor's bindings on the Black Domain had already begun to loosen. And this enormous planet-consuming null field was not solely the work of the Black Tower. Both the Sister of Silence and the Custodian had mistaken this apocalyptic-scale null field for a technological feat of the Tower alone. Yes, under the hand of a pariah, the Tower could produce a psionic dead zone. But never at this magnitude. High above the world, in orbit, silence reigned. Mordorion stared down at the planet beneath his feet. Once a vibrant green world, Barbarous was now wilting. The lush forests and living mist were being choked beneath rising plumes of ash and dust. The clear skies had turned into swirling clouds of filth and decay. Mordorion could imagine what was happening below. He knew that storms of biblical scale were ravaging the surface. Rains that could drown mountains. Lightning that split entire ranges apart. The atmosphere itself is in violent upheaval. Earth shattering. Skies twisting. And yet, from space, it all looked so calm. As if it were nothing more than a reaction inside a beaker, deep in some laboratory. A simple chemical precipitation. But Mordorion knew no one would dare underestimate what was happening on Barbarous. The reason was simple. Any being with a soul, even if they merely cast a glance in that direction, would feel a jolt of pure horror erupt from the deepest part of their being. Their souls would scream boiling, writhing, begging them to flee, to turn away from this hellscape upon the earth. The pain of the soul was so overwhelming, it even dulled the ache of emotional absence. Feelings that once had focus now lost their anchor, leaving behind a surplus of disoriented, aimless emotion. Mordorion blinked. Even for a pre-march, it took an immense force of will to withstand the revulsion that gripped him. Only after conquering that visceral disgust did he allow his gaze to remain locked on Barbarous. He knew what this was. This was Hades' power. Without much expression, Mordorion cast a glance toward Vorx, the native of Barbarous who had been so eagerly pushing for this plan. Vorx had already turned his eyes to the floor, shaking uncontrollably. He felt as if one more look would cause his brain to melt, screaming in agony. Mordorion did not rebuke him. Instead, he resumed his unblinking vigil upon the world below. He wouldn't allow himself to miss even the faintest of details. For all his calm, Mordorion wanted the warp-strangled air of Barbarous cleansed. He had always desired it. He still did. And now, standing silently amid his garden, or what was once a garden, Mordorion heard it. The whispers. Accusations. Bargains. Prayers and curses carried through the warp. He heard promises of jewels eternal, of boundless dominion, of galactic authority over life and death. All he had to do was nod. A simple acceptance, and he would be made a god. He did not move. He stared at Barbarous. The once lush garden around him had grown barren, illusory. Through the mirage, he could see the bone-white steel floor of the Endurance beneath his boots. It was trying to reach him again. Plus, what do you desire, my child? Plus. A voice slithered through his thoughts. Vines broke from the muck, snaking up from the mire below. They crept along his armor, coiling gently as if begging him to stay. Mordorion finally opened his mouth. I want you, Dad. A thunderclap shattered the illusion, rending the false world to ash. And still, Mordorion watched Barbarous, unmoving, unblinking. He could hear the laughter now, echoing through the Imperium, wild, mocking, furious. But he also knew all of it would soon be swallowed by Hades' black domain. And it was. The laughter faded. All that remained was a space of weak, desperate souls and the unshakable dominion of physical law. Vork still stared at the floor, oblivious to everything his pre-march had just endured. He had no idea what had passed, what had been rejected, or what had just been silenced forever. Mordorion let it go. Vork's failure, like so many others, would be tolerated for now. And then, as the final tainted crystal sank into the corrupted soil, in the medical bay of the Death Guard, a long silent soul stirred. From the depths of a chaotic, fragmented dream, an old comrade finally awoke. The torrential rain showed no signs of stopping. Crimson light dotted the barren wilderness of Barbarous like glowing embers. Amid nature's fury, the tech priests from Graea rode their steel steeds, wielding the unique power of the Mechanicus, the power of gears and knowledge. Now that the Black Domain had receded, the rest of the task was left entirely in the hands of these tech priests, beings who had reshaped countless worlds. They would complete this mission perfectly as well. The massive machines roared so loudly you could even see their silhouettes from the star ring. Back in the observatory on the star ring, time had quietly passed, 3 days to be exact. People milled about, some rushing over after their shifts, others simply spreading out makeshift beds near the transparent observation windows, silently watching the planet below, now swallowed by thick gray clouds. A few burly kids darted between the crowd, hawking simple snacks and bits of news. A chubby man who looked like a headmaster was nearby, organizing the children. Unlike the shuffling crowd, the Death Guard warriors who had been standing guard since the beginning remained motionless, like statues. The current noisy scene was a far cry from the one just a few days ago. Back then, when the first bolt of lightning pierced the fog, a collective shudder ran through every soul. Some fainted on the spot. Others staggered away from the windows, vomiting or convulsing in silent horror. The Death Guard had immediately stepped in to evacuate the panicked masses. Towering Astartes carried unconscious civilians to safety, while apothecaries and remaining stationed Magos Biologus were rushed to the densest parts of the crowd. Still, by the end of the first day, the panic had faded. People slowly regained their senses, as if waking from a nightmare, stumbling through that grim day in a daze. And somehow, as if forgetting everything that had just happened, they once again gathered near the observatory windows, equal parts awed and curious about the changes to their planet. Heavy, damp footsteps echoed through the station, but no one noticed Hades. The crowd moved along their paths as if he were invisible, completely oblivious to the giant walking among them. Hades had taken off his power armor. He blinked, visibly exhausted, watching those staring at their world below. A sense of closure settled in his chest. At least one thing was dealt with. After emerging from the Black Domain, it was only thanks to the Sisters of Silence's transport that he made it back to the Star Ring. But the moment he arrived, he ran into a wall of overzealous tech priests. With no other choice, Hades cloaked himself and slipped away from the horde of fanatic gearheads. He still remembered the moment one of the tech priests shouted, "Praise the Omnisia," in his direction. The Sister of Silence who brought him back, Sister Nera, looked at him like she was ready to tear him apart. Misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Before Hades could even begin to explain, the tech priests had already swarmed in and shoved the fuming Sister Nera aside. He could have sworn he saw the look of deep resentment in her eyes before she vanished from view. Ahem. So, yeah, Hades had no choice but to stage a live disappearing act and flee the scene. There was no point trying to explain in front of a crowd of tech fanatics. It would only dig a deeper hole. Better to clear things up privately with the sisters and the custodes. Alpha Nigeria Nairobi's. He had called for Jean and Corclan to come negotiate with the tech priests, hoping they could tone down the mob's enthusiasm a little. Now that the Black Domain was shut down and he had returned to the Star Ring, Hades found himself with nothing to do. After vanishing from the docking bay, he just wandered over to the observation window, partly out of curiosity about what Barbarous looked like from orbit. Also partly because he wanted to people watch before heading to the cafeteria. As he strolled along, thinking about food, a stir ran through the crowd up ahead. People began respectfully clearing a path on both sides. Hades looked up and saw a smoke-free version of Mordorion approaching, clearly searching for someone. Sighing, Hades quietly deactivated his stealth field. Here we go again. What now? Mordorion instantly locked eyes with Hades and strode over. He stared at Hades for a long moment, like he had something to say, then glanced away awkwardly. I thought you were in the medical room. When he first learned Hades was back, Mortarion's immediate instinct had been to check the medical room. But the move was quickly flagged as illogical by Vork's. Doc surveillance clearly showed Hades hadn't been carried straight to intensive care this time. Yes, he usually ended up on the medical room's VIP bed, but that doesn't mean the medical room should always be the first place to check. Hades glared at Mordorion with deep judgment in his eyes. This kind of mindset must be condemned. Clearly wanting to change the subject, Mordorion coughed awkwardly before stating seriously, Kella is awake. He's in the medical room. Author's note: while the Death Guard aren't usually known for their concern for mortals, Barbarous is an exception. The planet is small, and just about every civilian could be a relative of a local-born Death Guard. Also, thanks to Mortarion's bias, the Legion pays extra attention to Barbarousians. To date, the only Legion that unconditionally helps mortals is the Salamanders. The dim hallway outside the infirmary was always lifeless, its lights flickering weakly as if mirroring the tension in the air. From behind the doors, Apothecary Leo emerged in silence, tossing a pouch of compressed nutrient solution to Hades, who sat alone on a long bench. Without a word, Hades caught it with practiced ease and started drinking. Leo approached and gave Hades a quick scan with a medical injector. Hades, long used to the routine, didn't react. He just sat there, idly chewing on the now empty pouch, his eyes lost in thought. Leo frowned. Malnutrition, once again, the term showed up glaringly on Hades' report. It was always the same. Suppressing a sigh of frustration, Leo tossed the rest of his personal supply of nutrient pouches to Hades. He gave the other man a glance that was somewhere between pity and resignation, then turned to leave. Normally, Leo would have stayed for a few words, even if brief. But with Hades actively maintaining his black domain, the apothecary choosing not to leave immediately was already a sign of considerable patience. Just a wall away was the room of Kala Typhon. Hades had no intention of going in to catch up. As far as he was concerned, the only reason he hadn't already blown Kala brains out was because Mordorion had physically stopped him. Even knowing the full story, Hades didn't care. Whatever camaraderie they'd once shared, he would rather strike first and be wrong than hesitate and let betrayal fester. Especially after what Kala had done back in the Legion. In hindsight, Hades thought bitterly, I should have just claimed it was a misfire. Even now, with Kala lying there weak and lifeless like a corpse, Hades refused to lower his guard. To the casual observer, he was simply sitting outside sipping nutrient paste. But in truth, his diluted black domain had already seeped into the room, its faint pressure looming like a shadow in the corner, heavy and suffocating. He hadn't touched Kala's soul, not yet. But his domain hung just close enough to do so in an instant. The Lord of the Underworld stood poised with a reaping scythe, its blade resting coldly against the neck of the condemned. Ever since the outburst at Greya 106 and the Black Tower incident on Barbarous, Hades had felt a change. His domain had grown purer, its range expanding further than ever before. If he wished, he could likely cover half the endurance with it now. Still, its shape remained a sphere centered on him. He couldn't yet control its direction or form. Biting down on the pouch, eyes blank, Hades drifted in and out of thoughts, or perhaps he was simply exhausted. Inside the room, silence reigned. The two within said nothing, while the invisible black domain crept along the floor like an oppressive fog, pressing into every corner. On his way there, Mordorion had thought long and hard about how everything had started and how it had come to this. He remained silent, buried in thought. The trio they once were had long since scattered. Hades refused to speak to Kala, despite the fact that the initial malice had come from the latter. Given both of their natures, Mordorion had chosen to overlook that detail. In truth, many had once rejected Hades. Kala now stared blankly at the ceiling, expression hollow. If Leo hadn't personally reassured Mordorion multiple times that Kala brain activity was still normal, he would never have believed those dead eyes belonged to someone still living. Especially Kala, who had once been famous within the Death Guard for his cunning gaze, those sharp eyes always scheming. Mordorion fixed his gaze on Typhon. Deep in some corner of his mind, he still wanted to believe in him, still clung to the hope that Kala hadn't truly turned his back on them. Was that simply a habit? A residual loyalty born of past friendship? Unlike the decisive Hades, Mordorion now faced the very first betrayal of his life. Time passed in heavy silence. It was only when Mordorion began to feel the stirrings of impatience emanating from the black domain coiled around his feet that he finally spoke, still uncertain how to face a friend who had betrayed him. Why? It was a simple question, yet it carried the weight of everything left unsaid. Why the betrayal? Why the fall? Why everything? Kala Typhon turned his head slowly, his eyes meeting Mortarion's with hollow resolve. His voice was a coarse whisper, broken and dry. Because I was weak. Long ago, Kala had learned a bitter truth. If you don't belong, then you must become strong. Those who fail to fit in are hunted. Because they are different. Because they are aberrations. Freaks. But if you grow strong enough, then everything that once made you an outcast becomes a mark of exception. A brilliance that stands above the rest. Reality had proven this to him time and time again. Just like in the beginning, three outcasts drawn together. A skeletal giant, a child people instinctively detested, and a psyker born of both Xeno and man. They were the Free Club, Kala mused bitterly. And that was what had brought them together in the first place. But in the end, he had been left behind. Or maybe simply forgotten. Compared to Mordorion, who rose steadily without falter, and Hades, who could ignore the scorn of others as though it were dust in the wind, Kala Typhon, frail and unstable, had staggered down a path of madness under the weight of judgmental stares. He should have died that day on the climb, amidst the smoke and fire. That was how it was supposed to end. But Mortarion's hesitation had saved him. That damn hesitation. Kala knew better than anyone. Despite his cold, grim appearance, Mordorion was far more merciful than most realized. Of course, that only applied to the things Mordorion still cared about, things that hadn't been marked enemy. Kala stared at him. It was time Mordorion faced the truth. They were no longer on Barbarous. This was the void, harsh, unyielding, and colder than 1,000 Barbarous. He couldn't feel his old strength anymore. Not even a flicker. Worse still, he felt a strange disconnect, like his soul and body no longer aligned. Weaker than ever. There was no reason left to keep living, Kala thought. His very existence had been a mistake. And no matter how he struggled, this was how it would always end. He murmured, voice barely a whisper. I betrayed you. Kill me. Mordorion shot to his feet, crossing the room in an instant. But once there, he hesitated, words catching in his throat. You can't, this isn't. He didn't even know who he was speaking to, Kala or himself. And then, from beyond the wall, came the soft hum of a weapon charging. Kala didn't need to see it. He could already picture it, Hades, standing just outside, gun drawn, aim steady. A voice called out, Step aside, Mordorion. It was Hades, calm, resolute. Mordorion had unwittingly placed himself right in the line of fire. He had no way of knowing whether the gun Hades had borrowed from Trazen would recognize him as a shield or simply shoot through. But Mordorion didn't move. I want to kill him. He wants to die. And you, what are you still hoping for? Was it really just the momentum of old friendship? Was Mordorion simply unwilling to let go of the past? The divide between Hades and Kala had long since turned into an unbridgeable chasm. So why was Mordorion still standing there? Watching? Waiting? No. Mordorion took a deep breath. The absence of toxic gas in the air made him feel strangely uncomfortable. Hades, come inside. We need to talk. That's an order. Lower your weapon. For a heartbeat, Mordorion felt the entire room suffocate beneath an explosion of black domain energy. A pressure so dense it nearly shattered his mind, but then he blinked and realized it had all been in his imagination. Hades sat silently in the chair, his expression unreadable. He said nothing, simply staring at the visibly bewildered Mordorion and the death-seeking Kala Typhon. He said nothing, but his soul ached. How did it come to this? He was just a shootin', damn it. Yet somehow, in this bizarre new life, he'd ended up living out a melodrama straight out of some infamous ninja anime. Hades wasn't the type to spiral into endless internal monologues. When it came to decisions, he preferred to assess the situation with cold logic. Unfortunately, the two sitting across from him didn't share that trait. If he went strictly by reason, there was only one conclusion to be drawn. Kella should already be dead. He sighed. He remembered a line he'd once read in his past life, something like, "If killing someone doesn't solve the problem, then you're in for a complicated mess." Wasn't Warhammer supposed to be a universe of endless violence and carnage? Funny, he used to pray every day not to run into death when he first transmigrated here. He was starting to regret those prayers now. Another sigh escaped his lips. He'd just finished consuming the psychic backlash of an entire planet, Barbaris, mind, body, and soul exhausted. He hadn't even had a chance to rest before getting jumped by the grease-covered mech guys from Greya. Just when he finally escaped and was headed to the mess hall. Boom. Mortarion dragged him off to the medical ward. To clean up this centuries-old mess. Thank the warp for Apothecary Leo's compressed nutrient packs. It was the only thing giving Hades even a shred of warmth right now. Mortarion and Kulla, meanwhile, weren't saying a word. Masters of silence, those two. Clearly trying to force him to break the ice. Hades shot them both a side glance. All right, fine. Time to get this over with. He cleared his throat and spoke. Let's put everything else aside for now. Kella, what do you remember about the former apothecary? Leighton. The traitor apothecary, Leighton, was still missing. The corruption that had first taken root in the Death Guard, it all started with him. Hades had pored over every report, every scrap of data. The only solid conclusion he could reach was that Leighton's fall had something to do with the psychic contamination from the Librarius. Yes. Everything after that? Leighton had gone out of his way to erase his tracks. The records left behind were too perfect, textbook forgeries. The kind you could spot immediately if you'd ever dealt with real reports. Honestly, Hades would have loved to believe Leighton died back on Barbaris. But his instincts told him that was just wishful thinking. The idea of a corrupted Death Guard rogue psyker wandering freely across the galaxy? Yeah, no thanks. Kulla, in his current state, couldn't stir much trouble anymore. Might as well squeeze what intel they could out of him before the next storm hit. Hades had officially given up trying to care. To his surprise, Kulla actually froze. He'd been bracing for insults or mockery, but instead, Hades had calmly asked a question. Mortarion glanced over at Hades too, clearly not expecting that line of inquiry. It was before the Battle of Gallipar, Kulla finally replied, voice low. My powers started getting unstable. He began recalling that time, chaotic visions, whispers in his ears, boiling lust for power, envy toward Hades, anger at Mortarion, and buried beneath it all, that deep-rooted self-loathing and hopelessness. That desperate, overwhelming urge to climb higher. To become strong. Hades rolled his eyes internally as Kulla slipped into his flashback monologue, but held his tongue and let him continue. Mortarion kept his head lowered, the weight of memory pressing heavily on his shoulders. Back then, all he could think about was the looming liberation of Gallipar. He hadn't noticed the shift in his friend at all. He said, all things would rot and decay in the end. That only stagnation and a death-like cycle awaited us all. You shouldn't have believed that. We've already moved past that time. Mortarion's voice was barely a whisper. You might have, Kulla replied flatly. But not me. You could have, Mortarion tried to insist. But once again, the two men had slipped into that alto-familiar spiral, a philosophical debate on fate, just like the very first time they met. Hades sat and listened patiently to Kulla's entire speech. And after all that? Not a single useful piece of intel about Apothecary Leighton. Figures. If Leighton really had used Kulla as a disposable pawn, then of course he would have hidden his tracks completely. No loose ends. No trail. Hades sighed inwardly, then coughed deliberately, breaking the awkward silence that had started to thicken in the room. Once again, the other two acted like he didn't even exist. Still, Mortarion and Kulla had just about finished their little emotional spiral. From the way Hades saw it, they were now stuck in that awkward, mutual guilt phase. No surprise there. Blinks like him were easy to ignore, especially with his null field active. This wasn't new. Back on Barbaris, their dynamic had always been like this. Mortarion would talk endlessly to Kulla about all kinds of cryptic nonsense. Kulla would brood, and Hades? Hades would chill in the background doing absolutely nothing until their weird philosophical rambling went off the rails and he had to drag them back to reality. He cleared his throat again. So, the Death Guard are still hunting Leighton. And despite being the one most closely connected to him, you have no idea where he is. Kella gave a small nod. Mordorion looked like he was about to say something, lips parting. Hades could already guess what he was going to say. That Leighton was the one who dragged Kella into the abyss. Yeah, no kidding. Hades already knew that. But it didn't change the truth. No matter who pulled the trigger, Kella Typhon had still fallen. He couldn't return to normal life in the Legion. Not anymore. He was a traitor. Traitor. Mordorion opened his mouth again and closed it, saying nothing. I know what you think of me, Hades, Kella said quietly. Standing on the edge of death, he had already let go of everything. He had nothing left to lose. A psyker prone to corruption. A jealous colleague. A schemer who played with shadows behind everyone's back. No, Hades said coldly, eyes locking with his. A traitor. Kella had meant the betrayal of their brotherhood. But Hades? He saw the betrayal of the entire Death Guard. He saw the fall. The plague. The rot. The moment the whole Legion surrendered to decay. Would Hades gamble? No. He wouldn't. He couldn't. He'd already taken so many lives, and he knew he'd take many more in the battles yet to come. What difference would one more drop of blood make? Maybe once, a flicker of pity had brushed his mind. Maybe he'd felt a whisper of regret. But it wasn't enough to stop him from pulling the trigger. Kella Typhon gave a bitter, defiant smile. Of course. He shouldn't be trusted. If their positions were reversed, if he were in Hades' shoes, he would have already fired. In truth, Kella longed for death. He knew all too well that his condition, his corrupted body, his fractured soul, meant he would never again return to the battlefield he once yearned for. Even if Mordorion tried to save him, it was only out of a last shred of hesitation, of mercy. But time would erode even that. Eventually, Mordorion would come to resent the choice he never made. Better to die now cleanly. So Kella provoked Hades, deliberately. With a look. A smirk. He knew Hades couldn't stand that expression, that pretend calm, that fake peace, because Hades himself was far from at peace. It worked. Rage flared in Hades. That smug, infuriating grin lit the fuse. He took a deep breath, forcing his fury down, and said coldly, How would you handle a traitor, my dear Primarch? Mordorion said nothing. The word death hovered in his throat like poison, heavy and immovable. He couldn't bring himself to say it. Could he really let Kella die like this? Not in battle, not with honor, but here, in a room thick with guilt and silence. A death wrapped in shame and betrayal. Years ago, he had promised Kella a noble end. Now, he was being asked to deliver a death sentence to his first human friend. But Kella deserved to die. He was a traitor. His sins were real. Mordorion wished he could undo it all. But the facts remained. Kella had tried to strike him down. He had turned against them both. No amount of remorse could erase that. As Mordorion wrestled with his silence, Hades found clarity again. The fire Kella provoked was cooling now, and in its place, cold reason returned. Perhaps he'd gone too far. If he killed Kella now, what if Mordorion snapped? That kind of emotional instability was dangerous, lethal in a Primarch. No. He needed a solution. Something in between. A fate worse than death, but not quite life. Maybe, Hades said slowly, eyes fixed on Kella. Mordorion, if you truly wish for him to live. Kella's green eyes met his. For a moment, it was as if the two of them were the only ones in the room. More than Mordorion, they understood each other. Two men shaped by bureaucracy, strategy, and unspeakable burden. And Kella understood immediately. He let out a tired, knowing chuckle. So he wouldn't get his clean death after all. Mercy, from a death god, was a rusted scythe, blunt, slow, painful. Not the screaming embrace of true death he so deeply craved. Maybe this was always how it was going to end. In that instant, the judge and sinner, warden and would-be penitent, reached a wordless agreement. Together, they turned to Mordorion. Send him slash me into a dreadnought, Mordorion. Mortarion's eyes widened in shock. A week later. I never thought the son of Barbarous would be purple. Mordorion stood pensively upon the barren soil, gazing upward. For the first time, The sun that once loomed as nothing more than a hazy white disk now revealed itself in clarity. Perhaps it was a trick of atmospheric refraction, its pale edges tinged with a soft lavender hue, streaked faintly with a rose-pink blush. Strange, Mordorion mused. Compared to the bleak, lifeless land of Barbarous, its sun seemed almost regal, romantic, even, in a way that felt oddly out of place. Unreal. Kala can't see this anymore. The thought sank into Mordorion like cold iron, heavy and unmoving. Just like the Emperor who had descended from the heavens, ripping apart the suffocating veil that once cloaked Barbarous, shifting the course of fate forever. And with Kala now entombed within a cold, fearless sarcophagus, their story, the original story, had shattered into fragments. Still staring at the sky, Mordorion stood there unflinching. He looked very much like a scarecrow watching over empty fields, unmoving beneath the weight of time. There was nothing else he could do. It always ended up like this. He knew that well. But there was one thing Mordorion could still offer. Death. That he knew intimately. That he could give without hesitation. He could not let Kala die in some farcical tribunal. He could not swing his own scythe down on an old friend. His blade was meant for tyrants, not for friends. Kala would die in a war grand enough to be remembered. He would fall in a war of liberation. He would perish in the fight against tyranny. And Mordorion swore this to him. That was the only promise he could keep. When a war came that could tear through even a legion, then and only then would he awaken Kala. But not now. Hades didn't spare the Primarch a glance. As a tech marine, he had personally overseen the entire process of sealing Kala into the Dreadnought's shell, alongside Apothecary Leo. They had made sure to add more than one oversight mechanism and several suicide protocols. Typhon Kala Typhon watched all of this in silence. Hades patted the dreadnought beside him. It was a Contemptor class, the standard during the Great Crusade, painted in the white and green livery of the Death Guard. Reno, yes. I'm being generous, you know. We were friends once. Hades said it flatly. This dreadnought has a self-destruct protocol. If you're ever lucid enough to care, you can choose death at any time. Kala looked at him. His voice was dry, hollow. Thanks. Hades scoffed and rolled his eyes. Not that I recommend dying now. I mean, what am I supposed to tell Mordorion? Oops, the implantation failed? He'd rip me apart. He paused. Pick another time. Maybe after your next nap. Kala Typhon gave a faint, bitter smile. How had it come to this? If only he hadn't reached so far. If only he hadn't wanted so much. But here was where it ended. He pressed his lips together. Just before slipping into the long slumber that awaited him, he chose to speak. There was no real reason to. Maybe it was just his twisted sense of humor. Maybe he simply wanted to see Hades squirm. Hades, do you hate me? There was a long silence. When Hades finally spoke, his voice was that of a soul long dead. No. Then why? Kala swore. He had never seen Hades look so dark before. As if he had crawled out of a grave, his eyes hollow, staring blankly at the world. Cursing it. Spitting on it. Because I can't afford to. Can't afford to what? Kala felt confusion clouding his thoughts, but the sedatives were beginning to take hold, warm, heavy waves of drowsiness crashing down and dragging his mind into the depths. If, by some miracle, there's still time left when all of this ends, I'll come see you again. Hades didn't realize how hoarse his voice had become. He knew full well it was a blatant lie. When everything ends, they wouldn't be alive to meet again. Most likely, only the Primarch would survive, left behind to keep marching alongside brothers he considered no better than garbage. But even so, what if? Lies like this, that's where hope comes from. Kala looked at Hades. His vision was already starting to blur. Apothecaries were never known for mercy, and their drugs even less so. This was the second promise Kala had received. The first had come from Mordorion. Hades gave Kala one last glance. If you still believe in anything, then live. But what Kala didn't know, what he couldn't possibly know, was that this wasn't a promise. It was a curse. A curse from the dead. He had been handed a key, but never shown the door. Hades sealed the dreadnought's sarcophagus shut. And with that, darkness swallowed everything whole. On the surface of Barbarous, Mordorion still stood there, staring absently at the horizon. Nearby, Hades had assumed the classic crouch of a seasoned farmer, inspecting the soil between his fingers. It was a habit from a past life, before armor, before machines. The readings were promising. The land was fertile. Hades clapped the dust from his gloves, then stood up, looking toward the sky of Barbarous. Thanks to atmospheric terraforming, the sky was now a pale blue tinged with green. It was nothing like the suffocating clouds they once knew. And as for the lavender sun Mordorion had been pondering, Hades hadn't expected that either. There's always something we never see coming, he muttered. For now, Kala's tale had reached a pause. Maybe one day, when the Death Guard found themselves on a battlefield grand enough, his story would continue. But until then, their old friend would sleep. Hades blinked, casting the thoughts aside. No use thinking too much. That path only led to temptation and madness. If it can be done, do it. If it can't, leave it. If it breaks your heart, grieve and move on. Time marches on. Tasks pile up. There's no room left for sentiment. The success of Barbarous's reclamation had Hades in good spirits. He looked over the fertile expanse with a rare sense of satisfaction. If one ignored the distant redrobed Mechanicus priests being politely kept at bay by the Death Guard, the field stretched wide, rich and untouched, waiting to be cultivated, waiting to bloom. In the Imperium, a legion's homeworld held immense political weight. Whether it thrived or decayed depended entirely on the legion's own will. Some, like the Ultramarines, poured their hearts into their homeworlds. Robert Gilliman's Macridge was a shining gem in the 500 worlds, a place of proud mountains, crystal lakes, and towering fortresses. A bastion of civilization. Or the Blood Angel's Ball, once a wasteland poisoned by radiation, yet reshaped by Sanguinius into a cathedral of beauty and reverence. Angelic statues bowed their heads in silent worship, embodying the Legion's sublime ideals. And then there were worlds like Barbarous. Worlds left to be what they were. Unchanged. Unremembered. Some legions forgot their origins. Others never really had a place worth remembering. Such was the failing of legions that lost control of their home. And as for the Death Guard's Barbarous? In the Mechanicus official planetary development plans, Barbarous had a surprisingly clear designation, an agri-world, or alternatively, a paradise world. If they chose the agri-world route, Barbarous's skies would once again be choked in noxious gases. This time, however, the poison would come from the belching smokestacks of fertilizer factories. Every inch of soil would be pierced by rows of genetically engineered crops, while colossal agricultural machines would thunder across the land, producing vast quantities of rapid harvest food for shipment across the stars. Hades and Mordorion rejected this option without hesitation. The alternative? A paradise world, a planet sculpted into a place so idyllic that paradise wouldn't be an exaggeration. The Imperium's existing paradise worlds were prestigious havens where the elite vacationed, discussed interplanetary politics, or casually conducted high-level business dealings over wine older than some colonies. The main drawback of being a paradise world was its low population threshold. To preserve scenic value and avoid pollution, native populations were typically relocated to underground cities. But for Barbarous, that was hardly a concern. Its population had dwindled to such a degree that even if every last survivor moved to the surface, the Mechanicus tech priests would still complain there weren't enough workers to justify their maintenance protocols. So Hades focused on what truly mattered, political and cultural capital. Barbarous had never been wealthy or populous, but it could become important. In Hades' vision, Barbarous would be a paradise world, not just for beauty, but for diplomacy. Leaning on the Death Guard's reputation and Mortarian's presence, Barbarous would serve as a diplomatic stage for the surrounding sectors. A place where planetary dignitaries, bureaucrats, and merchant princes could gather, ink treaties, and hammer out trade deals under the shade of carefully cultivated alien trees. Think of it as a loosely connected confederation. Barbarous would be the largest node in the network, with the Death Guard acting as quiet overseers. The planets would exchange goods and favors, bound not by law, but by convenience and the shared security that came from having a legion's shadow nearby. This wouldn't bring direct benefit to the Death Guard. But if the neighboring systems prospered, that alone brought stability and indirect returns. After all, if your neighbor has grain and you have guns, cough cough, no, that's not the point. The point is that the Death Guard would levy modest tributes. Just a little, in exchange for maintaining Barbarous as a neutral ground for discussion. And having these high-ranking politicians traipsing across the surface would raise the cultural standards of the native population. Local citizens hoping to work in related industries, hospitality, interpretation, administration, would need to learn High Gothic. Hades, however, couldn't help but feel a little dead inside at the idea of schools hiring teachers just to instruct kids in the art of tax evasion. Still, the good news was that, so far, those teachers hadn't managed to corrupt their students' moral compasses. And if other worlds looked at Barbarous and the Death Guard with envy, dreaming of sending their children to become Astartes, well, that could be arranged too, assuming they passed every inspection: loyalty, intelligence, physical aptitude, aesthetics, and the occasional choreographed ceremonial dance. In the 30th millennium, the legions still had stellar reputations. Thanks to imperial propaganda, the Astartes and their primarchs were seen as noble champions, glorious warriors reclaiming humanity's lost glory with divine purpose. That was why so many people were eager to join the Legion. On one hand, it was a personal choice, a dream, even. On the other, for families that ruled entire planets, building ties with a powerful imperial military force was never a bad move. Once you had a relative in the Death Guard, collaboration in other sectors would naturally follow. One thing would lead to another. Isn't this the Imperium? Someone might ask. Why all the backroom deals? To which the answer would be, why not? Look at Ultramar. Macridge and the 500 Worlds. Has the Imperium ever objected to that? Sure, Robert Gilliman faced plenty of suspicion from his fellow primarchs. After all, the 500 Worlds did look a bit too ambitious. But the Death Guard had no intention of mimicking Macridge. Gilliman might be a walking quantum supercomputer, but Mordorion definitely wasn't. If the Death Guard tried to administratively govern even half as many planets, they'd run out of qualified personnel before they finished their morning briefings. Even if they trained every last legionnaire to be a diplomat, it still wouldn't be enough. So they wouldn't even try. Hades' plan was simpler: secure Barbarous as the primary anchor and let others come willingly. Mutual benefit made the rest fall into place. The Great Crusade marched on, and war remained the Legion's true purpose. The Death Guard couldn't afford to bury themselves in political micromanagement. But if they could use Barbarous to quietly build logistics and support behind the scenes, that was a valuable win. Recently, the Death Guard hadn't received any new war deployments. It was thanks to the Galaspar campaign, an operation where they had ripped through an entire macro system at terrifying speed. Mortarian's brutally efficient tactics had broken the enemy so thoroughly that even neighboring systems surrendered outright. After all, the Death Guard had publicly hanged Galaspar's entire governing elite, and then flattened the capital hive for good measure. Surrender before the battle? That, at least, guaranteed you'd live to see retirement. Say what you will, but the Emperor knew exactly which legion to deploy where. If the mission was to break resistance fast and gather resources efficiently, sending the Death Guard had been the perfect choice. Even if the cost in legion lives had been steep. So far, though, the Death Guard's performance score in the Imperial campaign logs was still passable, not enough to earn any warnings from the Emperor. Hades checked the time. Once the Legion finished building their supply lines, another war directive would inevitably come. He glanced up at Barbarous's dreamlike sky, already thinking 3 steps ahead. Beside him, Mordorion sighed and stared into the distance. The noisy clanking of the Greya tech priests had caught Mortarian's attention. While he was vaguely thankful for their relentless dedication to terraforming Barbarous, the redrobed adepts were loud. Far too loud. They were chanting binary prayers to the Omnicia at full volume, extolling the machine god's miracles. The Mechanicus adepts are moving this way, Mordorion said with certainty. Beside him, Hades suddenly erupted into a coughing fit, like he'd inhaled a servoarm. Astartes aren't supposed to be capable of choking, Mordorion noted flatly. Hades went silent. After a long pause, he finally muttered, "I may have accidentally shown them a few Mechanicus techniques. From my personal archives." Mordorion turned to him slowly. "And maybe they were a bit too impressed," Hades added, hesitating. He paused, then admitted, "I might have learned a few interesting things back on Mars." Mordorion stared silently at the redrobed adepts, his thoughts drifting briefly to Kala Typhon. How much had slipped past because he hadn't paid close enough attention back then? "If this becomes a burden for you," Mordorion said evenly, "say something." The Death Guard will not be threatened by a Forge world. Hades breathed a small sigh of relief. Close call. Technically, he hadn't lied. Not even a little. No. It's not a problem at all, he said quickly. In fact, it might even be helpful. The Death Guard had always specialized in heavy infantry warfare. Asking Greya for a few tanks or siege engines. Entirely reasonable. After all, no one won wars with just bodies and grit forever. Hades declared this exact moment, as one of the top 3 most soul-crushingly unbearable scenes of his entire life. This, despite the fact that he had once coolly beat down a squad of envious tech marines on Mars without flinching. Despite the time he shamelessly ate the Death Guard's entire daily food ration in front of a crowd. Not even those events made him want to die as badly as he did right now. Currently, Hades was floating near a Forge world satellite orbiting Barbarous. The Greya tech priest had invited him here to take a look at some future equipment production plans. Oh, and as a coincidence, they mentioned there was a small dedication ceremony happening that they hoped he could attend. Thinking he was coming for a routine negotiation about gear specs, Hades showed up completely off guard. Looking back now, Hades wanted to strangle that naive idiot version of himself from earlier. The towering cathedral arched above like a myth brought to life. The songs of history echoed into new chapters beneath its spires, while servoskulls spun gracefully, weaving binary hymns through the air. Deep within the cathedral, the blurred silhouette of a titan flickered in the gloom. Binary chants spiraled around him like a storm. Tech priest cloaked in crimson stepped forward with solemn grace, machine oil incense soaking into every gear and cog, and gilded ornamentation laced through every crevice of the chamber. The tech priest gleefully ushered Hades toward the VIP seat. Except, who the hell puts the VIP seat dead center at the very front of the whole blasted arena? Even worse, looming behind that seat stood a massive statue, not the usual form of the Omnisia, but a brooding sculpture cloaked in stone-black drapery, jagged edges barely visible beneath its surface. It radiated pressure. Dread. Hades' lips twitched. He took back everything he'd ever promised Mordorion. Abort mission. Run. And that wasn't even the worst part. Before Hades had handed over Blackstone technology to the Sisters of Silence, Sharon and Sister Nera, the Custodes and Sister of Silence, had sworn to guard his life until his mission was fulfilled. Which meant they were still with him. Still. Right. Beside him. Wait, you're telling me these tech priests can't see the 2 massive golden death machines flanking me? Are you blind, or are you just too into this whole ritual thing? You didn't actually think they were regular security, did you? Hold up, is that seating on either side of the VIP chair meant for them? Oh no. Oh no. Hades could already feel Sister Nera, the Sister of Silence, brimming with righteous execution mode energy. Her hand inched toward her pistol grip, fingers curling with methodical menace. Meanwhile, the custodian Sharon, faceless beneath his golden helm, gave no reaction. Hades couldn't read him at all. But it looked like Sharon might have subtly blocked Sister Nera's move just now. In that moment of surreal panic, Hades thought he saw heaven calling to him. No. I have to escape. He slammed on the mental brakes. The tech priest behind him halted in confusion, murmuring in their binary tongues. The one in front, who had been tugging him toward the seat, nearly stumbled when Hades resisted. Even though the tech priest had surprising strength, Hades had mass on his side. He wasn't going anywhere, he didn't want to. What exactly are you doing? A voice asked, deep and gravelly, slicing through the cathedral's soaring hymns like a rusty blade. A ceremonial blessing, my lord, came the reply. To sanctify the completion of this new Forge world satellite. I just remembered something urgent. The Death Guard pre-march is calling me back. I'm afraid I'll have to miss this lovely ceremony. Lies. All of it. Barbarous was in the middle of a massive reforestation effort. The Death Guard needed more biochemical agents, so Mordorion had gone off to play biotech with the druid, the Magos Biologus. Unlike the other Primarchs, Mordorion had taken biochemical research to an entirely different level, specializing in the crafting of all manner of toxins, venoms, and explosives. Naturally, he had absolutely no reason to call for Hades. But Hades needed an excuse, any excuse. That wasn't just, I don't want to die here today. To the Greya tech priest, Hades might have been an acting representative, but he still technically operated under the Death Guard's jurisdiction. If he disobeyed what could be interpreted as an order from his pre-march, and it was because of them, then they'd be responsible for the Omnicia suffering punishment, which, in Mechanicus terms, was the metaphysical equivalent of sacrilege. If they really forced him into that seat, he'd be one bolt short of the grave. Hades felt the cold breath of death on his neck and swore he could see the light fading from his vision already. As soon as he gave his excuse, the lead tech priest hesitated, and Hades immediately felt the ambient electrofrequency chatter spike like wildfire. The tech priests were communicating rapidly. Binary and radio signal exchanges were far more efficient than anything a flesh throat could utter. After a long 3.6 milliseconds of deliberation, the lead tech priest turned back toward him. "You truly intend to leave, my lord?" Hades offered a tight smile. A quick glance to his right showed Sharon, his golden custodian bodyguard, silent and still. To his left, Sister Nera's hand was still hovering dangerously close to her sidearm. Did they seriously think he had a choice here? If he didn't leave, there was a very high probability he'd die on the spot. And if he did leave? Well, someone would probably still die. Just maybe not him. He tilted his head up toward the cathedral's vaulted ceiling. From the shadows, skeletal cherubs watched from above, their hollow sockets boring into his soul. Yeah, he was gonna die today. He'd made peace with it. But Hades wasn't ready to die without at least trying to run first. "I'm leaving," he said firmly. The lead tech priest tensed slightly. "My lord, for a Forge World satellite, the dedication ceremony holds great importance. It is a ritual to invoke the wisdom and blessings of the Omnicia upon this installation." These ceremonies were considered essential. They were the sacred rites to ensure the machine god's favor. Naturally, invitations were extended to the most accomplished researchers, those considered closest to the divine mind of the Omnicia. Ironically, the smarter a tech priest was, the less likely they were to truly believe in the Mechanicus religion. But they still showed up. Because these rituals were fantastic opportunities to flex on lower-ranking tech priests with achievements and status. In contrast, the low-tier tech priest genuinely believed in the machine god. Though no one was sure which caused which, were they low-tier because they were devout, or devout because they were low-tier. Mechanicus' dogma was notoriously rigid. Not about innovation, but preservation. If one followed every tenet to the letter, true innovation became all but impossible. So, the truly intelligent tech priest never claimed to have invented anything. No. They were simply guided by the machine god and had restored ancient mechanisms to their original divine form. Meanwhile, behind closed lab doors, they performed the kind of experimental heresy that would make a Puritan inquisitor's head explode. This duality had become an open secret within the Mechanicus. As long as no one said it aloud, everyone pretended harmony reigned. Though, granted, there were still a handful of high-level tech priests who were genuinely fervent believers. As for the lower-tier tech priest, most of them still clung to the dogma with both hands. To be fair, the dogma did serve a purpose. It safeguarded knowledge from corruption and provided a stable structure for information transmission through the ages. The majority of those attending today's ceremony were these low-tier tech priests. The truly brilliant ones rarely left their personal forge worlds just to consecrate some minor Legion satellite. For the low-tier, dogma held them here. For the high-tier, only profit could move them. One of the more fervent believers now looked straight at Hades, voice trembling with conviction. "The guidance of the machine god shall determine the destiny of this forged satellite. Which is why, my lord, you must not be absent. +/+. Tien, what's happening in this chapter is basically the Greya tech priests inviting Hades to a ceremony and give him a VIP seat where if he end up seating there, it would be like a proclamation that he is God. Keep in mind, Hades is followed by a Sister of Silence and a Custodian. The texture of heavy industrial design stretched across the domed ceiling of the cathedral, encasing the god at its center. Hades stood in the middle of the red-robed tech priests, wearing the expression of someone who had completely given up on life. He tried hard to maintain composure, he failed. But his half-forced, half-genuine expression was entirely misinterpreted by the gathered tech priests. They saw divine majesty in his deadpan stare, solemn and detached from the affairs of mortals. Just as Hades was about to leave, a guiding tech priest clung to him once more. Around the edges of the cathedral, Others began murmuring in prayer. Dense binary chants rippled through space like concentric waves across water, spreading outward in layers. A chill prickled down Hades' scalp. Sister Nera's gaze grew sharper, her eyes piercing. Hades was certain he sensed killing intent within them. Sharon gave a faint gesture, subtly signaling to Nera to stand down. The tech priest before Hades still persisted in persuading him to stay. As the one tasked with guiding the ceremony, he was its most fervent proponent. After all, it was he who had witnessed a divine miracle on Barbarous. That moment convinced the tech priest that this Lord Hades truly possessed unrivaled divinity. The emissary sent by the Omnisia into the mortal realm, a god of machines, bearer of all truths, come to purge all corruption and errors. Only when his soul had been touched on that fateful day did the tech priest truly understand why miracles defy description, and why gods remain unspeaking, because words are too feeble to encapsulate their power. It was a searing sensation, etched deep into his very soul. All of it traced back to their original faith. These tech priests, drawn from the lower levels of the Graia Forge world, responded to the call not only out of duty, but from an unwavering belief in the Omnisia. They had boarded the ship to Barbarous without hesitation. Perhaps the high-tech priests of Graia pledged themselves out of political alliance with the Legion, but it was the fanatic devotion of the low-tier adepts that made the miracle possible. And for their unshakable faith, they were granted a reward uniquely their own, to witness a true miracle firsthand. Praise the Omnisia, thought the tech priest. The unfaithful could never comprehend such grace. My lord, please, stay just a little longer, the tech priest implored sincerely. Orders are orders. I must obey them, came the hoarse voice of the god, a refusal, still attempting to evade. The tech priest could not fathom why one with such divine power as Hades would still submit to the chains of a mere legion. If he were to manifest openly upon a forge world, his name would be etched into the very foundation of Mechanicus history. He could change the entire trajectory of the machine cult. After all, the last emissary of the Omnisia had already shifted the course of its destiny. While the tech priest pleaded, Hades was screaming internally. Countless overlapping prayers filled the Vox channel, making his head pound like it was about to burst. And standing beside him were two figures who only worsened his predicament. The tech priest continued to beg. Hades refused firmly, decisively, without hesitation. In the end, realizing that Hades could not be swayed, the tech priest gave up. Gods had their own paths to walk. All he could do was utter a final plea, weak though it was. My lord, even if you cannot remain, please grant us a few words before you go. We await your command for this Forge World satellite, Mint. It turns only for you and the Death Guard. With his words finished, the ornate red robe unfurled its many small mechanical limbs, lifting its hem, just as the tech priest prepared to kneel. Hades reached out with both hands and stopped him. Do not kneel. In that instant, all the low murmurs of prayer vanished. The surface of the water stilled. Countless organic eyes and mechanical sensors turned to him in unison, waiting. ROES. The god had stopped them from kneeling with his own hands. The Omnisia, the machine god, was never known for mercy. And yet, at the center of it all, Hades was thinking something far simpler. Judging by the strength with which this tech priest had grabbed his hand earlier, if he hadn't supported him with both arms, the man probably would have face planted into the floor. As for this tech priest asking him to say a few words, there's a half-off deal on machine oil at that corner vending hub, Hades thought. Cough. No, wait, that's not something I can say right now. He shot a glance at the custodian beside him. Probably safer to go with some meaningless ceremonial platitudes, right? You may speak freely. Karen's voice came through the Vox channel, cold, utterly devoid of emotion. Hades wondered if speak freely here meant nothing you say can save you now. Seeing the look on Hades' face about to collapse into full-on panic, Sharon relented and offered clarification. My lord permitted your actions back on Mars. This wave was already present in the flow of foresight. Sharon, truthfully, was also struggling to process the situation. Even with the Emperor's forewarning that Hades might garner some degree of reverence from the Mechanicum, the grandeur of this cathedral, the throne-like vacancy behind the altar, made even him, for once, feel an unfamiliar uncertainty. Still, he chose to place his faith in his master's vision. This could still be interpreted as respect. Hearing this, Hades blinked slowly. Wait, is this implying the Emperor gave me some leeway to handle the Mechanicum my own way? He glanced again at Sharon. The custodian's armor seemed to gleam more brightly in confirmation, as if affirming Hades' every action, all while one hand firmly stopped the Sister of Silence from drawing her weapon. Well then. With his metaphorical death immunity card in hand, Hades decided to drop a few lines and make a quick exit. He raised his head, only to find that the red filling the cathedral was gentle. These tech priests, each one capable of shredding a small military unit with ease, beings whose eccentricities defied mortal comprehension here, in front of Hades, they were trembling lambs. Too afraid to kneel. Their crimson robes made them look like flayed offerings. A lifetime of faith had taught them to bare their necks willingly before the divine. The cathedral's candles blazed with steady light, flames gleaming off metal surfaces and casting dazzling shadows. Rich incense filled the air, wrapping the velvet of their robes in a somber warmth. Maybe empty platitudes really wouldn't cut it here. Hades blinked. Words hung in his throat for a moment, before flowing effortlessly in refined High Gothic, slipping into every ear like silk. People of Mint, thank you for your contributions to the advancement of human technology. Do not be trapped by desire. Do not be lost in obsession. You are torchbearers in the endless night. May the dark never swallow those who seek truth. For truth. For mankind. Hades fell silent. He figured that ought to be enough to get him out of this. However, a tremor ran through the hands he was holding. Startled, Hades looked down at the tech priest before him. Wait, is he crying? Whoa, I've got no idea what's going on. Let me explain. Actually, I can't explain. Let him explain instead. Hades was backed up against the wall, raising one hand in a show of innocence while using the index finger of his other hand to gingerly poke at the dagger tip pressed against his throat, trying, very unsuccessfully, to nudge it away. The blade didn't budge an inch. I'm loyal, he stammered weakly, all the commanding presence he had shown in the cathedral earlier completely gone. Hades looked as though he were about to cry, cold sweat pouring down his face and every hair on his body standing on end. Stand down, sister. The melodic, almost divine voice of Sharon finally rescued Hades from his dire predicament. Sister Nera, the Sister of Silence, gave a dissatisfied huff but withdrew her dagger, though her eyes remained locked firmly on Hades. Hades breathed a sigh of relief. Being cornered in a dark alley by a member of the Adeptus Custodes and a Sister of Silence was definitely not his idea of a good time. Under his helmet, Sharon gave Hades a complex look. After witnessing Hades' speech in the cathedral and the frenzied, ecstatic response of the Greya Forge World tech priest that followed, Sharon felt a creeping sense of unease. Still, their mission was to learn and understand the Blackstone technology. Sharon could make his report to Terra afterward. For now, he chose to trust his initial judgment. He looked at the tall man in front of him, Hades, who seemed to be trying to shrink into the wall like a guilty schoolboy, and concluded that this guy probably wasn't going to cause any serious problems. Although, was this really the same person who had delivered that majestic, awe-inspiring speech just moments ago in the cathedral? Now, it felt more like they were bullying him. And to be honest, if a real fight broke out, the outcome wouldn't be so obviously one-sided in their favor. My master has given me his directive, Sharon said slowly, enunciating each word with deliberate care. We choose to believe in you. But we sincerely hope not to be put in a difficult position. Yes, of course, absolutely. Hades nodded so vigorously it was almost comical. I'll explain everything to those oil-smelling lunatics myself. Just, please, don't put me in the hot seat again. I'm loyal. I swear. Please believe me. With the most sincere, wide-eyed look he could muster, Hades stared at Sharon, practically pleading for his trust. Believe me, please. Sharon didn't respond immediately. Instead, he gave Hades a strange look. Back when his master had assigned him to interface with the Lord of the Dead, he had expected something solemn, powerful, fated. The fate was clear. He would ferry the souls of the dead, and the Lord of the Underworld would be his partner in that sacred duty. And when Hades had orchestrated the purging of Barbarous, he had lived up to that image, cold, commanding, untouchable. A true high ruler. But now Sharon looked back at the man cowering against a wall after being scared out of his wits by a sister of silence with a dagger. For the first time in his long life, Sharon found himself at a loss for words. This Astartes was truly something else. After Hades made his rather undignified retreat, the prayers in the cathedral continued. The congregation bowed their heads toward the empty throne at the altar, swearing new oaths of loyalty. One of the Muggos, hands trembling, carved Hades's recent words into the base of the statue of their god. For truth. For mankind. This phrase had never appeared in their doctrine before. The old creed had always exalted truth as the supreme being. Mankind had no place in it. But now they had one. And those small words, now engraved into stone, would remain for eternity. 2 days later. First of all, I am a normal human being. I am human, Hades emphasized, staring seriously at the group of tech priests in front of him. Second, I am currently the liaison officer between the Death Guard and the Mint Foundry satellite project. Do you understand? He didn't dare voice the second half of what he wanted to say. Please don't worship me like a god again. The Muggos across from him nodded enthusiastically, their faces full of reverence as they echoed in unison, yes, my lord. Understood, my lord. Absolutely, my lord. With diaresis newbie. One of the servo skulls hovering nearby gently descended and offered Hades a cup of tea. My lord, this tea was harvested from a planet under an exterminatus order. There are no more than 5 kilograms of it in the entire galaxy. The only reason we have it is because Greya managed to seize it during a battle with another Forge world. Hades stared down at the cup in front of him with a look of deep grief and exasperation. The tea leaves floated and swirled gently in the cup, as if mocking everything he'd just said about wanting a normal working relationship. I believe you may be overdoing the hospitality a little, Muggos, Hades said flatly. The red light flickered briefly on the face of the Muggos in front of him, who then replied without the slightest shame, apologies, my lord. I misspoke. This tea is, in fact, something we casually snatched from the barbarous orbital ring. Please enjoy. You're just going to casually say such blatant lies now. In public. Behind him, Sharon and Sister Nera were still silently glaring at him like two hawks watching a wounded rabbit. He couldn't exactly start yelling or calling anyone out. All he could do was silently accept his fate. With the resigned air of a man awaiting execution, Hades raised the cup and took a sip. Actually, it tasted pretty good. He took another sip before he could stop himself. I hope you all understand the nature of our relationship, he said with a sigh, and that we should approach our cooperation with the appropriate level of formality. The Muggos immediately began nodding in unison again, echoing him with their trademark chorus of yes, yes, of course, my lord. Thankfully, from that point on, the Muggos toned down their absurd hospitality, at least a little. The roar of machines filled the air. A long procession of red-robed figures moved like a river through the facility, their cybernetic limbs glinting under the overhead lights. If one looked closely, a tiny patch of pale green and white could be seen among the red alone, overwhelmed figure buried in the middle. Enough. Really. No more, Hades muttered, gently pushing away yet another servo-skull trying to offer him a plate of pastries. The drone wasn't deterred, it just hovered back down and started nudging his hand again. The surrounding Muggos, alarmed by the interaction, quickly stepped forward, nervously asking if the hospitality was lacking. Hades swallowed back a burp and waved off their well-meaning but aggressive refreshment service. Say what you will about these grease-covered fanatics, but their ability to gather intel was maxed out. It hadn't taken long for them to deduce Hades's food preferences based on Death Guard provisioning data. Even though most of the Muggos were physically incapable of eating due to heavy cybernetic modification that hadn't stopped Greya from developing food. And now, he was way too full. Hades blinked blearily, stomach heavy and mind foggy. He was pretty sure he came here to discuss weapons and equipment production for the Death Guard. So why had it turned into this? No, Hades. Stop. You have to stay focused. You're here on official business. You can't let yourself be defeated by one more, my lord. Have another bite. With steely resolve and visible anguish, Hades finally spoke up. Thank you for the hospitality. But I'd like to begin our discussion on cooperative manufacturing between Mint and the Death Guard. Translation. Stop feeding me. Hearing this, The lead Magos quickly ordered the surrounding red-robed retinue and plate-bearing servo-skulls to disperse. Once the crowd parted, Hades finally got a clear view ahead, several long production lines stretching across the massive forge hall. My lord, we've assembled several of Graea's primary product lines here for your inspection. As a major forge world, Graea specialized in heavy ground vehicles and missile systems. For example, the Graea Pattern Hellhound, a tank equipped with a massive flamethrower, specifically designed for aggressive assaults in confined environments. While its range was short, the roaring inferno it unleashed could purge entire areas with terrifying efficiency. Due to its design, the Hellhound was often nicknamed the Alley Battle Hound. One particular variant swapped its fuel tanks for gas canisters, creating the Bane Wolf. The Bane Wolf was actually perfect for the Death Guard. In fact, one of the Death Guard's Legion commanders was notorious for his obsession with customized poisons. With the ability to tailor gas mixtures to match specific enemy xenoforms, the Bane Wolf offered a highly personalized touch, true death delivered with scientific precision. Graea's other claim to fame was the Graea Pattern Manticore, a platform known for its advanced missile systems. A similar vehicle was produced on the infamously wretched world of Isekai'd, which had long competed with Graea in Manticore tech. What set the Manticore apart was its highly advanced payload system, missiles equipped with heat-seeking capabilities, incendiary payloads, and high-explosive warheads designed to devastate even heavily armored targets. Hades examined the missile launchers with renewed interest. If Graea had the full production lines to manufacture guided weapon systems then, these missiles didn't have to stay mounted on a Manticore, did they? Hades's mind was already spinning with possibilities. Plus. TN. Graea Pattern Hellhound. https://wh40k.lexiconumber.com/media-wiki/images/thumb/5/6/GiraHellhound.jpg/300px-GiraHellhound.jpg. Manticore. https://wh40k.lexiconum.com/wiki/manticore_tank. Bane Wolf. https://warhammer40k.fandom.com/wiki/bane_wolf. Specialized Design Factory. The lights blazed brightly. Countless servitors hauled unfinished weapons in and out of the production halls as the hiss and roar of plasma torches echoed throughout the chamber. Several high-ranking Magos had been permitted to stay, albeit at a respectful distance from the core design sector, to observe Hades at work. Even though he had promised to teach them the techniques afterward, not one of them wanted to miss even the smallest detail. They muttered Benheric prayers under their breath as their cybernetic eyes stared unblinking. In the center of their vision, Hades moved with flowing precision, directing a cluster of mechanical arms to carry out his modifications. Around him, his black domain pulsed gently, shielding the space from any external interference. Though Hades himself was immune to the warp's influence, it didn't hurt to add an extra layer of security. As for the machine spirits, these components were still incomplete, and thus lacked full spiritual integration. Any trace psychic fluctuations could be erased by Hades's black domain, returning the area to total stillness. Not all machines possessed a machine spirit. Such entities typically formed in older machines, especially those invested with strong emotional bonds from human users over long years of service. At first, Hades's black domain had caused discomfort in some machine spirits, occasionally provoking backlash or resistance. But ever since the Purge of Barbarous, he discovered something peculiar. His black domain could now erase machine spirits entirely. He'd only realized this when he casually picked up a locally manufactured Graea pattern firearm. A sharp, psychic scream rang in his mind, then vanished into utter silence. Afterward, the Magos noticed that the weapon, previously chosen for its exceptional soul and tuning, now operated with exact baseline specs, just as described in the original blueprints. Not an iota above or below. Hades slowly withdrew his hand. Did I just accidentally kill a machine spirit? Since then, he'd run a few more tests using Graea's arsenal and drawn some conclusions. Without machine spirits, mid to low-tier equipment ran exactly as designed. No more plasma guns that fired forever without overheating, or stubborn bolt rifles that refused to fire because a soldier hadn't polished them properly. It was pure, unembellished functionality. Generally speaking, these lower-end machines rarely developed true spirits anyway. But what about high-grade war machines? Take the Knights and Titans, for instance, armored behemoths known for their deep bond with the pilots who steered them. The presence of a functioning machine spirit was almost a requirement. Piloting one wasn't just mechanical, it involved the pilot's consciousness and soul diving deep into the machine's interface. Popular theory held that a Knight spirit was either a fusion of many former pilots' minds, or one awakened by the will of the current pilot. For such units, Hades had two hypotheses. One, if the spirit were erased, the war machine would enter a default operational mode, behaving with baseline combat parameters, no better, no worse. Two, alternatively, the war machine would break down entirely or partially. After all, there were no known Knights or Titans operating without a machine spirit, suggesting the spirit played a direct, vital role in system function. If the second theory was true, and Hades had to face such a machine in battle, he glanced toward the corner of the vault, where a Knight suit stood still and silent. Was it just his imagination, or had it flinched slightly when he looked at it? The cost of experimentation is a bit high. Better not poke it, for now. Maybe he could test the theory using someone else's Knight or Titan. Wait, doesn't the Death Guard have a wrecked Knight stored somewhere? Back on that plague planet, they took one down with stasis grenades, didn't they? But wasn't the pilot of that Knight a psychic null? And that Knight, it looked too primitive. Didn't really seem like it had a machine spirit to begin with. Can a blank even pilot a Knight? Hades frowned slightly, deep in thought. I'll have to investigate that later. For now, he had just acquired an extensive amount of anti-psyker knowledge. His black domain had also evolved further. That meant it was time to resume development on Blackstone technology. Ayo. First, though, he needed to finish his negotiations with Mint, get the production lines running, and then return to his personal workshop to begin prototyping his next Blackstone designs. As for mass production, Hades would love for Muggos Core Clan to whip up a proper manufacturing line for Blackstone tech. But realistically? Yeah, not likely. Currently, Hades' grasp of Blackstone technology was still rudimentary, limited, for now, to the construction and deployment of Blackstone towers. Worse, in situations where Hades wasn't personally operating them, even the most potent nulls needed to sacrifice multiple lives just to activate a single tower. And so far, Hades hadn't managed to locate any particularly powerful blinks. Even among the vaunted Sisters of Silence, their anti-psyker fields, while useful, weren't strong enough to fully exploit Blackstone tech. Strong blanks are ridiculously hard to find, Hades thought, sighing softly as he resumed manually modifying weapons and armor components. 1 week later, Mordorion stood in silence, his glowing eyes scanning the rows of customized armor and weaponry laid out before him. Beside the towering pre-march, Hades made one final sweep, ticking through the checklist of upgrades. Mordorion had been wholly absorbed in his own laboratory until now. The toxic crystals extracted from Barbaros's noxious atmosphere had provided fascinating material for experimentation. With just light processing, they could produce vapors of vivid, unusual hues, each with its own lethal properties. And the sheer volume of toxic sediment gathered from Barbaros's skies? Enough to keep the Death Guard supplied for generations. Mordorion was pleased. After developing his 51st variant of synthetic atmosphere, the pre-march had been called out of his lab by an authorization request from Hades. I've done some filtering, Hades said, gesturing to the equipment on display. These will form the core of Grea's future logistical support for the Death Guard. In addition to the official supplies from Mars and the Imperium, the Death Guard would now enjoy independent logistical support from Grea as well. Once the inventory was finalized, Hades handed Mordorion a long, curling scroll, so long it touched the floor and kept unrolling. You're free to add more, he said, casually pointing behind him. Mordorion turned, only to see an entire side chamber stacked floor to ceiling with more parchment scrolls. He decided to just stick with the one in his hand. The list was full of tanks and armor systems, along with stockpiles of ammunition and arms intended for mortal auxiliary forces. However, as he skimmed the list, Mordorion frowned. These weapon names, they aren't part of the official Imperial arsenal. He looked back at Hades. And during our prior inspection of Grea's forges, I didn't see these models either. He shifted his gaze toward the weapons Hades had just finished assembling. These must be the ones? Hades nodded, walking over to tap on the hull of one of the displayed tanks. They are, for now. Although the full scope of military hardware ranged from capital ships to sidearms, Hades had chosen to focus Grea's production capacity primarily on armored units and guided weaponry. It was a logical decision, expecting a forge world specialized in armor fabrication to suddenly start mass-producing aircraft was a fool's errand. For aerial units and more complex systems, they would still have to rely on Mars or the Imperium. Hades could handcraft unique prototypes, but in a galaxy-consuming war, one-of-a-kind relics meant little. These are intended first for the mortal auxiliaries, he added. Even in the manpower-heavy days of the Great Crusade, the mortal forces accompanying Astartes' legions remained a vital support element. While the legionaries themselves were often deployed into zones of overwhelming intensity, where mortals would be vaporized within seconds, properly outfitting the mortal regiments with heavy vehicles could dramatically increase their battlefield utility, especially in coordinated operations with the Death Guard. After all, the number of Astartes was inherently limited, constrained by both gene seed production and strict genetic compatibility rates. No matter how many worlds one conquered, there was an upper cap on how many legionaries a chapter could field. Just look at the Ultramarines. By contrast, the mortal auxiliaries? They could be raised in the billions from a single hive world. With a slight increase in their armament and combat capacity, the exponential growth in manpower could produce qualitative shifts in military effectiveness. Moreover, weapon and armor development for Astartes had already matured. The space for improvement was narrow. But for the mortal forces? There was still so much room to push them further. This is a modified variant of the Hellhound, Hades said, tapping a tank with an armored knuckle. Or maybe a variation of the Bane Wolf. Haven't really decided on the name yet. He pointed toward the chassis. It's been tuned for enhanced agility. Designed to weave through enemy-heavy armor formations with ease. Dual heavy flamethrowers, replaceable high-capacity gas tanks, and we mounted a stripped-down version of the Manticore missile system on the flanks. We can load the tanks with the air of Barbarous, or whatever else the mission calls for. Depends on who we're up against. Mortarian's eyes gleamed with visible approval. He could already picture it, these heavy tanks storming enemy lines, a dense toxic haze rolling in behind them. The Death Guard would thrive in such an environment, bolstered by gas and steel alike. Let the enemy feel the love of Barbarous. Then call it the Hadeshound, Mortarion said. Hades nodded seriously, entirely missing the grim pun. He thought Mortarion was simply naming it after him, like any other inventor's namesake. Next, this one. Hades picked up a launcher in one hand, what looked like an oversized rifle to him. In truth, the weapon was a rocket launcher, large enough that only a genetically enhanced Imperial Guardsman, or one with mechanical augmentation, could wield it effectively. Despite its crude appearance, the weapon was cleverly engineered. Each rocket was guided, and the warheads were interchangeable, explosive, chemical, melta, all swappable depending on battlefield needs. I reverse-engineered the Manticore missiles from Grea's arsenals, stripped them down, and made this into a single-soldier version. That one's for auxiliaries. Over there is the Astartes version. He pointed toward a far more intimidating version of the launcher, bulkier, heavier, fitted with redundant targeting nodes. Its design took inspiration from Grea's existing grenade launcher systems, but with superior firepower and guidance. Fitted with Grea's precise targeting systems, these rocket launchers filled a key tactical void, ground-level precision fire support. Especially vital when armored divisions were still en route or when the skies remained contested. These are all called Manticore rocket launchers, Hades added. Mortarion examined one of the launchers up close. To his surprise, it wasn't especially complex. In fact, it was deliberately simple, easy to manufacture, easy to train with, and most importantly, easy to maintain in the field. A refreshing change from over-engineered Mechanicus relics. With the more conventional weapons now introduced, Hades bent down and began rummaging through a pile of loose equipment in the corner. And then there's this one. He held up a rifle that shimmered faintly with an unsettling green hue. To the untrained eye, it looked like a Necron Gauss flare awkwardly shoved into an Imperial shell casing. and Aquila, the twin-headed eagle of the Imperium, had been affixed to the body in a clumsy fashion. "That one wasn't me," Hades said quickly. The Greya Magos added that Aquila themselves. Mordorion stared silently at the rifle in Hades' hands. Hades looked away, coughing lightly. "Ahem, this one's just a handy little rifle. We're calling it the Wraith Rifle. The internal reaction mechanism's a bit special, but aside from that, nothing too fancy." He was obviously downplaying it. Thanks to Trajan's begrudging charity, they'd managed to reverse-engineer this piece from Necron tech. Though the Cryptic Collector had deliberately withheld and distorted key schematics, leaving them able to replicate only the most rudimentary electromagnetic mechanisms, the result was still a game-changer. A simplified, human-compatible version of the Gauss flare. It didn't overheat, had next to no recoil, and could, in theory, tear matter apart at the atomic level. It ignored most conventional armor. One shot didn't do the job? Fire a second. Back in the wars against the Necrons, even the Astartes had relied on high-speed evasive maneuvers to avoid these rifles. Direct hits had been out of the question. No one tried to tank one of those beams. Still, for Astartes, the weapon was a bit underwhelming. Plenty of bigger, nastier options already filled their arsenals. But for the Imperial auxiliaries? This was gold. The only downside, Hades muttered, is the output. They take ages to produce, the materials are absurdly expensive, and certain assembly steps can't even be automated. Typical of Necron design, over-engineered, inflexible, and impossible to mass-produce without a stellar empire's worth of resources. Hades clenched his teeth. Trajan did this on purpose. Mordorion glanced between the weapon in Hades' hands and his own xenotech relics, the lantern and silence, both of dubious purity. Then he finally spoke. "This won't cause trouble?" "Not at all," Hades replied with absolute confidence. "I've already cleared this with Greya. Officially, these are weapons provided by Greya to the Death Guard. We don't know anything beyond that. In truth, Greya's Mechanicus only understood how to assemble the rifles, not how they actually worked." Hades had been cautious. All Necron-related manufacturing was restricted to Mint, the forged satellite orbiting Barbarous. Greya only handled more conventional armor and weapons, nothing that might raise too many eyebrows. Mordorion gave a short nod. "Fine. There are upgrades for the Astartes too," Hades said. As he spoke, he casually picked up a scythe, its surface shimmered faintly with a sickly green glow. Mordorion stared wordlessly at the weapon. The blade had a bold 14 etched into its shaft, along with the emblem of the Death Guard. It was unmistakably a Necron war scythe, except this one had been resized to fit a Death Guard's proportions, making it easier to grip with their larger hands. Everything else was exactly the same. Mordorion didn't need an explanation. He already knew what it was. During past clashes with the Necrons, he'd seen firsthand what these razor-thin weapons could do. Their edges sliced through power armor like mist, turning even the clunkiest Necron warrior into a far deadlier opponent. "This is just a regular scythe," Hades began, but Mordorion cut him off. "I know what you're about to say. Don't." The two locked eyes in silence. Even a Primarch as notoriously indifferent to Imperial law as Mordorion understood that what they were doing here, this level of Xenos tech integration, was very, very illegal. "I'm sure it would be better if we didn't distribute them to the entire Legion," Mordorion replied flatly. Hades nodded sheepishly. "Yeah, good call. Scythes were rare enough among the legions that the Death Guard could plausibly claim, you just don't understand scythe doctrine, if anyone questioned it. That might be enough to deflect suspicion barely." Hades set the scythe down and rummaged through the pile again, pulling out a dagger, this one also glowing faintly green. This time, Mordorion actually winced. "Should I thank you for finally bringing out something that isn't painted green?" Hades laughed. "Haha, it's our Legion color scheme." Mordorion gestured toward the collection beside them, the green glowing rifles, the green scythe, the green dagger. "I'm not sure if I should commend your engineering, or report you." The rasp of his voice came harsh and dry through his mask. "If it increases combat effectiveness," Hades said solemnly, "then it's worth doing." Mordorion was silent again, eyes fixed on the unnatural hue radiating from the weapon pile, each piece practically reeking of Xeno's influence. Outfitting the mortal auxilia with this gear was barely defensible. They could plausibly deny any direct connection to Xeno's tech. But handing this kind of weaponry to his own legionnaires? That crossed a line. Have these weapons passed Mechanicus testing? They're in the final testing phase, Hades said with a straight face. About to pass. The Adeptus Mechanicus had a flexible definition of innovation. On the battlefield, certain emergency modifications, even heretical ones, could be tolerated. Sometimes even praised. Are Nigeria Naira. Normally, however, before anything entered mass production, it would be shelved for a century or two, ostensibly to assess corrosion resistance, detect tech heresy, and ensure machine spirit compliance. But there were exceptions. Quite a few, in fact. After all, the Mechanicus operated on a principle of selective orthodoxy. The Magos of Graea, for example, had deliberately fast-tracked the approval process for Hades's new weapons. At least when it came to the Necron-based tech, Hades swore on his forge heart there would be no corruption risk. For the simpler modifications, like the rocket launchers, the Graea Magos were conducting more rigorous anti-degradation tests. No one wanted battlefield failures due to sloppy calibration. Mordorion gave Hades a long look. He still didn't like the green glowing pile of alien weapons. In fact, he hated it. So, in a rare move, the Primarch who loathed bureaucracy volunteered to personally audit the entire development process. Hades simply pointed to another room. Inside, stacked floor to ceiling, were mountains of parchment. 3 days later, after poring through the documents and test data, Mordorion emerged. Silent. Then nodded. Approval granted. What followed became a unique ritual among the Death Guard. After particularly grueling campaigns, each company captain would select the most resilient warrior from the field. The chosen soldier was led in silence to the Legion's armory, where he drank a cup of poisonous wine and made a vow that no one would ever hear. When he stepped out, a new weapon hung across his back, a tattered, ominous scythe, wrapped in gray, grimy cloth. The Soul Reaper scythe. None ever spoke of it. Even among the Death Guard, its origins were shrouded in silence. The scythe's shape, its dull green shimmer, it all screamed alien. But no one asked, and those who bore it never offered an answer. In campaigns alongside other legions, curious eyes would sometimes fall on the strange, cloth-wrapped blades strapped to certain Death Guards' backs. But the pallid, green-armored Astartes always dismissed it without a word. The scythes remained untouched until needed. When the warrior faced a trial unlike any he had ever known, when the situation became truly desperate, he would unwrap the blade. One loop at a time, the toxic cloth would fall away, releasing fumes laced with Mortarian's own deathly essence. The grip itself became poisonous. Any who so much as touched it and were not of the Death Guard died. Once drawn, the Soul Reaper scythe made no distinction. It spared none but its kin and their allies. Every enemy in its path would fall, horribly, quickly, and completely. Those from other legions who were lucky enough to survive such a battle would only remember one thing, the flickering, eerie glow of green that hung in the air like a curse. And even among the mortal auxilia who served closest to the legion, strange things began to appear. A select few of the most loyal support troops were issued curious daggers, infused with hints of alien tech. They, too, glowed faintly, disturbingly. But no one paid attention. After all, no one paid attention to mortal soldiers. And so, in battles fought with blade and blood, a flash of unnatural green would sometimes flicker through the mist, silent, swift, lethal. She doesn't look like she'll ever wake up, my lord. Furthermore, the chances of saving her are slim. Beneath a dense network of tubes, the vague outline of a humanoid form could barely be discerned. Her face, bloodied and mangled, was partially obscured by tangled strands of white hair matted with clots of blood. Magos Korklan was efficiently performing the necessary examinations on the ravaged body while reporting to Hades. Meanwhile, Hades was dismantling the night mech, its pilot already removed. Compared to fully developed night mechs, the one they found on planet Sigma 373 was exceedingly rudimentary. The upper half could still function according to standard physical principles, but the lower half operated purely through the corrupt psychic energies of Nurgle. However, what intrigued Hades wasn't the frame of the mech, but its control system. The pilot wasn't seated inside the cockpit, but rather, like some act of penance, had been impaled atop the machine, controlling it via inserted conduits. Hades had scanned it with the Black Domain. There was no machine spirit within. The lower section showed signs of corrosion, but the upper part was clean, likely due to the abilities of the untouchable. Regarding the issue of machine spirits, Hades had consulted the Magos of Graea, who unanimously confirmed that a machine spirit was an essential component for the proper operation of a knight mech. That made Hades wonder, had he somehow specialized in countering knights and titans? Yet, this still didn't explain the current anomaly. How could such a crude mech operate without a machine spirit? Hades stared at the knight mech in front of him, lost in thought. "My lord, I have a hypothesis." Magos Korklan's voice rang out, cheerful at the chance to work once more on an untouchable experiment, his old field of expertise. He held up one of the many tubes that had once been inserted into the girl's waist. During the disassembly process, Korklan had severed these pipes, which had grown fused to her body, in order to examine and potentially treat her. The cross-section of the tube revealed a dense, decaying mass of flesh once vibrant, now rotting. She embedded her own brain cells into the mech, using them as wiring to replace the machine spirit's control functions. Hades turned his gaze back to the mech, deliberately avoiding the blurred ruin of the girl's body. During his earlier inspection, he had noticed desiccated organic tissue scattered throughout, but had subconsciously dismissed them as typical byproducts of Nurgle's influence. After a moment of consideration, Hades said, "That approach could work. And this mech is relatively simple, reduced computational demands. But a human brain still wouldn't have the processing power for even this. My lord, the activity levels of these cells far surpass normal biological standards." Hades suddenly turned his head toward Korklan, who was still methodically performing his examination. Striding quickly over, he once again shrouded the area in a diluted black domain. As expected, the woman's body showed no signs of corruption, meaning the cells weren't a result of Nurgle's taint. Hades looked toward the increasingly excited Magos Korklan, who always became unnaturally thrilled when near an untouchable. Then he turned back to the nearly corpse-like body. By all rights, she should be dead. But the stasis field she'd been kept in had preserved her final breath. Out of personal sentiment, Hades had hoped to either save this untouchable, or at least grant her a clean death. With a faint sigh, Hades asked, "Your suggestion? Convert her into biological wetware, my lord. An untouchable, with individual cells boasting such immense computational capacity. But machines that require biological wetware usually come equipped with a machine spirit. An untouchable would cause the machine spirit to reject the whole system." Hades suddenly realized something and spoke slowly, "But we can build a machine without a machine spirit, and let the computational part." Their gazes all turned to the brain matter inside the tubes. Moreover, untouchables were far less susceptible to corruption than machine spirits. Test number 137. "Hello." Raybo blinked in confusion, her mind cloaked in a fog. She couldn't move, couldn't see. "Hello." The same message was called out again, though not in the form of a voice. Electric signals flickered, tissues pulsed slowly. Question mark. Raybo's awareness gradually sharpened. She felt as if she were sinking slowly into a lightless, pitch-black sea. Where am I? Death Guard. Hades' personal laboratory. The entity on the other side replied. Raybo blinked hard, trying to see, but quickly realized she could no longer even control her eyelids. I don't quite understand." There was no direct answer. Instead, a new question was presented. "What do you still remember?" Thoughts churned. The warm candlelight inside the Blackstone Cathedral, the low murmurs of the faithful, the priest gently—
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.